can only be found through dialogue and diplomacy, not an era
Right.
of war, etc., etc. So India's position is clear. Prime Minister Modi's position is clear. Prime Minister Modi has always contributed when it comes to peace efforts in Ukraine. And yesterday he gifted Bhagavad Gita to President Putin. Again, a very symbolic gesture. And as I said, that Gita is about the conversation between Bhagwan Krishna and Arjun
Right.
in the battlefield of Kurukshetra.
Right, we also have Simran Babbar joining us and Arun Dhanta, who are joining us live right now as well. Arun, let me just come to you. Of course, as Siddhant also mentioned, India has always focused on the path of dialogue and diplomacy. It has urged this at international forums as well. That being said, we are seeing a strengthening of ties by way of this visit by the Russian President Vladimir Putin. This the focus is solely on firmly on defense and further deepening their ties. What sort of engagements and what sort of moves can we see when it comes to those?
Well, that's right. India-Russia relationship has a huge history, and we have seen that when nobody was with India, it was Russia, and therefore Prime Minister Modi called it an all-weather friendship with Russia. And in fact, that has been on display. Yesterday, we saw Prime Minister Modi going to the airport, waiting for Russian president there for almost half an hour. He checked all the preparations for his welcoming, and then finally traveled both of them together to LKM, and therefore that special private dinner for Vladimir Putin. So that signifies that how important is Russia and Vladimir Putin for India. Now, coming back to today's itinerary, today's plan of Vladimir Putin, and that is also signify, we all know that this visit is going to be high on optics and the pageantry associated with this state visit. So today you will have Vladimir Putin going to Rajghat, and that is also signify the cultural respect that he gives to India, and of course paying his respects to Mahatma Gandhi there. We all know the importance of Mahatma Gandhi for the country, and therefore he will of course be giving that message through that visit. And then of course you will have that presidential reception at the Rashtrapati Bhavan, which is right behind me, and that is also very, very important, because remember, you will have that presidential reception, tri-services guard, you will have the contingent from the Army, Navy and Air Force there standing in the honor of the President Vladimir Putin. That signifies that he's not only the guest of the government, he's the guest of the nation, and that is very, very significant. You will also have 21 gun salute that he'll be getting. Both the nations, the national anthem will be sung, and you will have, of course, President and Prime Minister present there. So he has a jam-packed schedule today. Defense sector, of course, economic cooperation, and the global scenario. All these things will be at table. What is important is what comes out in that joint statement, because India will have to be wary about United States. Remember him that India is in talks with United States and European Union for the FTA. So they will have to really tread very cautiously, because they will be keeping a very close eye on this visit and what comes out of it.
Absolutely. Let me just come to you now, Simran. Where are you right now? If you could just show us around a little bit. And also, of course, as we've been discussing, the focus is firmly on special and privileged strategic partnership, and to reinforce this. And of course, we do know that there will be one global player that will be watching this visit very closely, and that is the United States. What can you tell us?
Well, absolutely, as you clearly pointed out, now we see the pictures yesterday night are a testament of the close ties and the personal warmth of the relationship between India and Russia. Right now, as you have also asked, I am at ITC Moria, where the special protocol that have been in place for the surveillance and the security and enhanced arrangement that have been made for a very comfortable and honorable show of solidarity for the hospitality of Russian President Vladimir Putin at ITC. And right now, as you can see, there is in fact a complete security protocol, as most of the security agencies have also set up their bases. The entry is very minutely guarded with complete precision, as you also spoke about the strategic ties, and more importantly, the focus is going to be on a full state protocol visit starting this morning as well, where from the starting at the forecourt of the Rashtrapati Bhavan, where Russian President Vladimir Putin will be given the ceremonial welcome, and following that, in fact, is going to be his visit to Rajghat, where he's also going to be participating in the wreath-laying ceremony, as well as, in fact, the guard of honor that will be presented by all the three Indian armed services. Later on, in fact, at Hyderabad House, what we are going to also anticipate in the day is, in fact, also the talks that are going to be in a bilateral manner being held with Indian Prime Minister, in fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and that is going to be also at the focus of many of the subjects that are on the dais, including the FTA and the 2030 roadmap for the strategic area of India-Russia Economic Forum, including mobility as well. That has been much in focus. There are talks going on to make travel simpler for Indians in Russia, for a demand that is being likely made for visa-free entry in Russia. That is also on the dais. There is much more to anticipate as well, as in fact the day has begun. There is going to be a full day stay, long protocol for the state visit, starting up after, in fact, the ceremonial welcome at the forecourt of the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Back to you.
Right. Now, Siddhant, Arun and Simran, do stay on with us. There's going to be lots to discuss and lots to unpack as we track all the developments through the course of the... However, trade is one of the major focus areas of this crucial visit of Russian President Vladimir Putin. India and Russia have a trade volume of approximately $69 billion, of which Indian exports to Russia make up only close to $4.8 billion, while Russian imports to India amount to around $65 billion. Therefore, the scale, it's not just tipped in favor of Russia, but the trade deficit amounts to the second largest deficit India has with any other country, this after China. Can this gap be bridged during this visit of the Russian president? That remains the big question. All right, and in more information that we're just getting, amid Russian President Vladimir Putin's visit to India, Trump says working very hard to stop Russia-Ukraine war. We're making peace all over the world. We will stop Russia-Ukraine war. You know, these are the comments by US President Donald Trump.
And we're making peace all over the world. We're settling wars at levels that nobody's ever seen before. 8 of them. We're looking for one more. That's Russia-Ukraine, if that's possible. And I think we'll get there eventually. Last week, 8,000 soldiers killed. Last month, they had 27,000 soldiers needlessly killed. We got to get that stopped. We're working very hard on it.
All right, for more on this, Siddhant, let me just come to you. Of course, we've heard those claims before as well. In his quest to get that peace prize, Trump has touted how he's resolved all these wars, about 8 of them across the globe. We also heard those tall claims during the election campaign, where he spoke about getting this Russia-Ukraine war done in 24 hours. That timeline was then moved to 100 days. Pretty much hasn't been able to move the needle still. What do you have to say, Siddhant?
Well, look, this goes to President Trump's credit that he has been very seriously pursuing peace in Europe from the very beginning. He had multiple round of talks with the European leaders. In fact, he invited President Putin to Alaska for a summit-level talks. That was an ice-breaking movement between America and Russia. And definitely there have been highs and lows as far as Russia-US talks are concerned. After the Alaska summit, the commitments which were made at that point in time were not fulfilled. Russia was not okay with the fact that Ukraine will be given securities guarantee on the line of Article 5 of the NATO. There were other issues as well, and it could not continue. But once again, the talks have got restarted between US and Russia. In fact, yesterday Steve Witkoff was in Moscow, and President Putin held talks with the delegation being led by Steve Witkoff. In fact, in all likelihood, yesterday President Putin briefed Prime Minister Modi also about his meeting with the Americans and his perspective on the Ukraine conflict, etc., etc. So this position of President Trump is always appreciated, has always been appreciated by the Indian leadership, Prime Minister Modi, and from the very beginning, Prime Minister Modi has been contributing and pursuing peace in Ukraine conflict in whatever way possible, whether it's giving right messages to President Putin, or whether it's speaking to President Zelensky, going to Kyiv, speaking to European friends and partners. Prime Minister Modi has always been contributing, and have been giving efforts to bring peace in Ukraine. If President Trump says that he wants Ukraine conflict to stop, if he's saying that he is working hard to get this conflict stop, perhaps this is something which is very encouraging, which everybody will welcome. And in fact, President Trump, especially in these times, should not be having a problem India embracing Russia, because they themselves are talking to the Russians,
Right.
and there was an American delegation in Moscow to meet President Putin.
Right, absolutely, Siddhant. One would expect that they should not have a problem with India embracing Russia. However, if we didn't know any better, we would really believe that, wouldn't we? Anyway, that being said, we will continue to track this closely. Do stay on with us, Siddhant. There's going to be lots to discuss going forward as well. Now, let's talk about some other aspects of this relationship. India and Russia enjoy an enduring defense partnership, with both sides looking to boost this cooperation during Vladimir Putin's visit. A possible deal on the S-500, which is the more advanced version of the S-400, is on the cards as well, we're told. The S-500 missile system, it tracks targets across a vast 500 to 600 kilometer range, reaching altitudes of up to 200 kilometers, far bigger upgrade than the existing S-400 in India's arsenal, which also fought valiantly during Operation Sindoor. It is engineered to detect and track everything that the S-400 does. This includes drones, aircraft, cruise missiles, but this one can track ballistic missiles and even hypersonic threats. A standard unit typically fields 12 transporter erector launchers, allowing rapid and coordinated missile deployment. This particular system is designed to detect and simultaneously engage up to 10 ballistic or hypersonic targets. It uses two next-generation interceptor missiles, the 77N6N and the 77N6N1, which employ a hit-to-kill mechanism. Now, what does that mean? It means essentially that they are designed to destroy incoming targets by direct impact. In 2023, the estimated cost of a single system stood at $2.5 billion. All right, let's just go back to Siddhant Mishra, who has been getting us all the updates on this. We also have with us Simran and Arundhanta, who are joining us. Now, Siddhant, you are outside of the Hyderabad house, I believe. If you could just take us through the engagements that have been planned through the course of the day.
Well, President Putin's day will start with the ceremonial reception at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. In fact, after which he will be going to Rajghat to pay tributes to a father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi. In fact, that would also be an opportunity for President Putin to extend symbolic gesture, perhaps at a time when the European countries are blaming President Putin Putin for starting this war and for killing people, etc., etc. So in these times, he visiting Rajghat and paying tributes to Bapu perhaps
Right.
will be very very significant. Bapu is known to follow non-violence, preaching non-violence to the world. After which there will be a delegation level talks at the Hyderabad House,
Right.
and late in the evening, President Putin will also be addressing the India-Russia Business Forum.
Right. Now, Arun, let me just come to you. Of course, it's going to be an action-packed day, and there are going to be various elements and aspects of this relationship that will come to the fore as well. Let's talk about defense for now. There are going to be talks which we need to watch out for on the S-400s and a potential S-500 deal as well. When it comes to the S-400, it has shown its stealth and capability during Operation Sindoor, where it fought valiantly from the Indian side. What sort of breakthroughs can we expect, if at all?
Well, see, as we were discussing earlier, that this visit of President Putin is going to be very, very important, especially in the sectors like defense, economic, and the global situation. When we talk about the defense sector, of course, you rightly said S-400, it has been lethal and it has proved its mettle during the Operation Sindoor. We've only got 3 contingent of it as of now. 2 more are expected, and also we are looking for S-500. So that's something which, of course, will be discussed, and also the latest aircraft, Sukhoi Su-57, that will also could be on the agenda, because that's the latest state-of-the-art aircraft, and India, of course, would be looking for that. So in defense sector, of course, we can say that there are a lot on the table, as we have had a wonderful relationship and we've been buying a lot from Russia in terms of defense sector. BrahMos, of course, which we are making in collaboration between both the countries, there could be an advancement in that field also. We'll have to see. Now, of course, coming back to the economic area, that's going to be most important and the utmost immediate thing for India, because if you see the trade deficit between both the countries, that's something, especially for India, is something which India would want to cut down. For the financial year 24-25, the total trade between both the countries has been 68 billion, and India is only contributing to 4 point something, which is pretty less, and therefore India would be eyeing on those sectors where Russia need the exports, especially the agriculture sector, pharmaceutical sector, mechanical, chemical sector. These are the sectors where India, of course, would be pushing so that the trade deficit is reduced. And also, lastly, before you go to somebody else, let me also tell you the coincidence of this visit of Putin to India for the first time when he visited as a president to India. It was in 2000 when Atal Bihari Vajpayee was the Prime Minister. And remember, the situation was very much same. India conducted Pokhran-2 nuclear tests at that point, and there were sanctions on India from the West side. In 2025, you have additional tariff from the US's side due to, of course, buying oil from Russia, and also the relationship with Pakistan in 2000, right after Kargil war, and IC-814's hijack. We were in an acrimonious relationship with Pakistan, and the situation is very much same here. So there are things which are very much, and also lastly, of course, Red Fort attack, which happened a few days back in Delhi. Even back then, in 2000, within 6 months, Putin left India, there was attack on Red Fort. So there are similarities which we can associate with this visit of Putin, and when he traveled first time as a president to India in 2000.
All right, Arun, it would appear the more things change, the more they remain the same, and we are seeing a sort of pattern here as well. That being said, of course, we have seen a strengthening of the relationship between the two nations, and of course, how India balances that trade deficit. That is something that remains to be seen as well. Akanksha, let me just come to you. Of course, it is also important to discuss the relationship between Russia and China. As we know, the focus during this visit between Russia and the meet between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Vladimir Putin is to perhaps reach a no-limits partnership between the two nations as well. That being said, how instrumental do you think Russia's role can be when it comes to ironing out all sort of kinks in the relationship between India and China that may remain. Do you think that proximity, that growing proximity between Moscow and Beijing introduces further complexities in this relationship?
The optics of that question, in fact, as far as your concerns about Russia playing a key role in ironing out differences between India and China is concerned, we've seen that play out at the SCO summit in Tianjin, when, remember, the trio was not just being watched here in India, Russia or China, but the entire globe, and there has been a sort of realignment in the overall geopolitical dynamics between India and China ever since Prime Minister visited Tianjin. And of course, the Russian president has played a very vital role. It was, remember, at Kazan when we saw the first overtures of peace being made towards each other between India and China. And having said that, it was the Russian president who sent out a very stern message to the US president that, big independent economies, and he was clearly referring to China and India, cannot be pressurized with the tactics of tariffs, as the US president has been doing. So he sent that message out from the Chinese soil. And as far as India's relationship with Russia is concerned, the Global Times has come out with a piece today, and as we all know, it is the state mouthpiece of China. And so that message that's been sent out by Global Times is in fact lauding this time-tested relationship that India and Russia share. And what the Global Times is saying is that the delegation level talks or the state visit of the Russian president is only bearing testimony to the autonomy that both countries share, and the fact that they are strengthening this partnership is a message that they are not standing in isolation, say in a deeply divided economic climate as well, under the pressure of Donald Trump's tariffs. And so both of them have gone ahead to strengthen this partnership, whether it is through defense, whether it is through, say, digital financial connectivity, where you can expect rupee and ruble now to be directly linked together as far as other transactions are concerned, or even, say, providing labor mobility to Russia. Remember, they've lost out on 1 million Russians who've lost their lives at the front lines, and even connectivity is going to be playing a major role here.
Absolutely, Akanksha. You also mentioned the global geopolitical realignment of sorts that we may witness here. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, the United States is going to be watching out for this one as well. We've already heard what Donald Trump is saying. He's very much focused on getting the Russia-Ukraine war done. On ground, however, not much has changed. All eyes are going to be on this crucial visit. What do you think what are some of the key highlights that they're going to be watching out for?
Right. It's going to be a meeting which will come with its own set of challenges, because for the United States, as Henry Kissinger had earlier put it, that, it's dangerous to be an enemy to the United States, but it's extremely fatal if you're a friend to the United States. So for the United States, it's almost like my enemy should be your enemy, but your enemy may perhaps not be my enemy as well. And that's something we've seen already play out post Operation Sindoor, the way he's been claiming, say, credit for mediating between India and Pakistan. But having said that, remember, we are in the middle of two very critical bilateral trade agreements, not just with the United States, but with the European Union as well. In January next year, in fact, India will be playing host to an EU summit where we are expecting to finalize an FTA with EU as well. Ursula von der Leyen, the EU president, is going to be in the country. So it's not just the United States which will be watching this meet very closely, even the European allies to Ukraine and what President Putin says with regards to the war. Remember, they are in the middle of peace mediation being heralded by the United States. In fact, Putin's just had a meeting with Steve Witkoff, the peace envoy of the United States. So we'll have to see how Putin's words on Indian soil are perceived by the Trump administration. Will it sort of derail our efforts as far as the trade deal is concerned between India and the United States? What impact will that have? Even even though India has always maintained it has its own strategic autonomy, our defense purchases and procurements, will they also attract any kind of sanctions or something? We will also have to watch out for. But two very critical deals, which is, of course, one trade deal with the European Union and the other one being with the United States, and the defense procurements. The tariffs, remember, we have very conveniently, in fact, wiggled out of the CATSA sanctions back in 2018 and 2022. But with a bigger order of, say, another squadron of S-400s, will that attract CATSA sanctions under Donald Trump's second regime is something we'll have to see, because this time around, he's very clear that he's going to go after anyone who does business with Moscow.
All right. Well, Akanksha, thank you so much for bringing us that. There's, of course, going to be lots more to discuss. Thank you so much, Simran and Akanksha. Do stay on with us. We will continue with our coverage of Russian President Vladimir Putin's India visit.
The United States will continue to have a great relationship with India, and will continue to pressure Russia to come to peace agreements in Ukraine.
Mr. Romer, let's be very, very honest here. America's own approach to even Russia, for example, lacks what many people in India believe is moral rectitude. You want to do business with Russia, critical minerals and so forth, even oil on the table. You want to engage Russia, you want to sit across the table and give them a sweet deal, cut out Ukraine, and you seem to have a grouse. I'm not saying you personally, but Trump seems to have a grouse. If India wants to engage with Russia and buy weapon systems, you in fact have cozied up to a terrorist state, Pakistan, hyphenated it once again with India. General Munir, a person who has said very clearly that he wants to wage jihad, not my words, his words, against India, is a state guest at the White House. You sell weapons, sir, to Pakistan. You also sell weapons to India. So what are we talking about? I feel that the powers that are in Washington, D.C. are looking extremely bad, very poor right now. They haven't been able to dictate terms to New Delhi. They can't get Russia to get off its high horse. They can't, frankly, even bring about a lasting, durable peace in Gaza. Trump's authority looks very compromised, sir.
Well, when you talk to me and to the United States of America about moral rectitude and trying to do the right thing as a global power, I am firmly confident and very optimistic about the role that the United States continues to try to play to create peace when Russia invaded Ukraine and took over its sovereignty and has attacked its people and attacked its prosperity and killed so many thousands of Ukrainian people going back to 2014. The United States is trying to play a positive role in bringing peace to that region of the world. The United States is trying to bring peace to the Middle East that has been at war for decades and decades and decades. And that's not an easy role for the United States to play. But I will continue to say that the United States and India have a very good and positive relationship. In fact, I served on the 9/11 Commission. I was one of the people who recommended that the hyphen be removed from the India-Pakistan relationship, and it has been. And the fact that the United States can reach out to Pakistan and do a rare earths deal or try to do some things to stabilize that country on India's border while still knowing that the strategic relationship with India is the more important prize in terms of our geopolitical relationships. Just as we reach out to Pakistan to have a decent relationship with them, but prioritize India, you can't have it both ways and say the United States can't have multiple relationships and strategic autonomy, but we can in India. And we can talk to China, we can talk to Russia, we can talk to Iran, we can talk to anybody in the global South.
No, you mistaken
but
me.
you can't do that in the United States.
I'm saying that if the United States...
That's a contradiction in terms.
No, it's not. What I'm trying to tell you, Mr. Roma, is that the US must apply the same yardsticks that it applies to itself to some of its partners. If it thinks it can engage China and Pakistan and people that we don't like, we can do exactly the same. We can engage Russia on our terms. We want to buy oil from Russia, we should be allowed to buy oil from Russia. This is an arbitrary sanction. China buys more oil from Russia. China hasn't been sanctioned. You know this. I mean, come on. Let's not defend what is an apparent attempt at blackmail and an attempt at snapping arbitrary sanctions. I mean, how can you justify this? The Chinese buy more oil from Russia, and they're getting away with it. They're getting away with murder. But nonetheless, let's open this up.
You need to look at the historical context of the United States.
Is it not a fact, sir, that China buys oil from Russia? Is it not a fact?
Which is long-term, which is deep in so many different areas. The United States and India are now talking about new relationships in intelligence sharing, new relationships in AI, new relationships with iPhones and the emerging technology of the next 35 years. This is the new strategic relationship defining this century.
Okay.
Whereas, I respect this. India and Russia are talking about, how to muddle through in a legacy relationship and work out problems on oil, work out problems on defense systems that are over budget and not working very well. And the United States welcomes the attempts of Russia and India to work that out.
Right.
We respect India to have the opportunity to meet with Mr. Putin and have a relationship
which leader that purports to be a friend, fair enough, sir, which leader that purports to be a friend would slam another country and call it a failed economy? Which leader, viewers, would slap arbitrary sanctions on a friend that it involves in a larger embrace called the Quad, but spare China, who buys more Russian oil? Which friend does that, viewers? Blackmails Modi and this country and its poor. Think about that. I'm not saying that it's a zero-sum game.
The rhetoric on both sides has been...
I'm not saying this is a zero-sum game.
Both sides, we've had this. The Indian side has accused the United States of certain things, and I do agree with you that some of the rhetoric coming out of Washington, D.C. about a debt economy has not been helpful.
It's not friendly.
India has
it's not respectful.
It's not friendly. It's not helpful.
It's not respectful. It's not respectful.
Well, and it doesn't reflect the nature of the current U.S.-India relationship
I hope not,
either.
Because it's a valued partner.
Things are going well.
Washington is a valued partner.
Going well. Things in the economy, we're working through a trade agreement that might have historical breakthroughs in the next month or so.
Okay, let's keep our fingers crossed. But I don't think
the picture of being totally, cloudy and pessimistic.
No, we're not being pessimistic. We value America. The Prime Minister is very clear that we're not anti-West, we're not anti-America, we're just non-West. We do things, we beat to a different drum. Accept it. Anyhow, let me just bring in Mr. Kamal Sibal. Mr. Sibal, what are we looking at here? What's the message? What is the Prime Minister trying to tell the world, specifically DC, by receiving Putin personally at the airport and rolling out the red carpet, even at the risk of earning brickbats from DC all the way to Berlin and perhaps even Kiev? What's going on here?
I think Prime Minister has made a gesture to Putin, which he has made to other leaders also. So it's not as if it's unique. If he was the only leader that he received at the airport, then it could stand out as an exceptional gesture. But there are 6, 7 other leaders that he has received at the airport, including Sheikh Hasina in the past, and the UAE person, and the Qatar leader and others. That is one part. The other is that he wanted to show extra respect to the relationship with Russia, and his personal equation with President Putin, which has got strengthened over the last 11 years. They have met several times. They've had very good, good conversations. And he wanted actually to be able to show his regard for Putin. That's one aspect, purely in the bilateral context. The other is, yes, I agree that there is a geopolitical messaging here where there is a lot of pressure applied on India to dilute our ties with Russia, to end defense ties with Russia, and generally to turn our back to Russia as much as possible, and almost exclusively focus on our relations with the United States. Well, that is not possible. That's not in our national interest. For us, it has never been an either-or situation, and the United States should have learned from the non-alignment days that India is not going to choose sides. It will try to work with both sides as much as is feasible. And now that India has more options and is more self-confident and has got more capacities to follow an independent foreign policy, all the more reason, therefore, it will try and adopt a posture of not taking sides. And this is what strategic autonomy means. Strategic autonomy is not something which is written in stones that in every case, even if it is against our interests, we should take independent decisions. That's not it. Strategic autonomy merely means that when our vital national interests are involved, we will not compromise. But when they are not involved in the interest of balanced relations with other countries and give and take, we can accommodate, we can make concessions. This is what strategic autonomy is. Now, it is entirely wrong of the United States to tell us that we should not have a certain level of relationship with Russia. Why? Why? I mean, they know that this is a 70-year-old relationship. There have been virtually no problems in this relationship. It has been remarkably steady. There's a degree of confidence. Yes, our relationship with the United States is much more important, is much wider in scope. And for the future, in some senses, for the modernization of our economy, for our economic growth, for our global role, the relationship with the United States is more important than with Russia. But then it's not an either-or situation. Every country that we have relations with has its own place in the matrix of our foreign policy. If the argument is that because the United States is our biggest partner and the most powerful country, we should only look at the United States, then we must just sacrifice our relationship with every other country. It doesn't work like that. Every country, even small countries, may not bring very much value to us, economically or otherwise, have an importance of a certain kind, strategic or geopolitical or territorial or whatever. So therefore, America and Trump in particular, no, look on the oil business, I think you've described it very well. China gets its oil, far more oil than India does. They get pipeline. They have pipelines, oil pipelines coming into China, which are not subjected to any sanctions. And yet there are no sanctions that have been employed on them because China has countervailing capacities which India lacks. So why bully India? Why bully India? We are the most tariffed country in the world today. And just look back a few months in February this year. It was such an excellent meeting Prime Minister had with President Trump.
It's true.
And there's nothing, honestly, if Ambassador Romer can point out if there is any provocation from our side which would justify what Trump has done, I'm willing to listen to that argument. But there's nothing that has been done by us which would provoke Donald Trump. But
on the contrary, we were asked...
All the provocations have come from his side.
We were asked by the Biden regime to actually purchase Russian oil. That's what has been publicized.
And Mr. Romer's successor, Garcetti, said that while he was in office here.
Yes.
And
so we're being punished for doing things that the Americans wanted us to do.
U.S. Commerce Secretary has said, former U.S. Commerce Secretary has said that. And he's still not removed the sanctions,
No.
the tariff, even after sanctioning Russian oil.
Yeah.
And even after the oil purchases by India from Russia have declined.
Okay, so let me widen the scope of this conversation. Let me also bring in Surya Jayanti. Surya Jayanti, I have to ask you this question. In a sense, isn't it true that Trump's hypocritical tariff war has pushed India to diversify its strategic and even trade options. Perhaps we wouldn't be here.
I think it's very easy to overstate the role that fairness plays in international relations. The idea that any country is ever fair and consistent and even-handed is a fantasy. So while I understand that India feels that it is being singled out and bullied, and I happen to agree that that's true, it's ultimately a meaningless feeling because such is the nature of international relations. Every country is in one way or another pursuing its own strategic autonomy to the greatest extent possible. They just might not have quite such a good and catchy phrase for it. And the United States is absolutely the number one in that respect. It is, more than any other country, putting itself first. And it is thus absolutely hypocritical when it then demands of other countries that they not put their interests first. But such is international relations. I think the more interesting question here is actually, how is it in the United States' interest to alienate India? And that gets to the question you've just asked me, which is the broader balance of powers, the geopolitical, geostrategic reality here. It is hard to see how it helps the United States to roll out a red carpet of resentment in a greater, deeper Russia-India relationship or India-China relationship. But that is, unfortunately, the natural consequence of a tension in the relationship between India and the United States. It is hard to know exactly what the logic behind the tariffs, the 25% tariffs on India, the logic that was stated about Russian oil, I don't find particularly persuasive, partly because it was sort of a post hoc rationalization, but also for the reasons that have been laid out here, which is that other countries are buying even more Russian oil and are not facing equivalent consequences. But it is certainly true that the United States policy on Russia has been very inconsistent. And while on one hand, for example, the United States is trying to force a deeply disadvantageous so-called peace settlement on Ukraine, it is simultaneously also weakening Russia with additional oil sanctions, the ones that the White House rolled out in October, for example, on Lukoil, Rosneft, etc. So it's hard to see a particularly coherent logic behind US-Russia policy. And I think one could extrapolate and say that there isn't a lot of coherent logic behind many of the bilateral relationships that have been redefined by the current American administration. I think Brazil is another excellent example and Brazil has faced even higher tariffs than India for reasons that, likewise, it has no ability to really wrap its collective national head around. So I'd like to move the discussion a little bit away from fairness and more to the realpolitik consequences.
So let me ask you that. Let me stop you there and ask you this question. Now that some people will think that Delhi has successfully redrawn Trump's red lines, how is it going to be viewed in Washington and what are going to be the implications?
It's important to note that the United States, as far as I can tell, and I'm a former US diplomat as well, so I've seen it from the inside, I know how the sausage is made. The United States likes, indeed perhaps even loves India. I think at the foundation is a solid relationship, but it's also true that it's tense at the moment. And so I think the United States is probably looking less at the optics of what is currently going on between, for example, India and Russia with the Putin visit today, and is looking more at what the consequences, the actual concrete consequences will be. So military sales, for example, between India and Russia are going to be something that the United States is interested in. Mm-hmm. Although that's going to be somewhat variable, I think, the level of US interest, depending on whether it's pro-Moscow or anti-Moscow on any given day.
Okay. So let's get the Russian perspective in. Dr. Markov has been extremely patient, and I thank you for that. Dr. Markov, we heard a previous speaker suggest that there is no long-term gain for India to engage with Russia, and that both of them actually are not aligned in any consequential manner, apart from a few arm purchases and oil, and that this relationship is therefore founded on a very, very transactional convergence. How do you respond to this?
Russia and India has quite a long relationship, 75 years. After India became independent, Russia, which calls at the time Soviet Union, helped to India a lot to develop own economy and to help to preserve its sovereignty. Russia and India will continue to cooperate in this new. As about the United States of America and Europe, which is united by this name West, the West, we have some lessons which we learned from this year. They're really imperialist countries who really want domination in all the world. And they're very arrogant. And they treated us, Russians and Indians, as second sort of the people and second sort of the countries who should serve to them and who should give our natural resources and our part of economy to them to exploit us. They want to exploit us. They also imposed to India partly artificial conflict with Pakistan. You know, in the past, India, Pakistan, been part of the big India during many centuries, even thousands of years, and now they have been rival Russia. And this has been created by Great Britain and United States of America. Now they want to make same conflict as between India and Pakistan. They want to make same conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Ukraine was part of the Russia during more than 1,000 years.
Okay.
Kiev was capital of Russia during 3 centuries, and they want to have civil war.
Yes, but how do we make this
Ukraine.
relationship, Dr. Markov, a little more meaningful? People are saying that it is not meaningful, it will never be meaningful. Well, how do you respond to those cynics?
Yeah, I think that Russia and India have common interests. This common interest is, first of all, to preserve own sovereignty from aggression of the Western countries. We have now aggression mostly from Europeans and Great Britain. India now feel aggression from United States of America with this sanction war, and we also from American sanctions. So we are allies in and Western countries. We don't want to have enemies with them, but we have to give response to them. And this will make Russia and India very much friends and even allies in such geopolitical competition. Okay. We are also absolutely sure that India will continue to buy Russian oil. No doubt about this. It's not because India like Russia. It's not because India too much depend on Russian oil, but it's because India sovereign country civilization, and India will preserve its sovereignty from pressure of United States of America.
We obviously, even those commercial ties and equations will have to be measured in the scales of national interest. If it makes economic sense, we'll continue. If it doesn't, of course, becomes problematic. But nonetheless, viewers, let's just focus. Kamal Civil remains with us. I just want to focus now on the summit itself and possible outcomes. The Modi-Putin summit is aimed at giving both real options. India and Russia have been strong partners for decades, yet their economic relationship has never reached its full potential. Both sides want to correct that. Russia is wary of over-dependence on China, and India is wary of over-reliance on the United States, specifically after our experience with Trump. The target of $100 billion in trade by 2030 is meant to anchor a more diversified external economic agenda, but the two countries are nowhere near realizing that. The only reason we've got close to that is because India has spent upwards of $50 billion importing oil. So the overall trade settles at around $68 or $69 billion or somewhere there. With India now a $4 trillion economy and Russia a $2 trillion one, there's plenty of room for growth in energy, defense production, minerals, and high-value agriculture. And India is expecting a lot of things to come out of this visit, significantly strengthened bilateral economic cooperation. We're hoping that President Putin, accompanied by major business delegations, is going to sign a flurry of deals, which will also mean that India ends up exporting more to Russia and that trade becomes more balanced. And new avenues being developed to boost Indian exports, as I just suggested, viewers, in a large number of sectors, expanded market access for Indian businesses to drive job creation and support farmer incomes, multiple agreements in shipping, healthcare, fertilizers, connectivity, enhanced cooperation, anticipating people-to-people ties, whole plethora of expectations. This prompts some basic questions. Between Russia and India, has one been less reluctant than the other to enhance the full scope of the relationship? Let's put some of those questions out. I want to first go across to Kamal Sibal, who is still here with us. Mr. Sibal, what do you think on this one particular issue? Why is it that despite these decade-long ties, you've been witness to some very monumental moments, there seems to be a reluctance to go deeper, broader, wider?
Yes, on the trade side, this is true. We've been trying very hard to boost our trade ties, but we've never been able to achieve significant results. For example, we have great strengths in pharmaceuticals, but we've not been able to penetrate the Russian market beyond a point because Russia, before, of course, all the sanctions regime was imposed and their relations with Europe collapsed, they preferred buying German pharmaceuticals. They had more confidence in their quality and this and that and that. And that is one, the lack of awareness and lack of confidence in high quality Indian products. Actually, the Russians are not unaware of India's strengths. After all, they've seen how much trade India is doing with the United States. In fact, the United States is upset that we sell more to them than we buy from them. And on the services sector, we are providing, in this sector, we are actually very, very successful in the United States, in Europe and elsewhere. In the advanced, highly regulated, highly demanding economies, we are doing very well. But with Russia, we've not been able to make that kind of penetration in these sectors. So this has been a problem. But now, as I heard Putin say in one of his long sessions with the investment community in Russia a few months ago, a couple of months ago, that he had instructed his government that Russia must make every effort to expand the India-Russia trade and open up the Russian market to Indian goods. Now that they're under sanctions, they want to be able to reach out to India. The problem here is, again, there's a problem. China is next door. China is the biggest manufacturing country in the world. China can provide them all the consumer goods and other things that they want. And they have a common border. And China is not subject to or accepts sanctions. So they have the support of China in terms of having access to their needs, immediate needs. And India is not in a position to supplant what China can offer them and at prices which China can offer them. But nevertheless, there are areas where we can do that, and Russia wants to have alternative sources so that they're not overly dependent on China. Yeah. This is a problem. Okay. And then we're negotiating this India-Eurasian economic trade agreement with the Eurasian Economic Union. That might help also to open up the Russian and the Central Asian markets. For them, it's a work in progress. I don't think we will achieve success very quickly, but we will move in the right direction.
Okay, so let me bring in Dr. Gilbert Doctorow, who's author and Russian expert. Dr. Doctorow, simple question. The data shows Putin has not been very keen on looking at India as a trade partner beyond arms and oil. So I want to ask you, what holds Russia back for the last 2 decades, since at least Putin has been there, 2 decades and a half.
Well, on the Indian side, the problem is not unique to its trade with Russia. You've cited the trade with the United States, but to my knowledge, 70 billion of 100 billion in trade is IT, just as 50 billion of the 68 billion in Russian trade with India is oil. So the problem is that the trade flows are very concentrated in one specific area that is of interest to these two countries. And that is not a good foundation for building trade over the long term. Therefore, it's going to take a lot of creativity by the delegation of Russian businessmen and their counterparts in India to find new solutions. And I believe the code word today is co-production. The Russians have accumulated a vast quantity of rupees, assets, from this unbalanced trade. If that could be tapped to finance Russian investment in Indian production and co-production, of course, that could be a solution, but it will not be a solution for tomorrow. At the same time, I want to call out the...
In Tamil Nadu moves the Supreme Court against the High Court order on the Deepam Rao. Meanwhile, DMK MP Tiruchi Siva calls for a discussion in Parliament on communal tensions allegedly stirred by vested interests. As the Deepam Rao escalates, BJP slams DMK's anti-Hindu mindset, protests demanding Chief Minister Stalin and HRNC Minister Suresh Babu's resignation. The hijab row is back in Karnataka. Tensions erupt at a college in Haveri as boys in saffron shawls protest against girls wearing hijabs, leading to a campus confrontation. And as massive flight disruptions enter day 4, Indigo apologizes to all its customers. It cites operational issues and new crew rules, offers schedule adjustments and refunds. It is the all-important day of the 23rd Annual India-Russia Summit. Russian President Vladimir Putin is in India for a 2-day visit, with Prime Minister Modi personally receiving him at the airport last night. It's a rare break in protocol. It's a signal of the warmth of ties between Moscow and Delhi. The leaders shared a handshake, a hug, and even rode together before a private dinner at the Prime Minister's residence, which lasted for more than 3 hours. Prime Minister Modi presented Mr. Putin with a Russian edition of the Bhagavad Gita, highlighting the shared cultural aspects between both countries and the inspiration that its teachings have to offer to millions. Today, the focus turns to diplomacy and to economic engagement. Putin will receive a ceremonial welcome at the Rashtrapati Bhavan at 11 a.m. He will pay his respects at the Rajghat, and then, of course, the formal delegation and one-on-one talks will happen at the Hyderabad House. That's going to be at noon India time. The agenda includes meetings with India's top corporate leaders. That's going to be in the afternoon at a CEO's roundtable, an India-Russia business forum that will be chaired by both the leaders. That's also a signal that both sides want to strengthen trade, investment and strategic cooperation between Moscow and Delhi, with both sides looking to reset and deepen bilateral ties, take it beyond the traditional realms of just defense and energy trade. Today's discussions will set the stage for a series of deals spanning energy, defense, technology, labor mobility, and of course, the future-oriented dimension of this high-profile visit. So let's bring you up to speed with what exactly is at stake as far as this visit is concerned. Remember, this is a very, very important bilateral relationship, both for Moscow as well as for Delhi. Let's talk about the trade and economic cooperation part, because a lot of the intergovernmental agreements that will be signed and announced later this afternoon will focus on trade and economic cooperation. Right now, the big question is, can India and Russia bridge that gap? Trade is around $68 billion or so. Indian exports to Russia are minuscule, less than $5 billion. Russian imports to India, on the other hand, are massive. $63 billion, a large chunk of it, almost 95% of it, is oil and gas. And that too in the last 3 years since this Ukraine war began. So the question is the trade deficit. In fact, for India, it's the second largest trade deficit with any country after China. So India wants to reduce that trade deficit. Can that gap be bridged? The other important and critical question is, can they diversify trade? India wants to import Russian fertilizer, for example. India wants to export Indian pharmaceuticals into Russia. Are all of these questions that will be posed before the Prime Minister and the President when they meet today for the delegation level talks at the Hyderabad House? So a large focus of this visit is going to be on the trade and economic question. We have our reporters first. I want to go across to Siddhant Mishra, who is joining us live from outside Hyderabad House. Arun Dhanta is joining us from outside the Rashtrapati Bhavan, where there will be a ceremonial welcome this morning, and later tonight the state banquet for the visiting dignitary. And Akanksha Swaroop is joining us from the Bharat Mandapam, where of course later this afternoon there will be the CEO's roundtable. Siddhant, let me start with you first. What can we expect? Of course, one of the pillars of this relationship has been on defense cooperation. Talk to us about that, and also the desire by both sides to want to expand the realm and the breadth of the trade and economic cooperation.
Well, that's right, Zaka. In fact, yesterday President Putin was at 7 LKM. In fact, he was there for about 3 hours. Both leaders held private meeting. It was only President Putin and Prime Minister Modi accompanied by interpreters. Today is a day for 23rd India-Russia Annual Summit. Now, this visit of President Putin is to boost the bilateral relationship with Russia. Definitely both leaders will be exchanging views on regional and global issues, but the focus would be to increase economic cooperation, more investments, more trade. So the biggest takeaway, Zaka, would be the mobility agreement. This pact is being negotiated from last 1 year, and it is finalized now. Today it will be signed in presence of two leaders. Then trade deficit. So Russian side also understands India's concern. Both the business delegations from both sides have been meeting from last 24 hours to find out a plan to reduce the trade deficit. Fertilizer is again going to be one key focus area, because India wants the buyer-seller relationship to be going beyond the buyer-seller relationship, and it should be more of co-productions, etc. So in that domain also we could expect some announcement. Then Russia is interested in more Indian products, pharmaceuticals, marine products, etc. So there could also be some agreement on that, which will be a part of the official document after the delegation level talks at the Hyderabad House, Zaka.
Okay,
so
let me also go across to Arun Dhanta, who's joining us from just at Raisina Hill. And you know, the official engagements begin with the ceremonial reception that happens for the visiting dignitary, the visiting head of state. That's going to happen at the Rashtrapati Bhavan forecourt. And then, of course, later tonight, there's going to be the state banquet, the state dinner for Vladimir Putin. Walk us through what's on the schedule, what's on the engagement list for both the Prime Minister and the President today, Arun.
Well, that's right, Zaka. This visit of Vladimir Putin is going to be high on optics and, of course, the pageantry associated with the state visit. And right now I am at the Kartavya Path, and that's the route which Vladimir Putin is going to take. Let me quickly show you a glimpse that how things have completely changed here. You can see security paraphernalia everywhere in that area. Remember, this is the Kartavya Path which will lead you towards the Raisina Hills, and then of course going through the North Block and South Block, entering into the Rashtrapati Bhavan. So this is the route which Vladimir Putin is going to take. Zaka, 11 a.m. is the time when that Rashtrapati Bhavan ceremonial welcome will happen for the Putin, and that will mark the official beginning of his state visit. Tri-Services Guard, as we've been discussing about this, that Army, Air Force, Navy contingent will be present there in the forecourts of the Rashtrapati Bhavan, and of course they will be standing in the honor of the President of Russia, and that will signify the importance of this visit and the importance of Vladimir Putin in India. As India have been saying, Prime Minister Modi has been saying this, that Russia is our all-weather friend, and in reciprocation we have seen Putin is calling Modi and India a great friend. But we've been discussing about, of course, the bilateral meeting we've been also discussing about this, that how European Union and United States will be watching the developments here very keenly, and both India and Russia will be wary of this fact that what's going to be on their agenda and what's going to be the outcome and what's going to be the implication of that. And also interesting fact, Zaka, in 2000 when Vladimir Putin had come to India, even that point in time, situation was very much similar. We had a acrimonious relationship with Pakistan after Kargil war, and of course the IC-814 hijacking, and also of course we had sanctions from the west side at that time after Pokhran 2 nuclear test. Similarly, this time around we have extra tariff from the United States time. So there are similarity in that 2000 visit of Putin and when he's visiting in 2025.
Okay, in fact, it was in 2000 that the first India-Russia annual summit got instituted. Putin is now here in India for the 23rd edition of the India-Russia Annual Summit. I also want to go across to Akanksha Swaroop, who's there at the Bharat Mandapam. Later this afternoon, both the President and the Prime Minister will be convening the India-Russia CEOs Roundtable, the Business Forum. And as I outlined a moment ago, one of the things that they want to expand is on trade and cooperation, on expanding the breadth of the trade relationship. Right now, a lot of it is Russian gas and oil, and the trade deficit, like I outlined a moment ago, is the second highest that India has with any country after China. How do they plan to go about it?
Right. So very interestingly, we are at the Bharat Mandapam where the CEO roundtable will be happening. And yesterday was the India-Russia Business Forum. Interestingly, Zaka, the Commerce Minister, Mr. Piyush Goyal, was very quick in pointing out that the trade has been flourishing between India and Russia. Nonetheless, it remains skewed, and that trade basket has to be diversified. So even though India happens to be one of the largest buyers of Russian defense, also was one of the largest buyers of Russian oil, and that of course has been going down. So it is now going to shift focus over to trade. What is that going to encompass? You're looking at pharmaceuticals, you're looking at fertilizers, agricultural products. Both the sides are looking towards working down, say, the tariff barriers. The Commerce Minister also highlighted that compliance, tariff, and there was a lot of red tapeism involved, which the Modi government has sort of worked towards to reduce, and that will also give a headway in sort of strengthening and deepening this partnership. All of the Russian delegation currently is comprising of, say, corporate honchos from these sectors, which I just enlisted, many of them also belonging to the energy sector, many of them belonging to big machinery sectors as well. The other aspect that we are looking towards is increasing labor mobility. Remember, Russia has lost out close to 1 million Russians on the front line alone, and there is a massive labor shortage. India is looking towards replenishing that shortage by providing Indian labor. At the same time, nuclear cooperation is going to be another major area of sort of concern and cooperation. But it would be interesting to see how we take this entire bilateral trade partnership forward. We've been talking to, say, FICCI also, members of FICCI. They've all been talking about how this particular forum is only going to help us take this forward.
Okay, we'll be back in touch with our reporters through the course of the morning. It's going to be a busy and heavy morning for our reporters as well, so I hope you've got your fuel for the day. We're getting a piece of breaking news, and this is an important one. One of the areas that they want to expand on, and you will get an announcement of this later in the afternoon, is on small modular reactors. Russia's state-run nuclear corporation, Rosatom, has now announced that it has delivered the first consignment of nuclear fuel for the initial loading of Unit 3 at the Kudankulam nuclear power plant in Tamil Nadu. The fuel delivery marks a key milestone in the ongoing construction and commissioning of the plant's next reactor unit. There are 6 units that the Russian side was supposed to build. 2 of them are operational now. This is the nuclear fuel that's been now confirmed for the 3rd unit. There are now units 4, 5 and 6 that need to be commissioned as well. So this is something that you will hear about when those intergovernmental agreements are signed later this afternoon. Here in our studios, Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey, security analyst, is there. We have Abhijit Iyer Mitra, senior fellow from the Institute for Peace and Conflict Studies, and Anand Raghunathan, professor and familiar face here on CNN News 18. Welcome, gentlemen. General Pandey, what is at stake as you see it, as President Putin and Prime Minister Modi begin the 23rd Annual India-Russia Summit at a time when there seems to be this geopolitical rebalancing going on?
Yeah, I think firstly, a lot of people are putting focus on defense deal and trade facet, how to overcome, bridge the gap of trade gap and all, but I look at it in this whole shifting of geopolitics in not only in the region, but more importantly in the world stage. I think a multipolarity is now getting established by this visit of the 10th visit of Putin in since the time he has been in the power. I think it's very, very important and significant. And I think for both, not only for Putin, a lot of people are saying it's important for Putin to showcase to his own population, his own people and to the world that he is not isolated in this whole context, which is war which is happening with Ukraine, while Europeans and the Americans may be getting after him by sanctioning and all. But yet he has got places to visit. He's already been visiting in last couple of months. He's been out of his country and visited a number of states, and therefore I think it's very important for him domestically, but I think it's also very important for us. While we may not talk of it more often, that there is a leverage. We are an emerging power. If you look at this articles coming out by diplomats against the visit of Putin in our country and the discussion which is happening, why is he visiting our country, puts India back into the focus. So while number of people may feel that it is not so good, but I look at it that it's very important that India's relevance is being recognized in the world. And then my view is that this is a very great opportunity for Prime Minister Modi to come out slightly more higher when he may talk and make a mention about Ukraine-Russia war, away from the symbolism of sanctions and tariff and stuff like that, which has been tried to be imposed by the West on the rest of the world, actually, whosoever is taking energy connect from Russia. I think the moment he makes a statement on Ukraine-Russia war, because today we are the only country who can talk to both Ukrainians and Russians. And I think that is very important. And you listen to the statement when Putin comes out, when he's taking off, and he says, if the Europeans want war, there is hardly anybody who's left to talk to. So therefore, I think in this whole symbolism, the prowess or the presence of India in the geopolitical landscape is very, very important.
But Abhijit Mitra, it also comes at a time when obviously Trump has sort of put the oil tariffs on India. India's the only country with the oil tariffs. Is India also signaling to Trump and to Western capitals that, look, we have options and partners beyond just the West?
We've always been this sort of, even though we discarded non-alignment and things like that, we've always continued non-alignment in different forms. Now, our interests have never changed since the 1940s, which is we can never allow Russia and China to ever get together. Nehru tried it in his own way. It was badly executed. I think what we're seeing is the same policy, but very well executed this time. So remember, even when Trump imposed sanctions on us, he never talked about our defense. He only talked about purchasing oil from Russia, never about our defense relationship with Russia, never about, our foreign policy alignment with Russia and things like that. In fact, he wants to do what we did, which is, split the duo apart and use Russia as number two, a reverse Kissinger, if you want to call it that. So that is an extremely important part of this policy. I think the more Russia gets isolated and dependent on a Chinese energy monopsony, because India is not an industrial power, we can't buy the quantities of Russian commodities, both oil and gas, but also, regular commodities that China does. So he has to play a different game, and the more Russia felt isolated, the more they needed India. You will see how this has progressed. So for example, if you notice during Victory Day parades and things like that, he generally showed a great deal more proximity and affection for Xi Jinping than he ever did for an Indian leader. That's changed very significantly. This going around in the car and things like that. Yeah. It's a very clear message that things have changed. If you note, you'll also notice the change in Russian official propaganda. Russia today, till the Ukraine invasion, was a vitriolically anti-India channel that was almost indistinguishable from, say, Turkish radio, TV and Al Jazeera. The tune has completely changed, and yesterday apparently they opened their offices and did their inaugural broadcast.
So today I think he's going to inaugurate RT India.
Yeah.
That's one of the
and basically, as I see it, all three, America, India and Russia, are on board. It's a question of how well you calibrate and execute the policy.
So, Professor Anand Ranganathan, some would also say that what choice has Trump left India with? I mean, once the oil tariffs were imposed, it's not like India asked for it. As I said, India is the only country that's been singled out for those oil tariffs, even though China imports a hell of a lot more oil than India does. But this point that Abhijit made is well taken, that the last thing India wants is a coming together of Russia and China. And if that means, you have to roll out the red carpet for Putin, you have to, buy a lot more Russian fertilizer, send Indian folks to work in Russia, so on and so forth, then so be it. Because the moment there is this Soviet-Sino alignment, as we saw back in the day, that's a problem for India, and that's a problem for America as well.
Good morning, Zaka, and good morning to my fellow panelists, both of whom are experts. So I speak here purely in my laymanish capacity.
You're hardly a layman.
Learning all the time. 3 or 4 things that come to my mind. I think one is there is nothing that couldn't have been achieved without Putin coming here. Let's be very honest in today's world. But this is one of the most important meetings. Physical appearance of Putin was important for both countries. Earlier India was always looking at these big foreign leaders or superpowers, when would they come, or they would always hyphenate between India and Pakistan. Clinton did it and so many others did it. Now they need India, they need to project the association as much as we do, perhaps more. In that sense, I think this is the optics of this visit I'm putting much higher than what would be achieved on paper. Of course, Russia is a trusted friend. Of course, instead of the FTA that we are signing left and right with every country, we have what is called the Eurasian Economic Union, and we're trying to have an FTA with that.
But why do you say the optics will be more than the substance?
Because for Trump, he sees what he believes, and he wants to bully every other country into doing that. This is our opportunity to make him believe what he sees. And I think it's very important for 2 reasons. First of all, I completely echo what General Pandey said. It's ridiculous that the ambassadors of, all these Western powers in India are writing all these articles. Ambassador Sibbal also expressed this thing. I mean, they are free to express, but look at the hypocrisy. First, they are buying more Russian energy and oil than India. Yeah. We get slapped with tariffs, they don't. And then because we continue to buy, because we were having the price cap issue and we were evading that, America slaps sanctions on the 2 Russian oil majors, basically nipping the purchase in the bud. And then what do these ambassadors of the countries who are writing all these articles, of course, through directions from above, they get sanctions from the sanctions lifted or obeyed from America, I mean Germany and UK. Yeah. And they're still writing this. So, they can take a walk. And I'm being very polite because I leave all the tough language to my good friend Abhijit, who's sitting on my... he has a way with words which most of us don't. But the fact of the matter is, Russia has always been a friend. And I can talk of science and technology cooperation as we move along, but I think the big picture is this is an image exercise that Putin and Modi both need.
I also want to go across to Angie Wong, who's a Republican strategist. She's joining us from Miami in Florida. Obviously, I mean, all of this comes in the backdrop of the ongoing Ukraine war. There doesn't seem to be an end in sight to that war. Just this week, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner were at the Kremlin. They had a 5-hour meeting with Vladimir Putin. And it doesn't seem like, there's any breakthrough on the anvil. So the question is, clearly Mr. Trump will be watching all of these developments. He imposed these oil tariffs in India. That has not, stopped India from buying Russian oil. He's imposed all kinds of sanctions on Russian companies. Russia's not stopping this war. Where does that leave Trump? Will he now sort of go in and sort of recalibrate the positions that he's taken and say, okay, what will it take to A, end the war, and B, for India to stop buying Russian oil? Because clearly whatever he's done so far is not working.
Yeah, at some point, the Trump administration needs to understand that Putin doesn't have to stop the war with Ukraine. And I think he's starting to get a sense of that. There's been several rounds, 3 that I have counted, where the Trump administration has reached out to Putin to end the Ukraine war. And just last weekend, Marco Rubio and other senior Trump officials met with Zelensky's delegation. They had productive talks here in Miami. But when that message then gets back to Russia and was conveyed to Putin, the talks went nowhere. So again, this is the 4th round, and it keeps going round and round circles. It doesn't seem like there's any end To my mind, I don't see it happening. I think Putin is certainly looking to buy time. Putin certainly does not want to be bullied by President Trump or Europe. And that's what these talks and this meeting, these 2 days meetings between Putin and Modi, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for signals of what Putin is doing here. And every signal that we've seen early on from this visit tells me that Putin wants to continue to fight in the Ukraine war by opening up new shipping channels with India that bypasses Europe, for example, and goes through Japan, for example. So they're looking at ways of bypassing their adversaries, meaning Putin's adversaries, and as your panelist had just said, looking to stick it to Trump. Trump is watching this very, very closely, watching for any sort of signals of what Putin might be doing next.
Abhijit, the only problem there is Trump wants the Nobel Peace Prize, and this is the only outstanding war. I mean, if he can't foster a peace, then he doesn't get the prize.
Well, he can win the prize different ways, right? I mean, he doesn't have to solve every single world war. He's already done phase 1 with the Gaza conflict. So
increased defense purchases are likely to attract adverse attention of President Trump. There is also talk in the US media about CAATSA sanctions, which were waived for India when India first went in for the S-400 missile anti-defense system. There are risks in the relationship, but these risks have to be taken because President Trump is mounting so much pressure on India that certainly it puts us in great discomfort.
Right. Mr. Rubin, let me just bring you in there as well. We are also somewhat seeing a sort of geopolitical realignment here. Would you say that's true?
I would say, certainly India is keeping its geopolitical options open. But all I'm saying, and I share the frustration of the ambassador, is Donald Trump has a 35% approval rating. That means he has a 65% disapproval rating in the United States, and it's not clear he's going to be able to finish his term. What I would lament is after 25 years of building up U.S.-India ties, if out of animosity towards President Trump, who is a limited factor, we actually set our relationship down a path of non-cooperation for decades to come. Prime Minister Nehru and President Truman weren't able to come to accord, and that pushed the United States into this alliance with Pakistan. Now, where I actually disagree with the ambassador is that no one understands what Donald Trump sees in Pakistan. Pakistan is a terror state. It's a failed state. And perhaps Donald Trump was bribed. Perhaps something else is going on. But ultimately, this is where India can rely on Congress. And India should be calling people like President George W. Bush and Barack Obama, both of whom were instrumental in building up the relationship, to come to New Delhi and to show Indians that Donald Trump doesn't represent all Americans. He's an anomaly. He's not the permanent face of the United States.
Mr. Rubin, you rightly said Donald Trump is a limited factor here, and India understands that very well as well. When we talk about the relationship between India and Russia, there's historical and cultural context to that also. That being said, are you hoping for any major breakthroughs during this visit of the Russian president to India? What would you be looking out for?
What would be very nice would be if Prime Minister Modi would assume the rightful place of India on the world stage and perhaps use his good offices to mediate between Russia and Ukraine in a much better way than someone like Donald Trump is capable of doing. India really underperforms on the world stage diplomatically, and I lament that because India could be doing far more if it realized just how positive its reputation was and how it can bring so many disparate states together, the United States and Iran, Russia and Ukraine, and so on and so on and so forth.
All right, noted. We hear you now. Ambassador Dayal, let me just come to you on that question as well. How do you view the evolution of the relationship between India and Russia in the backdrop of what is happening between India and the United States and, of course, the war in Ukraine as well?
Well, I would like to evaluate first the historical evolution of the relationship between India and the United States, which would help us to better understand the evolution of the relationship between India and Russia. You know, India and the United States are natural allies. We are both democracies. India is the world's largest democracy. The United States is the world's oldest democracy. We are both multicultural, multiracial, multi-religious. But unfortunately, what was happening when India became independent was that the US was emphasizing either you are with us or you're against us. India wanted to pursue strategic autonomy. And that is why India became a major player in the non-aligned movement. Now, the United States misperceived it because, as I said, its view was either you are with us or you're against us. So non-alignment was perceived by the United States as hostile. That drove India towards Russia because the United States was strengthening its relations with Pakistan, including defense ties, which were being cultivated with dictatorships like that of General Ayub Khan. And all this was harming India. So India developed closer relationship with the Russians because it needed to offset the dangers which were developing on account of the Pakistan-US relationship. Now let me carry on, just one or two other points. Mr. Rubin said that we must realize that Donald Trump is a lame duck president. How do we factor that in? It is for the American people to decide who is effective in their foreign policy establishment, who is not. He said we should reach out to Congress. The Congress has been powerless because these 50% tariffs which have been imposed in India and which are hurting our exports as also our economy have not happened with any sort of congressional intervention. As the president has done and the Congress has failed to do anything. So we have to factor in our own geopolitical independence and pursue strategic autonomy, which we are trying to do.
Ambassador, we hear you. Of course, I'm also now being joined by my colleague Siddhant Mishra, with us Akanksha Swaroop, Simran Babbar and Arun Dhanta. Thank you so much all for joining us. Simran, let me just come to you. Of course, there is going to be a focus on the strategic and privileged partnership here. We are potentially looking at a no-limits partnership between India and Russia. I'm sure you heard what our esteemed guests were also saying. How much of a factor do you think the United States is here? And what sort of breakthroughs are we expecting during this visit?
Well, absolutely, Hem. And in fact, starting on the very same point that you had earlier made about the United States, in a series of first reactions that has come in, closely watching these developments and how exactly this entire relationship is coming to also unfold a new series of bilateral ties, and how New Delhi and Moscow are forging ahead to sign a host of pacts, specifically targeting, in fact, trade and defense. What really importantly also to be noted at this point is that on the same month in which Russian President Vladimir Putin has visited and decided to visit India, on December 25th, the 15-year anniversary on the adoption of the elevation of the Russia-India relations to the special and privileged partnership is also going to be celebrated. It is in fact going to be 25 years since Russian President Vladimir Putin first came to India for an annual summit with then Atal Bihari Vajpayee as the Prime Minister, and now where we stand is also a huge testament of how over these years, starting from the Soviet Union era as well, now the relationships have transformed themselves into the partnership that has stood the test of time. Very categorically also mentioning that not just this kind of a bilateral relations that has been elevated to the special and privileged partnership, but very importantly to be noted that the imports and the exports, which is going to be a very huge sector as bilateral pacts and the separate delegation level talks of the industry partners is also going to be taking place, as India is also hoping for Russia to import more. And in fact, even in this October as well, when a record $68.7 billion have been hit as a trade during even when the secondary tariffs were in place, this is also going to be a huge, in fact, roadmap for the 100 billion trade deal that has been set in place, and how that can also lead forward to these delegations that which will be coming into the shape.
All right, of course, that is something we will discuss further as well. Do stay on with me. Of course, there's lots to discuss here. Let's tell our viewers about the vehicle that Putin traveled in just for a little bit. The Orus, a fortress on wheels is what it's called, stretching over 5.5 meters in length, 2 meters in width, engineered to withstand the most extreme threats. The Orus offers VRA to VR10 level ballistic protection. Every body panel and window is bulletproof, keeping the occupants safe and high caliber attacks. From high caliber attacks, the underbody is reinforced to also absorb explosive impact, while the fuel tank is also explosion resistant, ensuring safety even in the most volatile of situations. Equipped with run-flat tires, the Orus continues to drive even after sustaining damage, giving them the freedom to escape danger without hesitation. The cabin A system is fully chemical-proof, protecting occupants from airborne threats, toxins or hazardous environments. Secure communications tool, and rest assured that emergency escape systems are built into the vehicle for quick and safe exits. All right, let me just go back to Akanksha Swaroop, Arundhanta, Siddhant Mishra and Simran Babbar, who are joining us live for all the developments on ground. Akanksha, let me just come to you. I had to give our viewers a little bit of trivia there also. Akanksha, of course, there is also going to be a major focus on trade and on connectivity. And to that end, I wanted to ask you, how much significance do you place on the recently ratified reciprocal exchange of logistical supports agreement as well by Russia ahead of this visit?
Right. It's a very key aspect of this bilateral partnership, which is now veering towards trade, primarily is going to hinge on trade. Remember, it is in December that the oil trade will be hitting its lowest between India and Russia in the last few years, ever since the war began in Ukraine. So as the Commerce Minister, Shri Piyush Goyal, was highlighting that this has been a partnership which now needs to be diversified. The trade basket has to be diversified. And we are currently at Bharat Mandapam, where the Ross Congress is taking place. Yesterday was the India-Russia Business Forum, of course, collaboration with FICCI. So that only goes on to indicate how President Putin's state visit, the kind of importance it's bestowing on the role that trade is going to be playing, on the role that, say, connectivity is also going to play, on the role that labor mobility will be playing, on the role that digital financial transactions between India and Russia is going to be playing. So because we are looking towards merging RuPay and even Mir. And all of that will be up for discussion apart from the big bet on defense partnership. So having said that, we are here at Ross Congress, which should be kick-starting in some time from now. But most importantly, this is one strategic partnership that has already been elevated to a privileged alliance now between India and Russia. And so when President Putin goes on to say that he's looking towards, trade ties which are unending as far as even China and India both are concerned, trade is going to be playing a very key role, because even though the oil trade is going down, it would be unfair to say that this is one partnership which has only been hinging on, say, oil trade. Because remember, the oil trade only went up after the war in Ukraine began. So to say that India has always partnered as far as seaborne oil is concerned is going to be a tad bit unfair. But we can expect greater deals, say, in sectors of agriculture, pharmaceuticals, automobiles. Many of those delegation level Russians, in fact, have arrived here in the national capital, and they are going to be forging ties. Much of it is already shaping up, as we can see, and Ross Congress is going to be very much part of President's agenda today. We can expect action to now shift to the Bharat Mandapam in, say, post-afternoon around 3 o'clock. Hey.
All right, absolutely, Akanksha. Thank you so much for bringing us that. Of course, do stay on with us, please. Now we also have with us our guest, Ambassador Prabhu Dayal, and also Matthew Vadam, American journalist from Washington, D.C. Mr. Vadam, let me just come to you first. How do you assess the significance of this visit, and how is United States viewing this visit of the Russian president to India as well?
Well, India has always been part of the what used to be called the non-aligned movement, so it's not surprising that India is maintaining its ties with Russia. I don't think the U.S. government looks favorably upon this visit because the U.S. government, the Trump administration, has been trying to pressure India to break off its relations with Russia and to not purchase oil, to not purchase energy from Russia because that provides funds for Russia to continue its war in Ukraine. And that has been the main U.S. interest in trying to dissuade India from having warmer relations with Russia.
All right, Ambassador Dayal, let me just bring you in on that point as well. What do you have to say about that?
Well, you know, India has been singled out for the oil tariffs by the Trump administration. Other countries, including China and many European countries, are buying energy and oil supplies from Russia, but they have not had these tariffs imposed. So we do note that we have been singled out for this. Nonetheless, let me mention that regardless of the pressure which the United States tries to bear on India, we are attaching a lot of importance to Vladimir Putin's visit because it carries diplomatic, economic, and strategic importance. And it is primarily aimed at reaffirming and strengthening their special and privileged strategic partnership amidst the shifting global geopolitics and Western pressure on India. Let me mention that we have been extremely disheartened by the fact that President Trump, in his second term, has been imposing a lot of tariffs on trade where India is concerned and also augmented them with the oil related tariffs. So we are hurt by US actions. And if the US is trying to say that it's exerting pressure on India to distance itself from Russia, the point is, what is the United States doing with other countries, such as those in Europe, which are also big purchasers of Russian oil and gas? We feel that we have been treated unduly harshly, and we keep our options open. You know, India is not a small country. India is a big global player. We are the world's fifth largest economy. We would like to keep our options open. We like to take decisions which serve our own interests. And if purchasing oil from Russia serves to meet our interests, because our energy requirements are enormous, then we will certainly fashion our policy, keeping in mind, as I said, our own interests.
Right, Ambassador Dayal and Mr. Varam, please do stay on with us. We will be discussing that further. Let me just go across to my colleagues, Arun Dhanta and Siddharth Mishra. Thank you so much for staying on so patiently with me. Arun, let me just come to you. Let's talk about trade. As Ambassador was mentioning as well, India has a responsibility to, of course, prioritize its own strategic interests. To that end, of course, we are seeing that there's this goal to reach $100 billion in bilateral trade. That's a target set for 2030. Right now, we are seeing a deficit. Currently, that trade number is at $68 billion that you'd mentioned earlier. What sort of strategies do you think India will have at its disposal to reach that target?
Well, that's right. Last year, remember, this target was fixed of $100 billion for 2030 between both the countries. And we've been discussing this earlier, Haim, that India, of course, would be wary of this fact that they are also doing trade talks with the United States and also, of course, with the European Union. And both of them, of course, have been speaking about this, that India could play a huge role in stopping war between Russia and Ukraine. So United States and European Union would be watching this visit and the outcome of this visit very closely. Of course, there's a trade deficit between Russia and India. India, of course, would be eyeing on that front, and therefore the economic areas, you know, that especially those areas where Russia is in demand because of the sanction from the Western countries. Pharmaceutical is one such sector where India India is already doing good, exports to Russia, but they would want to increase it more. You will have the agriculture sector, which has been facing dent due to the additional sanctions from the tariff from the United States side on India. So Indian market would be looking at Russia, for that, especially the sea products, seafood, etc. Because those were the products which India usually would send to United States. And now when you have this additional 25% tariff on India, many of people associated with that have shifted somewhere else. They are eyeing for a bigger market, so Russia can actually fill in there. And also, of course, automobile sector is also an important sector where India can expand with Russia. So as they have fixed $100 billion target for 2030, can that be achieved amidst all these talks with United States and European Union? That's something which is going to be very, very crucial to watch during this visit of Putin.
All right, let me just come to you now, Siddhant. Thank you so much for waiting so patiently. And now, of course, just to expand on what Arun was also saying, let's talk about that 100 billion target for 2030 that India has set for itself. That being said, how do you view the strengthening of trade and connectivity between the two nations? Are we expected to see any sort of bilateral agreements on this or any sort of breakthroughs?
Well, hey, this has been in talks from a very long time, and trade deficit has been the concern of the Indian government from the very long time. In fact, Russian side very well acknowledge this concern of the Indian government. So, at the time of this visit, the business delegation, both from Russia and India, have been meeting from last 2 days. In fact, we have been told that they have been given tasks to plan out strategy how to reduce the trade deficit. Now, the biggest issue here is that that Russia welcomes Indian companies to be coming to Russia to invest, to set up plants, to start manufacturing units, etc., etc. But most of these Indian companies have their trading relations and their offices in Europe and United States. So if these companies move to Russia, set up a manufacturing unit, perhaps they could come under the sanctions. So this is the biggest concern. Point number one. Point number two, as far as trade deficit is concerned, because Russia was removed from the SWIFT payment systems. In fact, for the longest time between Russia and India, when India was importing crude, there were billions and billions of dollars of Russia was in the Indian bank accounts, because there could not be payments made to the Russian side. Then somehow the payment mechanism was worked out between the two sides. Now, to reduce the trade deficit, the first thing which is required is the private players to be coming up and increase exports to Russia. First point. Second, there is also talks about the collaboration between Indian rupee systems and Mir systems of Russia. In fact, yesterday, Russian First Deputy Prime Minister Denis Menturov met Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman in Parliament, and perhaps that meeting was all about to connect the payment systems, because if this system gets connected, then Indian businessmen can export things to Russia, and perhaps he can be getting the payment done in the local currency. So there are a lot of technical issues also. It's not that easy, and I say it very responsibly that Russians have been trying from last 2 years to get Indian private players to be investing in Russia. They have been speaking to the big players also, but because out of the fear of sanctions, getting sanctioned by the US and the Europe, Indian private players have largely been resisting the offers being made by the Russian government. But hopefully, since the delegations are meeting, perhaps we could see some change in the approach in days to come.
Now, Russian President Vladimir Putin is in India for his 2-day state visit for the 23rd India-Russia Annual Summit. Prime Minister Narendra Modi personally received Putin at the airport, breaking the protocol. The two leaders shook hands, shared a warm hug, and even a ride together in the same car before a private dinner at the Prime Minister's residence. Today, the focus shifts to diplomacy and to business. President Putin will be accorded a ceremonial reception at Rashtrapati Bhavan. After that, he will pay tributes to Mahatma Gandhi at Rajghat. Later in the day, the stage is set for delegation-level talks with Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the Hyderabad House, followed by meetings with India's top corporate leaders. This visit marks Putin's first trip to India since the war in Ukraine began, and both nations are expected to sign key agreements to strengthen their special and privileged strategic partnership. Now, defense is at the heart of President Vladimir Putin's India visit. Talks today are likely to zero in on pending S-400 missile deliveries and possible future orders as well.
Russian-made S-400 air defense system proved highly effective during Operation Sindoor, targeting multiple Pakistani aircraft and neutralizing hostile aerial threats. Their performance made it evident that India would eventually consider expanding its fleet of these long-range units. Now, with the Russian President Vladimir Putin arriving in India, discussions are expected to go beyond the existing S-400 contract and include the advanced S-500 system and Russia's fifth-generation Su-57 fighter jet. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh will hold a bilateral meeting with his Russian counterpart at the Manekshaw Center. This will be a key moment for formal discussion on future defense cooperation, including S-400 follow-on units and potential procurement of the S-500 and also Su-57. Later, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Putin will also meet, and that engagement may lead to some firm outcomes. The Indian Air Force currently operates 3 S-400 squadrons inducted under a landmark agreement signed in 2018 with deliveries beginning in 2021. 2 more squadrons are still pending. Along with completing the original order, New Delhi is now exploring the possibilities of procuring additional units and possibly transitioning to the next generation S-500. The S-500 is a platform, in fact an upgrade to the S-400, and is a defense system built to counter a wide spectrum of threats. It is designed to intercept aircraft, cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, hypersonic weapons, and even low-orbit satellites. The claimed range extends to roughly 500 to 600 kilometers, with the capability to engage threats at extremely high altitudes, reportedly up to 180 to 200 kilometers.
All right, and in news that we're just getting right now, Prime Minister Modi presented a copy of the Gita in Russian to Russian President Vladimir Putin. He posted this on X, stating that the teachings of the Gita gave inspiration to millions across the world. Further sign of the bonhomie shared by India and Russia and the strong cultural and people-to-people ties between the two nations as well. For more on this, we have with us Siddhant. Siddhant, thank you so much for joining us. Now, that gesture by Prime Minister Narendra Modi there, giving the Gita, Russian translated copy of the Gita to Russian President Vladimir Putin, it just goes to show the strong cultural ties the two nations share as well.
Well, that's right. In fact, yesterday, President Putin was at 7 LKM for about 3 hours. Both leaders held a private conversation. It was just Prime Minister Modi and President Putin with the interpreters. In fact, Prime Minister Modi gifted President Putin Gita written in Russian language. It's a very special gesture by Prime Minister Modi. Also, Gita is a book which is about the conversations between Arjun and Bhagwan Krishna during the battle of Kurukshetra, where Bhagwan Krishna is guiding Arjun and preaching him about life, purpose, dharma, how important how important it is to follow the path of dharma. So definitely a very symbolic gesture by Prime Minister Modi to be gifting Gita to President Putin, especially at a time when his country is at a war with Ukraine. The war is going on from 2022. Prime Minister Modi has always said that that solutions cannot be found on the battlefield. Solutions can only be found through dialogue and diplomacy, not an era
Right.
of war, etc., etc. So India's position is clear. Prime Minister Modi's position is clear. Prime Minister Modi has always contributed when it comes to peace efforts in Ukraine. And yesterday he gifted Bhagavad Gita to President Putin. Again, a very symbolic gesture. And as I said, that Gita is about the conversation between Bhagwan Krishna and Arjun
Right.
in the battlefield of Kurukshetra.
Right, we also have Simran Babbar joining us and Arun Dhanta, who are joining us live right now as well. Arun, let me just come to you. Of course, as Siddhant also mentioned, India has always focused on the path of dialogue and diplomacy. It has urged this at international forums as well. That being said, we are seeing a strengthening of ties by way of this visit by the Russian President Vladimir Putin. This the focus is solely on firmly on defense and further deepening their ties. What sort of engagements and what sort of moves can we see when it comes to those?
Well, that's right. India-Russia relationship has a huge history, and we have seen that when nobody was with India, it was Russia, and therefore Prime Minister Modi called it an all-weather friendship with Russia. And in fact, that has been on display. Yesterday, we saw Prime Minister Modi going to the airport, waiting for Russian president there for almost half an hour. He checked all the preparations for his welcoming, and then finally traveled both of them together to LKM, and therefore that special private dinner for Vladimir Putin. So that signifies that how important is Russia and Vladimir Putin for India. Now, coming back to today's itinerary, today's plan of Vladimir Putin, and that is also signify, we all know that this visit is going to be high on optics and the pageantry associated with this state visit. So today you will have Vladimir Putin going to Rajghat, and that is also signify the cultural respect that he gives to India, and of course paying his respects to Mahatma Gandhi there. We all know the importance of Mahatma Gandhi for the country, and therefore he will of course be giving that message through that visit. And then of course you will have that presidential reception at the Rashtrapati Bhavan, which is right behind me, and that is also very, very important, because remember, you will have that presidential reception, tri-services guard, you will have the contingent from the Army, Navy and Air Force there standing in the honor of the President Vladimir Putin. That signifies that he's not only the guest of the government, he's the guest of the nation, and that is very, very significant. You will also have 21 gun salute that he'll be getting. Both the nations, the national anthem will be sung, and you will have, of course, President and Prime Minister present there. So he has a jam-packed schedule today. Defense sector, of course, economic cooperation, and the global scenario. All these things will be at table. What is important is what comes out in that joint statement, because India will have to be wary about United States. Remember him that India is in talks with United States and European Union for the FTA. So they will have to really tread very cautiously, because they will be keeping a very close eye on this visit and what comes out of it.
Absolutely. Let me just come to you now, Simran. Where are you right now? If you could just show us around a little bit. And also, of course, as we've been discussing, the focus is firmly on special and privileged strategic partnership, and to reinforce this. And of course, we do know that there will be one global player that will be watching this visit very closely, and that is the United States. What can you tell us?
Well, absolutely, as you clearly pointed out, now we see the pictures yesterday night are a testament of the close ties and the personal warmth of the relationship between India and Russia. Right now, as you have also asked, I am at ITC Moria, where the special protocol that have been in place for the surveillance and the security and enhanced arrangement that have been made for a very comfortable and honorable show of solidarity for the hospitality of Russian President Vladimir Putin at ITC. And right now, as you can see, there is in fact a complete security protocol as most of the security agencies have also set up their bases. The entry is very minutely guarded with complete precision, as you also spoke about the strategic ties, and more importantly the focus is going to be on a full state protocol visit starting this morning as well, where from the starting at the forecourt of the Rashtrapati Bhavan, where Russian President Vladimir Putin will be given the ceremonial welcome, and following that in fact is going to be his visit to Rajghat, where he's also going to be participating in the wreath laying ceremony, as well as in fact the guard of honor that will be presented by all the 3 Indian armed services. Later on in fact at Hyderabad House, what we are going to also anticipate in the day is in fact also the talks that are going to be in a bilateral manner being held with Indian Prime Minister, in fact Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and that is going to be also at the focus of many of the subjects that are on the dais, including the FTA and the 2030 roadmap for the strategic area of India-Russia Economic Forum, including mobility as well. That has been much in focus. There are talks going on to make travel simpler for Indians in Russia, for a demand that is being likely made for visa-free entry in Russia, that is also on the dais. There is much more to anticipate as well, as in fact the day has begun. There is going to be a full day long protocol for the state visit, starting up after in fact the ceremonial welcome at the forecourt of the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Back to you.
Right. Now, Siddhant, Arun and Simran, do stay on with us. There's going to be lots to discuss and lots to unpack as we track all the developments through the course of the... However, trade is one of the major focus areas of this crucial visit of Russian President Vladimir Putin. India and Russia have a trade volume of approximately $69 billion, of which Indian exports to Russia make up only close to $4.8 billion, while Russian imports to India amount to around $65 billion. Therefore, the scale, it's not just tipped in favor of Russia, but the trade deficit amounts to the second largest deficit India has with any other country, this after China. Can this gap be bridged during this visit of the Russian president? That remains the big question. All right, and in more information that we're just getting, amid Russian President Vladimir Putin's visit to India, Trump says working very hard to stop Russia-Ukraine war. We're making peace all over the world. We will stop Russia-Ukraine war. You know, these are the comments by US President Donald Trump.
But our big focus is on Russian President Vladimir Putin, who is in India on a 2-day state visit. He was welcomed last night at the airport by Prime Minister Modi, a rare gesture reflecting the warmth in bilateral ties, a break in protocol. The 2 leaders shared a handshake, a warm hug, and even rode together before a 3-hour-long private dinner which the Prime Minister hosted at his residence. Modi also gifted Putin a Russian edition of the Bhagavad Gita, underscoring shared cultural respects. Today, the focus turns to diplomacy, to economic engagement. Putin will receive a ceremonial welcome at the forecourt of the Rashtrapati Bhavan. That's going to happen in under an hour. He will then pay his respects at the Rajghat, and then he will meet Prime Minister Modi at the Hyderabad House for the delegation-level talks and to co-chair the 23rd India-Russia Annual Summit. The agenda also includes meetings with India's top corporate honchos. There's going to be a CEO's roundtable and a Russia-India business forum that both leaders will co-chair in the afternoon. And that, of course, is a signal to push and strengthen trade and investment as well as strategic cooperation between Moscow and Delhi. With both sides looking to reset and deepen ties, today's discussions will set the stage for a series of deals, whether it's on energy, defense, technology, future-oriented dimension of this high-profile visit. You can expect 10 intergovernmental deals to be announced and signed when both leaders meet later today. So far, one of the big pillars of this relationship has been on defense, whether it is on tanks, whether it's on missile defense systems, fighter jets. One of the deals that's being talked about, the Russians clearly seem to be pushing this quite a bit, is the fifth-generation fighter jet, the Sukhoi 57. In fact, the Kremlin spokesperson, Dmitry Peskov, confirmed that this is very much on the agenda in the press conference that he held a couple of days ago. There are currently two big fifth-generation fighter jets that are in the market, and both are vying for big orders from India. One is the F-35, the Lockheed Martin American-made F-35, and the Sukhoi 57, which is a Russian fifth-generation fighter. While the Americans want India to buy the F-35, Trump has made no bones about it. The Russian offer raises the stakes. So how do these two fifth-generation fighters stack up against each other? The F-35 is a single-engine fifth-generation fighter jet. It's produced by Lockheed Martin. The Sukhoi, on the other hand, is produced by Russia with United Aircraft Corporation. The Sukhoi 57 showcased in the Bangalore Air Show earlier this year. It's a twin-engine fifth-generation fighter. It brings 3D thrust vectoring to the table, which is an option that's missing on the F-35. The American F-35 tops out at Mach 1.6, which is 1.6 times the speed of sound. It carries a ferry range of over 1,600 kilometers. The Sukhoi can go up to 2 times the speed of sound, Mach 2, and it offers a 3,500 kilometer ferry range. The combat radius of the F-35 is shorter compared to the Sukhoi 57. It offers a combat range of 1,900 kilometers. The price tag, and this is where there is a critical difference, the F-35 is over $100 million per unit. The Sukhoi 57, on the other hand, is between $35 and $45 million, and that could, of course, make a significant difference eventually in which of these two jets India chooses. The F-35 has been operational for the last 10 years. The Sukhoi 57 entered the market 5 years later in 2020. So far, Lockheed Martin has built over 100 units of the F-35, whereas the Sukhoi 57, just about 30-odd units. Before we go to our reporters, I want to get a quick take from the expert here in our studios, General Pandey. Ultimately, India's got to choose. It's going to be a big order. Which of these two you think is in the reckoning, or at least has its nose ahead?
Yeah, so I think we just started by saying India loves America but trusts Russia. I think look at the deals we signed with them, the delays which have happened on a simple platform, which is a very, very old platform called Apaches. The deliveries got delayed by years. Your engines, which are required to be pushing our Tejas program, has been delayed because we aren't getting the G engines, and also where Americans actually, there's a lot of perception, by the way, in India that the bureaucratic system in US is pretty fast. But I can assure you it is quite episodic, laggard, and it also shifts with the relationship where they want to, bind India into some sort of a pushback that either you are with us, so we'll allow the next step of release of defense equipment which has been sold to you, by the way. So, even the promises don't get fulfilled.
But General, the Russians are also not exactly delivering on time. Okay. I mean, they're still talking about the Akula-class nuclear submarine, which I think they signed that deal in 2018, 19. I mean, it's been
correct. But
over
you
5
please
years.
look at it, they're saying that Americans are not tied up with a war, with Russians are.
Of course.
There's the issue of COVID which happened in between. I'm not a supporter of a Russian bloc or a American bloc, but I'm just putting the perspective right in place. That is one part. The second is when you look at the two platforms. I am not a pilot, but very clearly Sukhoi 57 takes an edge for F-35. If you see I think in last about 6 months, 3 to 4 crashes of F-35 have happened. Well, people are talking about Tejas in a show when when it crashed the way it did. But nobody's talking about the F-35 crashes which have taken place. There is an issue of this thing. As Su-57 is far, far more advanced, faster, quicker, more agile platform, twin engine which gives a backup. And of course, cost factor in 100 million for one F-35, you will get 3 off. But more important, I guess, is for India, which is looking for technological upgrade of a defense ecosystem in Atmanirbhar Bharat. I think Sukhoi 57 offers, because they intend, after selling us the first 30, if I'm not wrong, the balance are likely to be made in India. That actually shifts. You look at the BrahMos system, the whole joint development program allowed India to emerge out of those restrictions which were being placed, and today we are making it in India and we are selling it to the countries. This allows a different paradigm shift in the defense ecosystem for us. So I think I'll
get a view from the American side. Lieutenant Daniel Davis is a senior fellow with Defense Priorities. He's also joining us. So General Pandey here saying that, look, there is a trust factor that seems to have been broken with the Americans, particularly this whole GE jet engine deal that was supposed to have happened. It was signed in 2023. We still haven't seen that technology transfer happen. And that is driving a wedge in as far as the trust is concerned, whereas with Russia, even today, more than 50% of India's defense inventory comes from the Russian side, whether it's your missiles, your missile defense systems, and now, of course, the fighter jets. How does America counter that?
Well, America's going to have to change some of their ways that we're doing business. That's the bottom line here. If we are going to earn India's trust, and of course, President Trump right now is trying to and has been trying to put the screws on India to say, hey, stop buying Russian oil. And, we have this extra 25% tariff on top of them to trying to get them to come back. That was always going to be a losing play because the cost to India to actually do what President Trump wanted would be more expensive than the tariffs are, in my view. And plus, that would also cause damage between India and Russia, which India has not wanted to do. And really, I think, and look, I'm just being honest about this, I think that the United States is obviously between President Trump and President Biden has been very different in how they've approached India. And President Trump can change his mind in a minute and ask something different and be really hard one day and all of a sudden really nice the next day and talking something different. So India's got to think, what is actually the play of the United States? What is their intent? What is their strategy toward India? And how are we going to work together? And I'm not sure that there's a clear answer on that from India's perspective, whereas Russia seems to, whether you like it or not, they seem to be pretty consistent with what they're offering. And as you point out, 50% of your military stuff does come from Russia, and Russia is obviously trying to court India as well. So India's kind of in a place where it wants to be, where it's not really taking a firm stand on either side. They don't want to, I don't believe. They want to do business with everybody, which I think is a pretty good way. I wish the United States would follow a little bit more of that, frankly. But I guess to answer your question, in order to really get India to move even in the direction of the United States, we're going to have to get more consistent and to do things, I think, that have more win-win opportunities and not just threaten India.
Okay, Lieutenant Davis, just hang on for a minute. I also want to go across to our reporters. Siddhant and Akanksha are joining us, so we can open this on our virtual wall. Siddhant is there at the Hyderabad House, where at noon the official delegation-level talks will begin and the opening of the 23rd Annual India-Russia Summit. So Siddhant is there and Akanksha is at the Bharat Mandapam, where later in the afternoon both the leaders will co-chair a CEO's roundtable and an India-Russia business forum. Siddhant, what can we expect in terms of the deals? The MEA has been talking about 10 government-to-government deals and about 15 commercial MOUs. What can we expect today?
Well, Zaka, the fact is that Russians have been pushing from a long time for S-500, Su-57. In fact, ahead of this meeting today at the Dubai Air Show, Russians openly gave offer to India for Su-57 with tech transfer, joint production, etc., etc. So, they have been pushing these products. In fact, yesterday there was intergovernmental military-to-military cooperation meeting which took place between Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh and his Russian counterpart. Perhaps there also these proposals were made by the Russian side. And today also it is very likely that during the delegation level talks, Russians will again be bringing up these items for discussion. And India is very happy to listen to the Russian proposals, but it has to go through an evaluation process, which has is still not started. Even S-500 units have not been tested yet. So India is happy to listen to the proposal, and in fact, India is happy to engage also as far as discussion on these proposals are concerned. In fact, Zaka, the same is the case with small and medium advanced reactors. In the month of February, at the time of the budget, India had announced the civil nuclear goals ahead of Prime Minister Modi's visit to Washington. And in fact, there is a lot of speculation that there's going to be some announcement as far as nuclear cooperation is concerned. But if you remember, Zaka, last time around also when Prime Minister Modi visited Moscow, Russians were talking about about signing of some agreements as far as nuclear cooperation is concerned. They want to develop small and medium advanced reactors in India. So they have been pushing this also from a long time. But there has not been any commitment given to the Russians so far as far as nuclear cooperation is concerned.
Okay.
So there are key players. US is there, France is there, Russia is there. As far as small, medium, advanced reactors are concerned. So India has to properly evaluate and look at the proposals by the companies in these countries, and perhaps then to decide. So mostly the focus is going to be on the bilateral issues, Zaka, as we have been discussing. Mobility agreement, trade deficit is a big concern. Fertilizers, again, India, Eurasia FTA, which is being negotiated. So that is also will be coming up for discussion, and also the perspective on regional and global issues.
Okay, so let me also go to Akanksha on the trade and economic front, and people have been talking about this. India has the second highest trade deficit with Russia. The only other country with which India has a higher trade deficit is with China. But with Russia, it's singularly because of one item, which contributes more than 90% of India's imports from Russia, which is oil. So one of the attempts that they will try and make today, and I guess the pitch to the CEOs will also be around that, as to how to diversify Indian exports to Russia, whether it's pharmaceuticals, whether it's textiles, leather, etc. Is that something that is on the anvil, and how do India and Russia address this whole trade deficit question?
So interestingly, Zaka, yes, we are at the Bharat Mandapam where the India-Russia Business Forum has happened today. The CEO roundtable is going to be happening. And much of the sectors where we are looking to diversify, as Commerce Minister Mr. Piyush Goyal already highlighted yesterday, have been enlisted by Siddhant as he was speaking right now, whether it is pharma, automobiles, energy, even you're looking at fertilizers, agricultural products, all of those aspects and those sectors will be looked at. But how do you do that? A critical point is now going to be, as I'm gauging from our conversations with the Russian delegation and FICCI members, is the rewiring of the money pipes. When I talk about it, you're talking about a direct settlement as far as ruble is concerned. This is one settlement format that goes all the way back to the 1950s. But ever since sanctions were hit on Russia, remember, it has been cut off from the Western financial banking system. And that fear had sort of started creeping into Indian investors who were looking towards investing in Russia. And so this year itself, in August 2025, the RBI eased that system for Russian investors and companies which had extra rupee. They were, in fact, eased to allow the Russian investors to look towards investing in Indian bonds, Indian infrastructure, other forms as well, if you look at settlements. Now, if you talk about rupee, you talk about Mir and, of course, the rupee settlement. We are looking towards digitally sort of linking all of that. And how is this going to aid? This is going to aid tourism. Tourists will be able to use the rupee card in Russia to make those payments over there.
Okay.
At the same time, students in Russia can use this entire settlement. As far as pharmaceuticals is concerned, medicine and money payments could be now used in this sector, as well as making payments for the energy, crude payments will also happen through this financial digital system that President Putin's state visit will now ensure finally gets linked at a time when Russia is feeling extremely isolated because of these sanctions slapped on their banking system.
There's also chatter about visa-free travel or visa-on-arrival travel for Indian tourists into Russia. We'll see if that happens, if that's one of the agreements that will be signed today. Thank you very much, Siddhant and Akanksha. We'll be in touch with you as and when there are further developments. But, we talked about the Su-57 versus the F-35. Tatiana Kukreva is also joining us. But Abhijit, the other thing that the Russians are really pushing India to buy more is the S-400 batteries. I don't think the last two have been delivered yet, but the Russians are very keen that India buys more S-400s. They're even offering some kind of co-production of the S-500. I don't know if you've crossed that bridge or got to that bridge yet, but this whole missile defense system, and particularly the fact that it was brought into sharp relief just a few months ago during Operation Sindoor.
So, the Russians have actually have a very good record with technology transfer. If anyone's been lacking, it's been India. So, they transfer the entire Sukhoi 30 technology. We failed to, internalize the engine. With the BrahMos, again, they transferred everything, including the engine technology. We failed to produce the engine, the rocket motor ourselves. But we've done lots of other things with the BrahMos. You can see our nuclear submarine program got significant help from the Russians. It's going from place to place. With the Americans, they have significant security concerns. At the same time, we need to remember the Su-57 is the same aircraft that we had partnered with them for over 7 years. They refused to even share the initial technical drawings when the final product came out. We rejected it on quality basis, saying extremely poor construction, extremely poor design. It did not suit our operational needs. We dumped this aircraft. Remember, the Russians aren't even using the Su-57 in Ukraine. If it is such a fifth generation game changer, you saw what the F-35 did in Iran. Why aren't the Russians able to replicate such results, in Ukraine? They're up against F-16s and Mirage 2000, old versions of that, and they're still not able to do it, right? So there's a bit of a thing out here. Even if we get the F-35, assuming it's a better plane, are we able to maintain it? Do we have the resources? Because it's a highly networked plane, it's like buying a Apple laptop in an Android ecosystem kind of thing. It's not going to work. So there is really no good options for us. Maybe if we get in the Su-75, which is the single engine, equivalent, the Russian equivalent, and get into the networks and systems right now, maybe, but given the quality of Russian construction right now, big question mark. The S-400, look, with missiles, we have never had a problem with Russian technology transfer on missiles. The issue has always been a question of Russian quality in what they consider to be fifth generation weapons. The S-400 at intercepting aircraft, it's very, very good. Ballistic missiles, still a question mark, we don't know yet.
Anand Ranganathan, again, the challenge here is obviously if there is going to be any announcement on the fifth generation, I don't think there will be one today. There are two factors that India needs to take into account. One is the fact that we're down to now 29 squadrons. We're pretty much on the same par as the Pakistanis are. And the other is, if we do announce, then there is going to be a collateral. Certainly a businessman like Trump is not going to like that.
No, look, what are we talking about here? Zaka, we're talking about a country that is run by a dictator. There is no press freedom. We're talking about a country where there is no opposition. There is no freedom of expression. We're talking about a country that is waging war on its neighbors, funding through its resources. We're talking about Saudi Arabia, not Russia. And yet, you have America having a roaring trade of $43 billion with the same Saudis. Yet we have a NATO-like pact that's just been signed, Trump has signed it, where attack on Saudi would be attack on America. As a layman, we can talk about the specifics of trade, but what hits me and what angers me is the rank hypocrisy of the West. Either don't be hypocritical. If you are, you can't stop India from pursuing its own strategic and defense goals. So I think whatever is on the table, it will be negotiated. India is a hard bargainer, there's no doubt about it. Abhijit will vie for that. And at the end of the day, we are going to get as much out of Russia as Russia is getting out of us, Trump or no Trump.
Tatiana Kukreva is also joining us. Again, the challenge before both leaders is, and this has been sort of some amount of historic baggage as well, it was essentially a defense relationship. Now it's become a defense and energy relationship. But you've got to move beyond that. You've got to talk about pharmaceuticals. You've got to talk about, I put out this data point yesterday. There are 70,000 Indians working in Russia right now. There are 5 million Indian Americans. You have to have a much more broader base for this relationship if we have to take it to the next level. And that's something that they will be talking about through the delegation talks today, through the business forum today. What has been the challenge? Why hasn't it been actualized yet?
Well, look, Zaka, if we talk about, for instance, specifically Indian Americans, and we do understand that a lot of Indians come to study in the US, right?
Yeah.
That comes down to a very simple fact in India's past, the fact that people actually speak English. They didn't at least learn Russian as their second native language, basically. So it is a challenge in a way. However, let me tell you, there are so many programs being opened right now, and there are so many opportunities. And I believe that, we've actually seen it on the ground. There are more people coming from India. There's definitely more tourism. at least in the, in the capital, in St. Petersburg, we see those tourists. And, from what I've at least gauged in the streets, they actually love it here. So the challenge with overcoming this idea that people here, you can't study in English. You actually can. We even have programs that we can study in English. Again, in the capital and not just in the capital.
Are you also, sorry, I'm interrupting. Are you also hearing about this agreement that they will sign possibly for visa-free or visa on arrival entry for Indian tourists coming into Russia?
Yes, well, look, before it's signed, obviously, these are reports that would facilitate the situation much, much better. There's also, there's many programs that are being worked over within the Ministry of Tourism domestically to help foreign tourists, because obviously we understand the shortcomings, when it comes to the difficulties with the foreign bank cards and everything that comes with it. That as a Russian person, we faced these ourselves when we travel. We also are faced with the same problem. We have to come in with cash, or get creative, which is, with our history, this is massively what Russians have done throughout the years. So there are a lot of things in the works.
The rupee mir sort of exchange agreement is again something, one of the 10 that they're talking about. Yes, it is a problem. I mean, when most of your entities, your banks have basically been sanctioned out of the international financial system, then it is going to have an impact on daily life. It is going to have an impact on tourism, etc. But I want to bring it back to the defense conversation. And General, you wanted to make a point about why we should go for the Russian weapon systems more than the Americans. I mean, I do concede, yes, the GE Tejas business has been a real letdown. The fact that there hasn't been technology transfer, even after the two heads of government agreed to it explicitly and signed an agreement 3 years ago almost, it still hasn't happened. And frankly, I don't see it happening anytime soon.
Yeah, so I wanted to actually make a couple of points here. One is about, I must say that there are more Russians in India than more Indians in Russia. I think maybe it's because of the weather and the comfort the Russians find in India when they come as tourists. That is one part. But I just want to make a quick point what Dr. Anand was saying, that who's going to sanction the Americans and the Europeans? Because I want to highlight 2 points. Even Germany and UK continue to pump oil or energy from Russia today. Who's sanctioning them? I'm not talking about China. But I'm talking to those people who are trying to educate us that you switch off the energy pipeline with the Russians. The second is who's going to sanction Americans because they continue to buy the nuclear fuel, which is supposed for this thing, which Putin said. The moment he was about to take off, he says that if America can buy nuclear fuel from us, why not India? So who's going to be sanctioning Americans? Who's going to put the tariff? The third point which I want to make out is that for nearly 3.5 or rather nearly 4 years, the Europeans have been pumping out energy from the gas from Russians so that they could diversify over a period of time. And they've been pumping hard. Actually, virtually everything which they have been pumping out has been fueling into the war economy. So who's going to be sanctioning and who's going to put them to task in tomorrow when everything has to going to be reconciled? So while you are getting after India, which possibly is the only one you can get after today to try and educate and try and tell us what to do this thing, which we are of course not doing. But who is going to take this battle back to these people who have been trying to sanction? But
so I guess one of the things you do is you're showing the Americans and the Europeans that India has options. I mean, through this visit. But beyond that, I mean, let's be realistic about what we can expect today and the future trajectory of this relationship.
Look, can I just get back to the GE engine for a minute?
Sure.
Look, I think we need to set things straight out here. GE had told us 6-7 years back what the delivery schedule was going to be. They've stuck to the delivery schedule. If you read what Angad Singh has been writing, the schedule had been very clear. 1 engine in the first year, 2 engines in the second year. and then 5 engines per year. I don't know where this thing has come out. I know there have been sources that keep putting out, informed sources that keep putting out the engine delivery is delayed. HAL already has 1 engine. Why haven't they handed over that LCA Tejas to the Air Force? There's something else happening out here. GE has been they've been sticking to the delivery schedule as far as we understand it. Also the tech transfer, if you read the document, it says intend to transfer technology based on India's preparedness. We've received a very deep briefing on this from the Americans on all the things they had expected from India, especially in terms of operational security, which India has not even gotten back to them, not even in a documentary fashion, even on implementing it down the line. I'm not going to blame America for things that they have not done. Let's blame America for things that they have done. The first thing is the hypocrisy. Imagine they're censuring us for buying oil, but you're buying uranium.
Yeah.
And when the Trump summit happened, it was the uranium purchase that had gone through the roof in terms of their own energy security. Now, let's assume that Trump has always been a commodities man. He's always been about, this sort of 19th century, early 20th century things that America should go control resources, be it Greenland, be it Canada merging into the United States of America, so on and so forth. I don't know why you'd want to do that, because Canada is a left-wing country and that's the last election the Republicans would ever win. This is something which I think we need to have done at we've actually handled it better than say the Europeans have. The Europeans have just caved in, gone groveling with, hat in hand and things like that. Tell me, if they have so much better diplomats, if Japan has better diplomats than us, how is it that everybody got sanctioned? How is it everybody got tariffed? The Swiss are trying so hard. I mean, come along, the Swiss. They're so inoffensive. I don't think anybody has ever had issues with Swiss chocolates or holes in their cheese. But they still got tariffs slapped down on them. The bigger picture is the relationship is going nowhere. These are talking points that we're talking about. Are tariffs causing problems? But remember, India-America trade actually went up post-tariff. It did not come down. Sure, some sectors are hit. Coimbatore, especially Tirupur, the textile sector is hit very badly. I know personally some 10-12 factories that have shut down. Look, when we're talking about bigger picture, we can't get into the minutiae bogging the entire picture down. There will be ups and downs. Remember, with the last government, you had huge issues with them funding NGOs which were running certain narratives in India and things like that, which was a much bigger security and foreign policy threat to India.
You think that was a bigger problem than the tariff?
Much bigger,
Really?
much bigger. See, the hidden enemy, a person who's going to quietly get behind me and stab something in my back
Is worse than...
is much worse than, two boys at a bar essentially fighting it out.
It's a little more than boys in a bar.
Well,
It's more like a guy who's going around and saying, I brought peace between India and Pakistan. But anyway, be that aside. See, look, it's a very simple thing. The only country, in my view, and this is really the elephant in the room, no one's talking about China. Trump wants to cut a deal with China. He's literally bending over backwards to cut a deal with Xi Jinping. Even the other day when that phone call happened, why? He got the Japanese Prime Minister to back off. Why is Trump interested? If tomorrow China were to attack Taiwan, can anybody here on this table or anyone who's joining us via satellite guarantee that the Americans will get involved? I don't think so. Trump is basically telling Xi Jinping it's for yours for the taking.
And all it's taken is 15 years for China to reach the place where it has. It just tells you the strength if you want, to dream where your country should. Of course, China is a different kettle of fish. But
what about us?
Yes, we've been, as far as, again, a layman, geopolitics is concerned, Zaka, we've been pretty adept at walking on eggshells. But we've at least made Trump walk on razor blades. And I'll tell you why. Not many people realize this. We've bought almost 2 billion barrels of Russian oil since the war began.
Yeah.
And you know how we paid through it? 35% through rupee and almost the rest through dirhams. Now, UAE has benefited from it. Trump, this is another point of discontentment as far as Trump is concerned, that we aren't paying in dollars. So, it's not just one aspect that we continue to defy the West because we expose their hypocrisy in buying Russian energy, is that how we are facilitating, both words are working in this direction. I think we need to go forward with resoluteness as far as our relation with Russia is concerned, not decrease. I don't know how we are going to democratically get around the sanctions that he's imposed on. He's not going to give us the exemptions that UK and Germany have got as far as the sanctions on Russian oil majors is concerned. If he does, he's going to, that's another bargain chip for Trump. But I suppose Mr. Piyush Goyal is on it.
No, the question is, and I'll ask Lieutenant Davis also this. I mean, Trump has deferred the tariffs on China. He's reduced, I think, the fentanyl tariffs by 10%. He's basically said, I'm going to Beijing in April. He's probably going to make a grand announcement of a grand bargain cut with China. And I keep coming back to that Taiwan question, because if Vladimir Putin has done what he has done in Ukraine over the last 3 years, and he's winning, let's be very clear about it. He's winning on the battlefield. What is to stop Xi Jinping from thinking that, look, this is my window of opportunity. I have this president for the next 3 years. I don't know who the next American president is going to be. I don't know how he's going to react if I attack Taiwan. He's going to take it. He's going to take that gamble, and maybe he'll win.
Well, see, my view is that if China makes that move, it's going to be because they calculate that the conditions on the ground in the Pacific, in the Indo-Pacific, and with Taiwan, that somehow that's going to be a benefit and they're going to succeed. I don't think it's going to be dependent on what does or doesn't happen in the Russia-Ukraine war, because those are radically different situations, strategically, tactically, operational, any way you want to look at it. And I don't think that the interest of the United States over there is equal to the interest of the United States over here. So I think I would be very careful in drawing too close analogies. But look, when we're talking about the issue of China and Taiwan and what the U.S. can and can't do, I have done a number of analysis on this, and there is no chance that the U.S. could fight China over Taiwan and win. And I think that President Trump knows that. I think President Xi Jinping knows that. And I think it's also true that Xi Jinping does not want to go to war with Taiwan. I think that he would only do it if he felt like they were literally going to go to independence. I don't think that if he saw a moment of vulnerability that he would say, now's my chance, because that would imply that they want to. And I don't think they do want to. I think they would like the status quo as long as it doesn't go independence. But there is a red line, and if it's crossed either by the United States or by Taiwan, I do think they would go. So I don't think it's a non-issue. I just don't think that there's a correlation between what happens in Ukraine and Russia.
I think it's one of his stated policies, this whole business of reunification, and he's going to look at the best window. And I don't think, I disagree with you, Lieutenant Davis, I think the occupant of the White House, at whatever point that happens, is going to be an important factor.
Zaka, just to add there, you see, if
the only
Ukraine
thing I would say, though, is let me add one thing. It's not going to matter who's in the White House. It's going to matter what the military, and we don't have the capacity, regardless of whether it's Trump, Biden, or somebody else in the next term. I think that's important to understand.
Yeah, you know, if Ukraine was in NATO, there's no way in hell that Russia would have attacked Ukraine. Let's get straight about that. America is still the most powerful country in the world. Now, as it happens, you know, I really, I think I take your, what you've said very seriously, because in 1979, I think it was, that till 1979, USA had a NATO-like pact with Taiwan. But then it started its relationship with China, as we know, and you know, that pact is no longer valid. So, I mean, this is a window that China sees as an opportunity to do what Russia has done. So I think there's nothing stopping it technically, except that Taiwan is much more adept at defending itself than, of course, Ukraine ever
I mean,
would be.
no two wars are comparable, but I'm just saying, you know, if Abhijit, you know, if that were to happen, I mean, obviously there's going to be down the line implications and consequences for us here in India. I mean, we've just had a standoff with the Chinese 5 years back. I don't think that's fully resolved or even fully resolvable, frankly.
True.
What happens to us?
Look, we will manage. I think, you know...
As we do in life.
Look, we're a jugaad culture. Our entire culture is, you know, things don't work.
Everything is an Indian wedding.
Nothing in India works. We manage, right? When we can't get used to the smoke, we claim that, you know, bacon is smoked, it increases the life of the pork, therefore the Delhi smoke is good for us. We're like mature maple smoked bacon, right? This is what we do. If America goes from strength to strength, we'll, we'll make that work. If America crashes and burns, we'll make that work. If Russia, you know, wins the Ukraine war, we'll make that work. If Ukraine wins the Ukraine war, we will make that work as well. You know, we have survived for 5,000 years, Zaka. We have hardly changed anything in our culture, including, you know, our sanitation habits or anything like that. Why do you think these small events, even nuclear war is a small event in our civilizational trajectory? he'll make it work.
General?
Yeah, okay. I'll two, three things. First is I think when you use force, apply force, commit yourself to a war, which is unrelenting, like in Ukraine, your power diminishes. America had to pull out from Afghanistan because of its expenditure which took place in terms of economy, in terms of military hardware. Right. Look at two things which has happened. Russians.
Just give me 1 second. These are live shots coming in from the Rashtrapati Bhavan. So this is where the ceremonial welcome will happen. You can see External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar. You can see India's ambassador to Russia by his side there. Of course, there's a conversation going on between the two of them. At 11 a.m. is when the ceremonial welcome will happen for the Russian president. Yes, General. Continue.
So the thing is that India, unlike Ukraine, India is not a proxy of the West against China or this thing. India is a power by itself. We have got a major geographical advantage, right? People don't understand, like I have wargamed this 1,000 times, right? The geographical advantage which we have against China will deter China to do something silly, right? Because it just can't manage for a long term to do this thing. So one is about the American power diminishing because of expenditure of the equipment, money, funds. Second is, in case of Taiwan, which I will, tend to agree with you, NATO, European Union, I think he talked of 4 blocks, they have got virtually no love lost for Taiwan. Americans may have certain degree of commitment towards Taiwan, but Europe doesn't have, right? Europe has got more concerns about Russia and therefore they will like to egg a war against this thing. But Taiwan is going to be sold out by the Europeans if something happens. And with the diminishing power which America is today, China is on ascent. The distance which is there from American heartland to Taiwan makes it difficult today, right? I think it's a matter of concern, and till the time Japanese truly start pitching in and the people in the region start pitching in.
I mean, you look at the kind of flack and the blowback that the Japanese Prime Minister got just for saying that if China were to militarily attack Taiwan, there will be a response from Japan. I mean, she's been shut down.
But look, I think the problem Sanaichi Takai faced was she said out in public what was accepted in private.
Yeah.
Right? Because I can tell you whatever the Americans...
all the time.
Yeah, I do. I can
nobody,
tell you...
nobody blows back on him.
I'm not a prime minister for good reason. Too much foot and mouth disease here. But look, the Japanese, I can tell you, and the Koreans are in absolutely no doubt in private that they will go and help Taiwan if necessary. They are, first of all, they're very confident that the Taiwanese can look after themselves. 100 kilometers of strait is not an easy logistical challenge to overcome. If you look at Japan, Japan's entire military posture now is moving towards area denial. It has always been sea denial, area denial. It is now moving towards long-range area and sea denial, especially sea denial. You look, they've got the biggest fleet of non-nuclear submarines, one of the biggest fleets of non-nuclear submarines around. What do you think is going to happen to all those Chinese invasion vessels while they're, trying to cross? Not easy. And the Japanese already have very well calibrated strategies. I suspect what America's plans have always been is that you first let Taiwan do its own thing, then Japan and Korea do, unrestricted submarine warfare, to take a World War II analogy. And then when required, America will come in. Remember, Taiwan is not Ukraine. Ukraine did not take its security seriously till 2014. Taiwan has always, Quemoy and Motsu have always, the two islands closest to China, have been under martial law for the longest time. They still have the draft out there, extremely well-trained troops, and they practice with virtually every NATO military that there is.
Okay.
They are nobody's fools.
Okay,
there is
quickly.
one distinct advantage, unfortunately, when you go into war, that China has. It's a dictatorship. It doesn't care how many of its own die in the trenches, millions. I mean, you had Mao, who's responsible for killing 63 million of his own people, 40 million in 4 years flat. But wars are strange things, strange beasts, if I may say. I mean, there was a time at the peak in Vietnam, US had deployed 3 million of its soldiers, and yet, you remember what happened?
Yeah.
they had to run away. At the same time, in Germany, the US troops at its peak were about 5 million, not, of course, more than what in Vietnam were, and they won the war. So it's very difficult to say what will happen, except to say that China does not care about casualties because it's a dictatorship.
Okay, we'll take a quick break. I think the ceremony will begin in the next 10 to 15 minutes, but we'll be right back in just a couple of minutes and we'll get you live pictures again from the Rashtrapati Bhavan, where there will be the ceremonial welcome for President Vladimir Putin of Russia.
And the United States are natural allies. We are both democracies. India is the world's largest democracy. The United States is the world's oldest democracy. We are both multicultural, multiracial, multi-religious. But unfortunately, what was happening when India became independent was that the US was emphasizing either you are with us or you're against us. India wanted to pursue strategic autonomy. And that is why India became a major player in the non-aligned movement. Now, the United States misperceived it because, as I said, its view was either you are with us or you're against us. So non-alignment was perceived by the United States as hostile. That drove India towards Russia because the United States was strengthening its relations with Pakistan, including defense ties, which were being cultivated with dictatorships like that of General Ayub Khan. And all this was harming India. So India developed closer relationship with the Russians because it needed to offset the dangers which were developing on account of the Pakistan-US relationship. Now let me carry on, just one or two other points. Mr. Rubin said that we must realize that Donald Trump is a lame duck president. How do we factor that in? It is for the American people to decide who is effective in their foreign policy establishment, who is not. He said we should reach out to Congress. The Congress has been powerless because these 50% tariffs which have been imposed in India and which are hurting our exports, as also our economy, have not happened with any sort of congressional intervention, as the president has done, and the Congress has failed to do anything. So we have to factor in our own geopolitical independence and pursue strategic autonomy, which we are trying to do.
Ambassador, we hear you. Of course, I'm also now being joined by my colleague Siddhant Mishra, with us Akanksha Swaroop, Simran Babbar and Arun Dhanta. Thank you so much all for joining us. Simran, let me just come to you. Of course, there is going to be a focus on the strategic and privileged partnership here. We are potentially looking at a no-limits partnership between India and Russia. I'm sure you heard what our esteemed guests were also saying. How much of a factor do you think the United States is here? And what sort of breakthroughs are we expecting during this visit?
Well, absolutely, Hem. And in fact, starting on the very same point that you had earlier made about the United States, in a series of first reactions that has come in, closely watching these developments and how exactly this entire relationship is coming to also unfold a new series of bilateral ties, and how New Delhi and Moscow are forging ahead to sign a host of pacts, specifically targeting, in fact, trade and defense. What really importantly also to be noted at this point is that on the same month in which Russian President Vladimir Putin has visited and decided to visit India, on December 25th, the 15-year anniversary on the adoption of the elevation of the Russia-India relations to the special and privileged partnership is also going to be celebrated. It is in fact going to be 25 years since Russian President Vladimir Putin first came to India for an annual summit with then Atal Bihari Vajpayee as the Prime Minister, and now where we stand is also a huge testament of how over these years, starting from the Soviet Union era as well, now the relationships have transformed themselves into the partnership that has stood the test of time. very categorically also mentioning that not just this kind of a bilateral relations that has been elevated to the special and privileged partnership, but very importantly to be noted that the imports and the exports, which is going to be a very huge sector as bilateral pacts and the separate delegation level talks of the industry partners is also going to be taking place, as India is also hoping for Russia to import more. And in fact, even in this October as well, when a record $68.7 billion have been hit as a trade, during even when the secondary tariffs were in place, this is also going to be a huge, in fact, roadmap for the 100 billion trade deal that has been set in place, and how that can also lead forward to these delegations that which will be coming into the shape.
All right, of course, that is something we will discuss further as well. Do stay on with me. Of course, there's lots to discuss here. Let's tell our viewers about the vehicle that Putin traveled in just for a little bit. The Orus, a fortress on wheels is what it's called, stretching over 5.5 meters in length, 2 meters in width, engineered to withstand the most extreme threats. The Orus offers VR8 to VR10 level ballistic
agreements, memorandum of cooperation between the All-Russian Public Organization Delovaya Rossiya, the All India Association of Industries, and the World Center in Mumbai. So this is how an entire gamut of MOUs now. Even Prasar Bharati and Gazprom Media Holding are going to be very actively part of this whole Ross Congress. There's an MOU enlisted over here with regards to that. Another MOU again involving the Gazprom Media Holding to be signed between NFDC and the Gazprom Media Holding as well. So two MOUs involving Gazprom. One even interestingly is going to be between TASS and Prasar Bharati. You also have Russian beverages, alcoholic beverage companies now coming to India. So this is the kind of diversification, Zaka, that the Commerce Minister Shri Piyush Goyal was highlighting yesterday when he was talking about how the bilateral trade has been up, but it needs diversification. It has been a bit lopsided, it has been a bit skewed, but when we are talking about how pivotal President Putin's state visit is, this is the kind of tectonic shift that we can look at, where India and Russia are making a big statement that they are not going to be trading against any particular country, but and that they are together and they are not in isolation. We are working towards an overall settlement which is also respecting the autonomy of both the countries and does not need a Western banking system in places.
Siddhant is also joining us. So I think both sides are stressing on the fact that, you know, the commercial side of the relationship, the economic and trade side of the relationship is something that will get a big boost this time around. What had been a government-to-government sort of relationship will now have a much more trade, commerce, and economic side that will be revealed today, or at least the attempt is to elevate that side. Walk us through, you know, Akanksha mentioned some of the deals that we can expect. Walk us through what the Indian side is stressing on as to how they, you know, how they figure they're going to circumvent the financial impediments with the banking system, the credit guarantee system, and so on. Yeah.
Well, yes, that's right, Zaka. In fact, the Indian side's focus is also on economic cooperation, more trade, investments, exports to Russia. But Zaka, you know, there has always been this issue after the war started in Ukraine. In fact, I remember my meeting with a Russian diplomat in New Delhi about a year back, and he explained to us the scenario at that time, that how Russia wants more and more big industry players in India to be investing in Russia. They are ready to give all kinds of subsidies and all kinds. They are ready to assess. But the whole problem here is that the Indian companies fear of getting sanctioned, because most of them have their offices in Europe, in United States. They do business there as well. So that has always been the concern with the major players in Indian markets in various fields. So how this particular concern will be addressed, because I was told that from last 2 days, the business forums from both sides are meeting, the delegations are meeting, they are trying to plan, they are ready to, they are finding out solution for this. Also, Zaka,
All right,
yesterday...
Siddhant, just give me a moment. I want to get a quick word from the studio as well. In terms of working around the sanctions, the financial sanctions that have been imposed, you think all of these agreements eventually will come to fruition because they have to find ways in which they don't get under the ambit of these Western sanctions?
I think they've all been planned very specifically in order to bypass those sanctions. Look, so far it hasn't come in the way at all. Like Anand said, we've used dirhams in the past. We're probably heading towards a rupee-ruble trade deal. I don't think India is too keen on that, though the Russians are keen, because right now the rupee is a much better reserve currency than the ruble is. But we're also heading most probably towards a gold reserve exchange. Remember, gold is, the price of gold has shot up very significantly. Given the kind of financial instability we're seeing. Today we're in the same position as we were in World War I, you know, where Britain disconnected its currency from the gold standard, made Germany pay an indemnity, fought the war with funds borrowed from America, and then American bankers had to give Germany loans so that it could pay its war indemnity, so that Britain could pay back America, which ultimately led to the Great Depression. You're looking at something like that. If you look at the government, it's been urging everyone to move away from speculation and towards mutual funds. Yeah. It's been focusing on gold a lot, as in, you know, they're almost short of telling you please go buy gold. They're doing everything to see to it you buy gold and invest in mutual funds. So clearly our financial planners have it right. They're looking at a long-term picture. We're most probably moving towards commodities because we're not as industrialized as, say, China. We can't do that much. But gold is something, you know, India, the Indian housewife has what, 6 times the amount of gold that the US Reserve does. Yeah. Some insane figure like that. Yeah. This is fine. This is an Indian market. Even if we can't industrialize, we can absorb gold big time. Gold and diamonds, no problem.
I don't think we need a nudge really from the government for our folks to buy gold. But very quick closing comments before the ceremony begins.
I think what I'm looking at is beyond the geopolitical maneuverings, beyond the oil purchase, because that's the most obvious. We've had a very stable relationship with Soviet Union and Russia as far as science is concerned. I'd like a real leg up on that. I mean, space is one thing, but very recently, you know, Mr. Putin announced this anti-cancer vaccine. The particulars aren't out yet, but I'm just thinking it's possibly to do with neoantigen, and, you know, it's a new... I think we really need to thrash our heads together and move that forward at another level completely, because America is actually now the next part of sanctions would come related to H1B. So, you know, I think that's the area I'm looking at.
Very quickly.
I think we need to keep on focusing on reducing the $60 billion worth of trade deficit. How is it going to manifest? I think that is very, very important. Otherwise, the value of rupee in Russia is going to be zilch because you may pump as much. That is one part. And second is, I think the sector which is being sanctioned today is tariffed as energy sector. Right. As long as we are able to diversify into other domains, I don't think there's going to be a challenge even in long term. But I'm very quickly looking at possibly this winter resolving all these
issues. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. Will it be the winter of discontent, or will it be the winter of change? We'll leave it at that. Thank you very much to all our guests as we count down to the ceremonial welcome that President Putin will be receiving in about less than 10 minutes' time. That's going to be sharp at 11 a.m. President Draupadi Murmu will receive him. The Prime Minister will be there. And right after the reception, he goes straight to Rajghat. And at noon India time, the official delegation level talks begin and the official opening of the 23rd India-Russia Annual Summit. Continuing coverage right on the other side of this very quick break. Keep it right here on CNN News 18.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
I also want to go across to Akanksha Swaroop, who's there at the Bharat Mandapam. Later this afternoon, both the President and the Prime Minister will be convening the India-Russia CEOs Roundtable, the Business Forum. And as I outlined a moment ago, one of the things that they want to expand is on trade and cooperation, on expanding the breadth of the trade relationship. Right now, a lot of it is Russian gas and oil, and the trade deficit, like I outlined a moment ago, is the second highest that India has with any country after China. How do they plan to go about it?
Right. So very interestingly, we are at the Bharat Mandapam where the CEO roundtable will be happening. And yesterday was the India-Russia Business Forum. Interestingly, Zaka, the Commerce Minister, Mr. Piyush Goyal, was very quick in pointing out that the trade has been flourishing between India and Russia. Nonetheless, it remains skewed, and that trade basket has to be diversified. So even though India happens to be one of the largest buyers of Russian defense, also was one of the largest buyers of Russian oil, and that of course has been going down. So it is now going to shift focus over to trade. What is that going to encompass? You're looking at pharmaceuticals, you're looking at fertilizers, agricultural products. Both the sides are looking towards working down, say, the tariff barriers. The Commerce Minister also highlighted that compliance, tariff, and there was a lot of red tapeism involved, which the Modi government has sort of worked towards to reduce, and that will also give a headway in sort of strengthening and deepening this partnership. All of the Russian delegation currently is comprising of, say, corporate honchos from these sectors, which I just enlisted. Many of them also belonging to the energy sector, many of them belonging to big machinery sectors as well. The other aspect that we are looking towards is increasing labor mobility. Remember, Russia has lost out close to
Those are pictures, viewers, from Raisina Hill. The Prime Minister's cavalcade making its way to Rashtrapati Bhavan for the ceremonial welcome to President Vladimir Putin. As you know, the President of Russia landed yesterday at 7 o'clock in the national capital. He was received personally by Prime Minister Modi, a gesture that completely surprised and overwhelmed, in fact, the Russian delegates and, of course, Mr. Putin himself. Commentary to that effect was made public, thanking, in fact, the Prime Minister for his exceptional gesture of warmth and, of course, goodwill. Now, of course, viewers, the day will unfold in a barrage of meetings, declarations, agreements. There are huge expectations, and some of those expectations are set to redefine goals and targets and the very nature of the relationship with Russia. It is, of course, a long-standing relationship, viewers, that dates back decades, but it is going to be cemented and given a new direction, a reset, many people are calling it. Why? Because it will lead specifically to transformation in the nature of the association, making it more broad-based, making it more aligned to India's relationship with other powers like the United States that cover many, many different bases. So we're expecting cooperation, agreements, and all sorts of other joint cooperation in many fields besides the traditional energy and defense, which has dominated transaction between the two countries. Let's go straight across to Akanksha. Akanksha, this ceremonial reception will kick off the functions today. Most of them, of course, will go into the business end. That's where it all begins today. Yesterday, a 3-hour, 40-minute meeting with Mr. Putin, private dinner, conversations. There's the Prime Minister draped in a shawl with the EAM next to him on his right. There's a big Russian delegation that has come through Akanksha. Just give us a shape of that and, of course, what is expected today.
Right. And the fact that President Putin is on his first state visit since the war began in Ukraine is speaking volumes of the kind of importance and mutual trust that these time-tested allies that Moscow and New Delhi share. The fact that Prime Minister broke away from protocol, went and received his very good friend right at the tarmac, the fact that they shared the car ride back to Prime Minister's residence, where he was also hosted to a private dinner, all of that combined with what we are going to be witnessing tonight, where President Srimati Draupadi Murmu will be hosting the Russian president to that state banquet. It all speaks volumes at a time when this is also making a statement to the wider West that India and Russia are not standing in isolation. They have a strategic autonomy. And as the Chinese state mouthpiece, Global Times is already highlighting that this is also a statement to the West that we are looking towards multipolarity. This is India and Russia and, of course, perhaps even China in the backdrop. Remember, we all have to also refer to the optics of Tianjin. But having said that, yesterday, much of that bonhomie has already been going viral, Rahul. And today, action is not just going to be at the Rashtrapati Bhavan, but it will also be here where I am at the Bharat Mandapam, where the Ross Congress is taking place. Yesterday was the India-Russia Business Forum, which was also graced by the Russian delegation. And at the same time, India's Commerce Minister, who also emphasized on the need for diversification of the India-Russia trade basket, which is, of course, flourishing, but it is a tad bit skewed. And that's why today, just minutes ago, we broke that news about all the host of agreements that are currently taking place in Ross Congress, where I am currently as we speak. There are agreements. In fact, I can hear thunderous applauses over there as agreements are being signed. But let me quickly run our viewers through the entire gamut of these MOUs that are being signed today.
Just a minute, Akanksha, just a minute. Hold your thoughts on that. I'll come back to you. Action here, of course, at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Ceremonial welcome at the forecourt of the Rashtrapati Bhavan. This is for most state dignitaries. I want to go across to Arun Dhanta. Arun, what are you picking up? I think I'm beginning to see cars coming in which might belong to the Russian delegation.
That's right, Rahul. And we've just seen the visuals of Prime Minister Modi entering into the Rashtrapati Bhavan through that route. This is the route that I can show you right now at this point. This is the Raisina Hills and Kartavya Path, through which in a short while from now you will be seeing the Russian President Vladimir Putin will be entering, and from Maurya Hotel, where he's staying, to Rashtrapati Bhavan, it will not take much time. Within 5 to 7 minutes you will be seeing, once he leaves from the hotel, to reach here. And then, of course, you will have that ceremonial welcome of Putin, which will officially mark the beginning of his state tour to India. Prime Minister Modi and the President, of course, are already inside. They will be, of course, welcoming, and then the Tri-Services Guard, the contingent of Tri-Services, Air Force, Army and Navy, they all are in formation inside the Rashtrapati Bhavan, and that's the highest honor that India can give to any state head, which will be reflected today in this visit of Vladimir Putin. In a short while from now, Rahul, we are expecting any moment that Vladimir Putin will be reaching here, and then, of course, that ceremonial welcome, because post that, of course, we will be seeing Vladimir Putin will be heading to Rajghat, and that will also show the cultural respect that he is giving to our country, of course, paying his tribute to Mahatma Gandhi at Rajghat, and then after that he will straight away be heading to Hyderabad, the house for the bilateral meeting between Prime Minister Modi and Vladimir Putin. But here, where we are standing at Kartavya Path, all is set for Vladimir Putin's arrival. And in fact, inside visuals that we saw, that how Rashtrapati Bhavan's forecourt is completely decked up for this grand honor that Vladimir Putin is going to get. Tribe services formation contingent will be standing in the honor, and that is a reflection the kind of respect India is giving to Vladimir Putin. Rahul.
Yes, absolutely. Well, that, of course, was quite clear yesterday. Prime Minister's special gesture receiving, in fact, Vladimir Putin at the airport, surprising the Russian delegates and the delegation and the Russian government. It wasn't quite expected. The president was supposed to land at the airport and then travel to 7 LKM, but the Prime Minister upstaging all of those commitments by landing up at the airport, greeting the Russian president, and of course then traveling back with him in his modest car, quite frankly, to 7 LKM. And then, of course, viewers, there was that 3-hour, 40-minute long private engagement between the two. Exceeded expectations, to be quite honest. We're, of course, awaiting details about what really transpired so far. Very tight-lipped, but at the Ross Congress, there has been a lot of development. Akanksha was talking about that. I'll bring in Siddhant in just a few moments, but Akanksha, I just wanted a quick update from Rashtrapati Bhavan, but back to you. Lots of activity there where you are. A large number of agreements have already been inked. Just talk us through some of those.
Absolutely, and if I could, in fact, just request my video journalist, Arpit, to pan the camera a bit. We are at Ross Congress, and as you can see, there are members of the media fraternity and the Russian delegation all the way from Moscow. They've arrived over here, and inside that Audi here at the Bharat Mandapam is where the signing of all of those agreements is currently taking place, Rahul, as we speak. And so, as I was highlighting earlier, it's an entire gamut of sectors that we are looking at. There's the pharma sector, one of the agreements where it's being signed. You also have, interestingly, the media. There is an agreement between the Prasar Bharati and TASS. There's one between, say, even Gazprom Media Holding. So all of those areas have been covered in even, say, alcoholic beverage companies, and this is exactly the kind of diversification that India's Commerce Minister Shri Piyush Goyal has been talking about. He's, of course, acknowledged the fact that India and Russia bilateral trade has been flourishing, but it has been a bit lopsided, and that is what India and Russia are looking towards rectifying. I have been in touch with members of the Russian delegation. Many of them are corporate honchos from the pharma sector, from the agro sector, even fertilizers, and many of them also providing big machineries over here. They are looking to invest in India. Now, given that Russia has been deeply impacted by Western sanctions, so their banking sector has also been deeply impacted, which is why rewiring of the money pipes is extremely important if you talk about bringing in the rupee-ruble settlement. And that is something that has been going back all the way to the 1950s. But ever since the war in Ukraine began, Russian banking system has been heavily sanctioned. And so there has been this hesitation within Indian traders to invest in Russia and vice versa. So the rupee-ruble system, say the financial digital payment system where we will be linking it through RuPay, will ensure that there's a smooth transaction between both the countries.
Which will build
and there is no isolating,
more commercial
bridges of an
bridges.
Anti-dollar bloc, which is what US was fearing.
Okay, just stay on with me. I want to bring in Tatiana Kukareva, senior journalist from Moscow. Tatiana Kukareva, thank you very much for joining us. Your quick initial overview of these understandings, these pacts, these agreements that have been signed. Quick comment on that before we cut back to Rashtrapati Bhavan.
Good morning to you, Rahul. Well, this, what we know so far of everything that has been signed and that everything that is still coming, we're looking at more diversification again within the trade between the two countries, which was in the works for quite some time now, obviously. It just so happened that in 2022, this relationship started to be dominated by trading oil. But there is a lot of room for diversification. We've been talking about it for quite some time, from pharmaceuticals to tech to nuclear to textiles, you name it, And from what I'm seeing, we're looking at these pictures from Rashtrapati Bhavan. From what I'm seeing, the Russian delegation, they're in very good mood. And, we're expecting for more to come, obviously, today from these meetings. It's going to be a packed day.
It's going to indeed. Yes, we're all awaiting, of course, President Putin's arrival. The camera is looking straight out to the gate, actually, and there's that whole bandobast, as they call it in India, ceremonial bandobast, waiting the arrival of President Putin. But let me quickly bring in Ross Feingold, former Asia chairman of the Republicans abroad from Taipei, Taiwan, who's looking at this from an American perspective, I presume. Mr. Feingold, all of this taking shape right under the nose or under a cloud, really, of American sanctions on India. We've been here before, of course, but how is America looking at this? What do you think is going to be the reaction in diplomatic circles in D.C.?
The interesting thing about your question is, there could be a variety of reactions in diplomatic circles, or, for example, by members of Congress, whether Republicans or Democrats. But ultimately, the only reaction that matters is President Trump and how he views this. Now, my own opinion is that President Trump very much wants to patch up relations with Prime Minister Modi and with India. It was such a strong relationship during President Trump's first term. There's so many shared interests between India and the United States that I think President Trump does want to reinvigorate that relationship and find a solution on tariffs and other issues. And frankly, the visit of Putin to India comes at a time when U.S. emissaries are meeting with Putin as well, and President Trump has clearly instructed his team to work hard on reaching some kind of peace agreement between Ukraine and Russia. So certainly there's going to be criticism in the United States about this, for sure. But will President Trump himself criticize this? Maybe not.
Well, that's interesting. Let me go straight across to Abhijit Iyer Mitra. Lots of activity this morning, barrage of agreements being signed, perhaps just the beginning of a lot more to come. How do you view this and, of course, the larger geopolitics around this?
Look, we needed a whole load of actual tangible deals, not just MOUs and things like that to come out of this. Because on one hand, Russia needed it to show that it's not isolated. We needed to show because, we've been under tremendous trade pressure from America with the tariffs and things like that. And we have to show we have options. If you remember the last time that Putin and Modi had a summit in China, it brought an instantaneous reaction from Trump, and he very significantly toned down his demands. Now, if just a speech or a handshake is able to produce those results, imagine what actual deals would produce. So I think that is what they're aiming for. It's a very carefully...
Are you expecting him to make a comment? Are you expecting him to make a comment at all?
I absolutely expect Trump to come out with something. Look, I've been watching on Twitter that a whole bunch of Europeans have been having their meltdowns. Now, Europe is full of sanctimonious humbug. They believe they drink too much of their own Kool-Aid or wine or whatever it is they have in Europe. The Americans tend to be more circumspect, but not Trump. Trump is very good in that he says what he thinks.
So when you say the Americans, you mean the establishment as a whole. That's what you're saying.
Trump is representing the establishment, yes.
Right, okay, wonderful. Let me open this up. Ashok Sajjanha, former diplomat, also joins us. Can a diplomat ever be a former diplomat? I don't think so, but let's go with that for a few moments. Mr. Sajjanha, good morning to you. What are we seeing here today? Are we seeing a reset? Are we seeing a recalibration? Are we seeing the beginning of a new axis, not anti-West, non-West? Are we seeing perhaps Russia also beginning to deleverage a little bit from China, maybe looking at this as an opportunity? What are we seeing?
Yeah, thank you very much, Rahul, for having me.
I don't think it's a reset. You know, as the Prime Minister himself said when Mr. Putin landed, that this is a time-tested partnership. And I think we need to be cognizant of that right from the 1950s. I could, in fact, even go before that. You know, whether it's Mahatma Gandhi, Leo Tolstoy, you know, our spiritual connect with Russia has been, you know, very long-standing, and with the Soviet Union. It has been there for a long, long time. But if you were to look at, you know, more contemporary times from 2000 onward, you know, when Putin just became from a prime minister, he became the president. And
yes, you can see the visuals of the Russian President Vladimir Putin entering the Rashtrapati Bhavan. The route you can see he's on Kartavya Path right now, entering, of course, towards the Rashtrapati Gate. You can see the entire convoy of the vehicles of Vladimir Putin. He's just entered. He's on Kartavya Path going towards Rai Sena Hill, and the next stop, of course, is the Rashtrapati Bhavan. The gate is opened there. The big gate is waiting for. You can see this convoy of Putin right now on your screens, and Prime Minister Modi and President Draupadi Murmu along with the External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar are already inside a red carpet welcome for Vladimir Putin here in the Rashtrapati Bhavan's forecourt, and this will mark the official beginning of his state visit to India. We've just seen the vehicles and the convoy of Vladimir Putin entering on Rai Sena Road, and now just enter the Rashtrapati Bhavan. These are the visuals that you can see of the convoy of, and in fact, a motorcade was also accompanying this convoy, the car of Vladimir Putin, in which he is traveling, and then you will of course be seeing that ceremonial welcome for which Prime Minister Modi, President, are already inside.
My colleague is sort of suggesting that this is going to now kick off the business end of the state visit. I just want to ask you, Mr. Sajjanar, yesterday you had a 3-hour 40-minute meeting between the Prime Minister and President Putin, his private dinner. I'm sure they must have squared their sights.
No, absolutely. I definitely, you know, meaning, of course, you can say that, you know, it was a freewheeling discussion. There was no set agenda, etc. But of course, all the items are there in the minds of both the leaders, and they would have discussed them and they would have ticked them off. Okay, as far as S-400 is concerned, what is it? What are the possibilities? What can we do? What about S-500? You know, it has not been tried and tested. Of course, Russia is very interested in Su-57. That's a 4.5, 5th generation aircraft platform. What is it that, you know, how is India looking at it in terms of the mobility agreement?
So do you think they would have gone into all of these nitty-gritties?
Well, not the nitty-gritty, but the broad contours of what is possible as far as the two sides are concerned. You would remember, Rahul, you know, as far as mobility, because that is something that is coming on the agenda, in my view, for the first time, except for the initial discussion when Prime Minister Modi was the chief guest at the Vladivostok Far East Economic Summit that took place in 2019. At that time also it was thought that, you know, this huge long border that Russia has with China, and there is this possibility of, you know, some intrusion, some incursions, and you want Indians to come in. That time it started, and I think it is getting to fruition now. Okay. And I think it'll be taken forward in the agreements.
General Pandey?
Yeah, I think one of the very top agenda on the table would be possibly talking about Ukraine-Russia thing, which is how it is progressing, and the polarization which is taking place, and how maybe India may be able to leverage, or Russia may be able to use Indian position.
Do you think there would have been, those are the pictures that we're all waiting for. I'm sorry to have cut you off, General Saab. We'll pick up on that, Doctor. Look at these pictures, important pictures today, because the world is watching, isn't it? The world is watching, Doctor. The world is watching, the West is watching very closely. He's already said that Europe is having a meltdown. Trump will be waking up or going to sleep, and you know what happens in the late hours with Trump. He can get a bit twitchy on Twitter or whatever, Truth Social and so on and so forth.
You know, we've been walking on eggshells the last 70 years, been made to. I think time has come for us to make Trump walk on razor blades, which is what, as you said, when he wakes up, he's going to see these pictures. And I dare say, yes, General Saab is correct that there's a lot on the agenda, But ultimately, I think Modi would be whispering in Putin's ears, बस सीधे कैमरे में देखते रहो, हंसते रहो, Trump सुनेगा.
Well, they did put on a show in Tianjin General, did they not? They put on a big show.
Like I like to go to a balanced view about Indian way of doing things. We are not here possibly to excite others. Our this red carpet system has been put on for Xi, put on for Trump, has been put on for Putin every time he has come, and anybody else who has got a very special relationship.
The Prime Minister made it clear this is not against West or anti-West or anti-America. This is about.
Correct. But unfortunately, what happens is that people on the other side get excited about these this thing, and they draw unfair contextual arguments and stuff like that. I think when you look at what is happening in terms of tariff sanctions to us from the US or the European meltdown, possibly we like to see it from the perspective.
Well, that's that
what is happening to
handshake
them.
this morning, viewers. There's already familiarity. They've already met. They've spoken. They've had a frank and free exchange. Someone said here on the panel. Mr. Putin is now going to, of course, inspect the guard in just a few moments. There's going to be a ceremonial welcome. Band will play, the tri-services band will play. We've already heard the gun salute. And that's the photo op, the mandatory photo op before I think there's going to be some sort of yes, you wanted to make a point.
Because the good diplomat is here, I'd like to maybe extract an opinion from him, because last couple of days has been really troubling as far as diplomacy is concerned. You've seen these hypocrite ambassadors, I have no other words or phrase to describe them, of UK, Germany. They've written that article without realizing the fact that their hypocrisy, we also get internet out here. We can see what you guys are doing. You not only were buying more Russian oil and energy than we were, and when you had the sanctions, tariffs slapped on us, not you, and then in order to nip us in the bud, when Trump slapped sanctions on the Russian oil majors, you got exemptions from Trump.
That's right.
You continue to buy oil.
I mean, look.
And you have the temerity to write that article here on Indian soil. I would like Sajanji to comment on that.
Being introduced to the dignitaries, you can see the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi. You also see the ministers of the Union Cabinet, and of course others who have been invited from both delegations. You see the NSA there in the corner, large number of dignitaries that have accompanied Putin or are here to part of his cabinet. In fact, there are a number of ministers that have accompanied Mr. Putin, and therefore you can see him introducing the President of India to some of his own cabinet colleagues. And those are important moments because, as you know, viewers, we are trying to bring some depth and breadth to this equation, and therefore you have this massive sprawl really of delegates that have accompanied Mr. Putin, so that sector by sector we can broad base this relationship like the one that we enjoy with the United States. Let's not ever forget, viewers, that in the backdrop of all of this, of course, India enjoys its own equations with many countries, and it has deep and abiding ties over the last 3.5, 4 decades now with the United States, which have only grown. So India has many partners. We're of course also partners as far as China is concerned, Japan, the Quad countries, European Union, and of course we have defense partnerships with the French, the Israelis, and of course the United States, and let's not forget Russia itself, a big defense partnership there. The forecourt of the Rashtrapati Bhavan looking absolutely splendorous this morning. India does the ceremonial receptions brilliantly. There's a lot of verve there. There's also, of course, a lot of heritage that is weaved into the tapestry. there is that important photo op. And again, of course, President Putin, very relaxed, looking extremely comfortable in the presence of the Indian Prime Minister. None of that frostiness that one expects, perhaps between President Trump and Prime Minister Modi, if they were to meet over the next few days, because we are coming off slightly sour period. There's always this comparison that's going to be drawn in, because remember, these are two opposite ends of the global geopolitical pole, Russia and America. One time, of course, the United States' ascendancy globally, and that was just when Putin came in during the late 90s after the collapse of the Soviet Union. And then, of course, when Putin took charge, Russia was in a shambolic state, really, economically. After that, of course, it's really pulled up its socks. And credit must be given to President Putin. And now, of course, he's going to get into that car, that limousine, and he's going to be taken to Rajpath. The Samadhi, in fact, of Mahatma Gandhi. And that is, of course, something that all visiting delegates, all visiting dignitaries, all visiting heads of state always go to Rajghat. It's a very, very important part of that, because obviously, viewers, founder of the modern Indian state, in manner of speaking, Mahatma Gandhi is, and has always been an influence really over a large number of leaders. Obama himself is somebody who carried works of Mahatma Gandhi in his pocket, famously. Also, of course, yesterday we saw the Prime Minister giving a copy of the Bhagavad Gita, in fact, to President Putin yesterday in that lovely meeting that they had one-on-one. But coming back to Mr. Ashok Sajjanhar, these are important pictures. Of course, the optics are all there for the world to see. But this relationship, and one must bring in this caveat. Look, every country will exert influence, dictate terms, and possibly even outcomes. They'll also, of course, bend morally to try and twist the environment in their favor, and perhaps also their interests. India has to accept this, doesn't it? India has to accept that there's going to be pushback, there are going to be others who are going to try and play them. And this really is something that geopolitics is sort of infused with, isn't it?
No, absolutely. You're very right, Rahul. I think the silver lining as far as the situation today is concerned is that India is in a much more powerful position. You know, whether it's economically, when we are talking about just about even 10 years ago, we are the 10th or the 11th largest economy, and, you know, many people talk of those times as the fragile five. There was, as far as the policy paralysis, and there were scams, coming out of cupboards every, week or 2 weeks or something. So the governance was in shambles quite a bit. But now, over the last 10 years, we have become the fourth largest economy, third largest, soon to be. So our possibilities of standing up to these pushbacks has increased. The other, I think, is also leadership. The other is vision. Because I think through this Ukraine crisis, Russia-Ukraine conflict, and the pressure that has been put on India, the coercion that has been put on India, number one, to criticize or condemn Russia for its attack. Number two, to stop taking this oil. I think India has displayed a spine of steel, which I think the Russians didn't expect it, the world didn't expect it. And so India has really come of age in terms of, occupying its power, of its position of power and strength on the global stage. And that is what we are seeing here. Because, the visit even otherwise would have been. But this, the show of all this pomp and glory and, all these frills and whistles and everything, it shows that India is committed to this partnership. We've been speaking about it's a time-tested partnership. It's a very, important pillar of our foreign policy relations with the Soviet Union and with Russia. But here, under these changing global situation, the turmoil that is taking place. And maybe one point also I could mention, you see, this is not, Rahul, the first visit of President Putin to India. He's been to India during Mr. Modi's tenure?
True.
4 times.
That's right. I mean, you know, you've had this
No, but
reciprocity.
the point I want to know, reciprocity is there.
Yeah.
Point I want to make is Mr. Modi never went to the airport to receive him earlier. This is the first time he's gone to receive him. So I think we really need to look at it as to what has changed over these 11 years. He went to receive Obama in 2015. Donald Trump in 2020, Sheikh Hasina in 2017, whatever. I mean, we can talk about. But for Mr. Putin, this is the first time he has gone.
So there's an assertion, you're saying.
Absolutely.
There's an assertion of our autonomy. There's an assertion, decision making. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think I'll like to give a credit to Prime Minister Modi for one simple thing, that he's changed the protocol paradigm. He set a stage for a new system of going and receiving the way it has never been. You know, protocol was never broken today. Besides being the 4th economic power now, right? We don't have much to technically offer for as a leverage, but diplomacy has been combined so beautifully. A personal connection. So when you're talking about Trump comes, what happens? I'm very sure Prime Minister Modi will be able to manage the similar situation, so that to reach out
Well,
a
he'll have to
bonhomie.
also go to the airport because everything will be measured. All the optics will be measured.
I'm sure he will do it.
Okay.
I'm sure he will do it. So
Ananya is joining us. Ananya Bhatnagar joining us from Rajghat, where we are expected President Putin to arrive shortly. Ananya, over to you.
Well, absolutely, Rahul. You know, President Putin is to arrive here very, very shortly, and it's very symbolic as well, because in diplomacy, you know, the signaling is a very important thing, and President Putin now coming to, in fact, Rajghat to pay homage to Mahatma Gandhi, who had always preached, you know, non-violence, and at a time when, you know, Russia has already dealt with the war, and India had also played a very crucial part in it, and how, you know, in the morning also a Bhagavad Gita was presented, which completely gives on a signal that, you know, wars are something that needs to be fought at the right and the perfect timings, is what the message of the Bhagavad Gita has always been. Shri Krishna has always given that, and that is a kind of messaging that this diplomacy could show. Not only that, President Putin's visit to Rajghat could also show a message of peace and non-violence, because it was Mahatma Gandhi who always preached non-violence, and definitely now President Putin visiting here also gives out certain kind of signals. He will be arriving here very, very shortly.
Okay.
All the routes have been blocked, and
well, we'll come right back to you the
created
moment
security.
we get visuals of President Putin coming through. That's going to happen very quickly. If the roads are all blocked and sanitized, that's going to happen very quickly. But Mr. Iyer Mitra, yes.
So, you know, you have to admire, you know, Modi's double messaging out here. You know, you give somebody the Bhagavad Gita, what is it? It's internecine warfare between two sets of brothers. Now, Putin has always claimed the Ukrainians are our brothers. So, you know, this is literally like Krishna handing the Bhagavad Gita over to Arjuna, saying, you know, well, if you're going to fight your brothers, you better know why you're fighting your brothers. Number one. Number two, he's taking him, now see the many ways of spinning this. One is every visiting dignitary goes to Rajghat to pay homage. But you can also spin this another way and say, you know, this is Modi taking him there, because Gandhi said lots of things about non-violence, but he also said, given a choice between cowardice and violence, I will choose violence any day, every day. So, you can pass this off as to the West. I'm sure Modi will get on the call with President Trump and tell him, see, I gave him the Bhagavad Gita and I told him all about peace. I took him to Gandhi's grave and preached peace to him.
Peace, yes.
And in the car, in the Orus, he'll be telling Putin, see, this is what it says when you want to kill your brothers, this is what you need to do. And Mahatma Gandhi said this, no cowardice.
Okay, we're going to go straight across now. We're going to exit coverage for just a few moments, because there has been massive convulsions in the aviation sector, viewers. I know this is a very jarring transition, but we have to update you. India's largest airline is facing its biggest operational meltdown in years, and passengers are bearing the brunt. Indigo has cancelled 550 flights and delayed hundreds more. 550 just yesterday, viewers. That number, in fact, has exceeded today, because all flights have been grounded by Indigo till midnight today. This is a very, very big announcement by Indigo. And what it tells you, viewers, are the perils of duopoly. Perils of duopoly, perils of the aviation sector not serving the people who spend a lot to travel using airlines. Remember, viewers, Indians pay by far the greatest amount from salary perspective. 17 days of their salary goes if they have to travel by air. In America, 1 day's salary goes if you buy a ticket and travel by airline. So that is the commitment that the Indian consumer has to the airline, but the airlines do not reciprocate. Indigo, being the worst transgressor, occupies a huge space. 70% of all traffic goes on Indigo, 20% goes on Air India. Between them, they have 93% of the market. Very little give back to passengers, very little give back to consumers. All Delhi flights at the airport cancelled of Indigo. They had a huge amount of time. Extensions were given for them to comply with protocols, which would have meant that they would have had to change their rosters, get more pilots on board. But Indigo did not do this because they put profit first. And let's, for just 30 seconds, viewers, rail against also the DGCA and the Government of India, because the Government of India should have really stepped in. All this time, should never have allowed for a duopoly to build. This is now cross sectors. The Indian consumer is stuck with duopolies, whether it's in retail or other sectors. This needs to change, specifically with regards to the aviation sector. And let's for a moment reflect on the plight of all of those who were traveling to see perhaps their aged parents, emergencies, interviews, business meetings, and of course had spent some money, doctor, on savings, etc., to travel, leisure. I'll just come out to you. I'm going to go across to Anvit for more on this. Anvit, what's happening? Indigo has gone completely off, completely unprecedented, off radar. What's happening there?
Certainly, see, there's massive chaos at airports across country and massive outrage among the passengers also. Yesterday, we saw some of the group of the passengers at Delhi's Terminal 1 raising slogans against the airline, against Indigo, because their flight had been delayed for more than 6 hours, and eventually it was cancelled. There was no information with the passengers. It's not just the shortage of pilots and crew that that the aircraft could not be operated, but also on ground there are not adequate number of employees of Indigo to address passengers who had reached airports. There was chaos. There were huge lines at the airport. People did not have even places to sit. The images that came out from the airport were passengers were totally clueless which counters to go to. Counters were overburdened with passengers, and there were hardly any employees of Indigo to address their queries and address their concerns as to whether they will be able to fly. Some had doctor's appointments, some were attending marriages, some even had court cases to attend. We spoke to some of the passengers, and they said, in fact, one of the passengers we spoke to was stuck in Pondicherry. He had to come to Delhi, and he had to take a bus to Chennai and then come back to Delhi.
But where is the civil aviation minister? Just because he belongs to the TDP that is propping this government doesn't mean that he gets such a long leash. Anvit.
Certainly. See, Minister, as we spoke to his staff, they also said that yesterday he had taken a detailed meeting. DGC also we have spoken to. They have said that they are continuously looking at the situation. But since day one, Rahul, DGC has been intervening, but there's hardly any respite to the passengers. And in fact, Minister also yesterday said that he had held a meeting with senior officials of AI, and that he had directed
meetings after the event. Meetings always after the event. This should be discussed in Parliament today, viewers. Threadbare. This is the only issue that should be discussed in Parliament. Let's hope the government actually accedes to demands and notices that have been put forth for a discussion. This is about public welfare. This is really, viewers, a massive letdown of the Indian passenger consumer, of public interest, public trust. This is unacceptable. Let's listen to Milind Deora, Member of Parliament from the Rajya Sabha, of course, but from Maharashtra. Let's listen in.
Now is a Shiv Sena Member of Parliament, Mr. Milind Deora. Milind, you are also a frequent flyer, so I'm going to ask you first about the Indigo crisis. Did you have to shelve your plans, and do you think it's all about monopoly or mismanagement?
Actually, my own family was very poorly affected. They were coming to Delhi to celebrate my birthday with me yesterday, and my wife, my daughter, my extended family had to cancel their flights because there was complete chaos at the airport.
Well, okay, we are back now to this very important state visit, viewers. So we're flitting between stories. I know it's a bit catatonic, but do indulge us because there's a very important human catastrophe of monumental levels also taking place. So we're going to be going between these stories. But what are we seeing right now? And I'm going to go straight across to my colleague who is at Rajghat, Ananya. Ananya, over to you. The President Putin following in the footsteps of a large number of world leaders at the Rajghat, at Gandhiji's Samadhi.
Well, absolutely. President Putin's cavalcade has just reached the Rajghat, where he'll be paying homage to, in fact, Mahatma Gandhi. Remember that it not only signifies how he's following the footsteps of world leaders, but also a very, very important diplomatic message after India had played a very crucial role as far as the Russia-Ukraine war is concerned. And a Bhagavad Gita being gifted to President Putin right in the morning also somewhere or the other signified a soft diplomacy, where it is very, very clearly mentioned, and the message the Bhagavad Gita is when the wars have to be fought, they have to be fought for dharma, and that is something, that is a kind of messaging that could have been given by India by showing its support. And it's a very significant visit, Rahul, because a 27-hour visit of the Russian president, a very, very close ally of India. Many deals could be on cards, and many developments could actually follow. But at this moment, President Putin has reached Rajghat, where he'll be paying homage to Mahatma Gandhi, who also had a message to say that non-violence is something and peace is something that is the utmost priority. However, when the wars have to be fought, they have to be fought.
Yes, indeed, they have to be fought. But viewers, this is symbolically very interesting because Abhijit Iyer Mitra put this into a slight geopolitical context, and full marks to him for being inventive. Mr. Iyer Mitra, go back to that very important observation that you were making. I don't know if it's true. I don't know if that is, in fact, even a factor, because we know that from Gorbachev onwards, everybody is sort of visited. Most Russian visiting dignitaries do land up. But there is an important symbolism here. Optics do matter, after all.
Optics always matter, because remember, you always portray your own actions in a very positive light and try to portray everybody else. And that is diplomacy in a sense. So remember, even when America does exactly what Russia has done in Ukraine, be it bombing Kosovo, be it bombing Bosnia, regime changing, trying to regime change Syria, succeeding in regime changing Libya and things like that, they always portray it as, advancing freedom and democracy. It's always about the greater good of mankind and God knows what, even though they leave a right royal mess wherever they go. That is what they say. Now, why shouldn't we have our own narrative? This is our narrative. It can be interpreted in any way. Not cowardice, bravery to who you want to send the right message. Peace, turn the other cheek. Jump off a cliff, as Gandhi advised the Jews of Europe when they met Hitler, to other countries. Great.
Not in era of war. Doctor, we do forget that the Prime Minister was one of the first to actually have coined that phrase, which led to, of course, a breakthrough in a very important summit.
No, absolutely. And Abhijit, although he's given two symbolisms, one of Bhagavad Gita, I wonder who Dhritarashtra is when we're talking of. It's not Trump who's blindfolded. No, but
it was Biden.
Maybe Biden. Yeah, definitely.
It was Biden. Right. And he fixed the age. Into it. Yeah.
No, but I think the fact also is that I think a few years ago, it was some Russians who wanted to ban Bhagavad Gita or its distribution
Hinduism
in Russia.
is banned in Russia.
So, so I think it's maybe some kind of an eye on that Prime Minister has done that. But as far as Mahatma Gandhi, visiting his Samadhi is concerned, I think this is a rite of passage that every foreign visitor has to go through. I don't believe in what Mahatma Gandhi said. He was a hypocrite when he talked about Jews jumping off the cliff. What else is that but cowardice, in the face of, the biggest aggressor you could think of, and so many other things. But so it's a symbolic, I would say, asinine thing that everyone has to put up.
Yeah. Okay, well, strong words.
I'd much rather he'd gone to Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose's statue at India Gate.
Yes. Well, look, there will always be, viewers, in our argumentative democracy, I hate that word though, but nonetheless, in our democracy, where opinions are free, and of course, not always fair, but free certainly, because there'll always be points of views. And of course, there is some merit in that. Why not ever Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, General?
Yeah, I think I'll go with Dr. Anand, what he said. It's a matter of protocol. These are all always laid out. These are sequential events which you have to gone through. In today's environment, these things were leisure events, possibly about 10 years or 20 years back. But in the 21st century, where protocol consume too much of our time, but yet people are following through. If you look at Trump, we're just talking, the ambassador was mentioning, if case Trump was there, he would have just been rushing through the entire thing. He doesn't like to have protocol, and that is how maybe even we need to evolve.
When Trump did go to Ahmedabad, for example, on that trip, he did go to the Gandhi
But
Ashram.
you look at 2.0 Trump, he's
Maybe
in
that's
a
what
rush.
made him such a peacenik. Maybe when he went to Gandhi Ashram and saw the simplicity and the powerful message,
to be honest, Rahul,
he quickly decided that war is not for him. Peace was more what agreed with his constitution.
Yeah, I think what we're dealing here is India has had to deal with Putin as well as Rasputin. And by Rasputin, I mean Trump, not just symbolically with all the revelations stumbling out of his cupboard. The fact of the matter is that it's actually, ironically, Trump that has shown us the way. It seems horrible, the wordplay, but, transactional. Every relationship from now on of every nation is no longer who's a friend, who's a trusted friend, Russia is transactional with us. We've purchased $130 billion worth of Russian oil in the last 3 years. For us, yes, our trade is not as high as it was. Okay. But the fact of the matter is every nation is transactional.
Let me bring in Tatiana Kukareva on that point. Tatiana Kukareva, yes, the optics are great, but will they translate into outcomes which will also, of course, at some level balance this equation? India has, of course, I won't want to use the word obliged. It's obliged itself, but it has also helped out Mr. Putin by securing oil, procuring oil from Russia, arms, this, that, the other. But it hasn't really been reciprocated in the form that India would have liked. Will that change from here on?
Well, Rahul, let's not forget that by buying Russian oil, India has not just obliged Russia, but also all of the countries that have enjoyed buying oil at the same price. Because we all remember, this is economics 101. You take away a huge producer from the market, what happens to the price for the other producers? They go up.
Yeah.
So this is, in a sense, the general kind of, it displays the whole situation from a very different perspective. I believe it was actually Minister Puri who first said that, India essentially bail out the whole world by taking...
Look, that is well understood, and that's why I said it also obliged itself, no doubt. But fundamentally, I think we're at that point now in our relationship where we need it to become more broad-based and fairer, I think, between the two partners. Do you think that's actually going to happen? Are we going to see that transition, that pivot?
That it's interesting that you would say fairer, because I believe that this has been a very fair relationship, to begin with, between Prime Minister Modi and President Putin. It is very kind of at face value for both of them, because you said that, it's been said on the panel that Trump has shown us the way in a way. What he did, I believe, was, as he always does, simplify things. In the meantime, the relationship between Moscow and New Delhi has always been quite fair, and it has always been a relationship of equals. And this trend, I believe, is going to very much continue. We're going to see those accords signed today. We're going to see all of the details. We'll be able to finally discuss what has actually been signed. But this has been a very frank, honest, and at face value relationship.
Would we go with that characterization, General?
I will not agree. Look, after 1971, or rather in last about two and a half decades, I think India has been giving back the whatever gratitude, in terms of whatever Russians have done or Soviets have done for us. we have been actually giving back to them in kind, in terms of relationship and everything. You look at this issue of Op Sindoor, and that is a time when there was a certain very eerie silence which came about from Russia, because China was, actually they were locked very, very closely to China, and this equation, they didn't come out very overtly and openly about supporting India in so many words, as much as, but maybe, they were taking a call with Prime Minister having said that it's not the era of war. So I think we need to read words, but I think in this relationship, in last about 2.5 decades, India has given far, far more much in terms of relationship to Russia than it has actually come from that side. In spite of the geopolitical constraints wherein we need to lean towards the West so that our, our linkages are broad-based, right? We should just not get stuck. You look at COVID, you look at Ukraine war, every disruption with one pipeline has got major issue for our weapon program, our
I was looking
at
Russian imports. China exports a lot to Russia, actually. Lots of other things that we export to a large number of other countries. Very quickly, you wanted to make a point. I have to take a break, right?
Just as to echo what General said, I mean, the Nehruvian model was that, yes, there are friends, there are enemies. And we learnt it the hard way in 1971, General, you mentioned. I mean, most of our Arab allies sided with Pakistan. In fact, it was Israel who helped us. So, this is what the Trumpian world has said. There are no friends, there are no enemies, only people you interact with, transact.
Let me very quickly take a break here. We'll come right back. Good question and a good discussion. Remember, viewers, a huge disruption, air travel today, Indigo really, really, really letting down consumers. We're going to be tracking that story. We're back in just 2 minutes. Don't go away.
Expand on, and you will get an announcement of this later in the afternoon, is on small modular reactors. Russia's state-run nuclear corporation, Rosatom, has now announced that it has delivered the first consignment of nuclear fuel for the initial loading of Unit 3 at the Kudankulam nuclear power plant in Tamil Nadu. The fuel delivery marks a key milestone in the ongoing construction and commissioning of the plant's next reactor unit. There are 6 units that the Russian side was supposed to build. 2 of them are operational now. This is the nuclear fuel that's been now confirmed. For the 3rd unit, there are now units 4, 5 and 6 that need to be commissioned as well. So this is something that you will hear about when those intergovernmental agreements are signed later this afternoon. Here in our studios, Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey, security analyst, is there. We have Abhijit Iyer Mitra, senior fellow from the Institute for Peace and Conflict Studies, and Anand Raghunathan, professor and familiar face here on CNN News 18. Welcome, gentlemen. General Pandey, what is at stake, as you see it, as President Putin and Prime Minister Modi begin the 23rd Annual India-Russia Summit at a time when there seems to be this geopolitical rebalancing going on?
Yeah, I think firstly, a lot of people are putting focus on defense deal and trade facet, how to overcome, bridge the gap of trade gap and all, but I look at it in this whole shifting of geopolitics in not only the region, but more importantly in the world stage. I think a multipolarity is now getting established by this visit of the 10th visit of Putin in since the time he has been in the power. I think it's very, very important and significant. And I think for both, not only for Putin, a lot of people are saying it's important for Putin to showcase to his own population, his own people and to the world that he is not isolated in this whole context, which is war which is happening with Ukraine, while Europeans and the Americans may be getting after him by sanctioning and all. But yet he has got places to visit. He's already been visiting in last couple of months. He's been out of his country and visited a number of states, and therefore I think it's very important for him domestically, but I think it's also very important for us. While we may not talk of it more often, that there is a leverage. We are an emerging power. If you look at this articles coming out by diplomats against the visit of Putin in our country and the discussion which is happening, why is he visiting our country, puts India back into the focus. So while number of people may feel that it is not so good, but I look at it that it's very important that India's relevance is being recognized.
Here's headlines this hour. It's the top of noon. Russian president receives a ceremonial welcome at the Rashtrapati Bhavan and now visits Rajghat. The bonhomie continues. High octane optics, but will they translate into outcomes? The billion dollar question, viewers. Putin's day 2 centers on key bilateral talks with defense, trade and energy in focus. About 10 intergovernmental agreements and 15 MOUs expected. Russia's Rosatom sends first nuclear fuel shipment for Tamil Nadu's Kundakulam Unit 3, delivery timed to Putin's India visit. And as flight disruptions continue, Delhi airport cancels all Indigo flights today till midnight. Airline shares also down by 9% as Indigo really lets down the Indian consumer, the passenger. Government helpless, pointing fingers at everyone, but not itself. Aviation Ministry blames Indigo for the mess, criticizes the airline's handling of the situation. Air Minister likely today in Parliament. But what is he really going to say? Perhaps there will be another concession for Indigo, which will be a travesty, viewers. Travesty. And of course, it's not looking good as far as the government and the backlash is concerned. Everyone beginning to question the government, the opposition. There's a massive meltdown, political fight, and for once the opposition is pinning the government on what is a fundamentally germane issue. DMK moves the Supreme Court against High Court order on Deepam Rao. BJP slams anti-Hindu mindset. And there might be some good news for those who are taking loans and have to repay them. The RBI slashes the repo rate by 25 basis points to about 5.25%. And as I said, bonanza for those who have taken loans. Their interest rates might come down. As it's being said, viewers, and these are of course shibboleths, these are platitudinous words, but the optics dominating the morning. Russian President Vladimir Putin been given a ceremonial reception at the Rashtrapati Bhavan that was looking absolutely splendid. India does these receptions brilliantly, but clearly the exaltation of the president is a loaded message that is being conveyed by Prime Minister Modi to all of those who have wanted India to tamp down relations with Russia. So a big message going out from New Delhi this morning. President Putin also visits Rajghat. Some people are interpreting this as a subtle messaging to Putin that he should adopt Mahatma Gandhi's peaceful ways and perhaps get off his warlike soapbox. But all of that, of course, are the optics. Whether they will now translate into outcomes as the business leg of this visit gets underway at the Hyderabad house, where we are going to have intensive meetings between the two delegations, of course led by Prime Minister Modi on the one hand and President Putin on the other. And I want to go straight across to Siddhant for more on this. Siddhant and Akash also joining us. Akash, plethora of agreements. There wants to be, of course, New Delhi wants this relationship to become broad-based, cover not just the military aspects as it has, and energy, but also trade. And also, of course, keeping in mind that one has to strike a balance when one comes to committing. Akash.
Oh yes, Rahul, you said, not just military, but military is also one important aspect. And, I was just talking to the colleagues here, the reporters here, and, we were thinking about the sort of equipment and platforms we have in the armed forces today. You talk about Indian Army, they have Russian tanks, they have Russian rifles and everything else. You talk about Indian Navy, they have frigates, they have corvettes, they have ships, they have aircraft carrier, in fact, from Russia. You talk about Indian Air Force, they have Su-30 MKI and in fact the other aircraft that they have used in the past, and also the MiG-29 from Russia. So India has relied and were, in fact, India was dependent on, Russia at one point in time. And even now, when we are focusing on Atmanirbharta, we know that how recently we have, in fact, imported our last frigate from Russia. At this point in time, in fact, when it is about air defense, so we are looking forward to the additional batteries of S-400, in fact, the additional missiles to the existing batteries, and also the S-500. Then there are talks about Su-57, Panchir mobile defense system, and a number of other systems as well. So this particular visit is important. Of course, it is not limited to only the defense agreements or the sort of MOUs that we are looking forward to. But yes, you rightly pointed out about the trade. And in fact, we are learning that there are total 10 items, that we are going to see the announcement for in some time from now. In fact, we were seeing the visuals initially of the Guard of Honor, the Tri-Services Guard of Honor at the Rashtrapati Bhavan, and then President Vladimir Putin has reached Rajghat recently, and after that he is going to come at Hyderabad House here in some time from now, and we will be showing you the visuals. This is going to be an important day given the fact that we are going to see a number of outcomes, not just limited to defense, but yes, defense is one important aspect of that. Rahul.
Well, there you see Prime Minister Modi now waiting for President Putin at the Hyderabad House. That's the front porch, after which, of course, the two leaders will go in. There will be a photograph with all the flags and the other regalia. And beyond that, viewers, there are going to be some meetings that will, of course, stretch on into the afternoon, where the nitty-gritty of this relationship will take shape on paper with inked agreements, and all of that will then, of course, be subject to conversations, scrutiny, and, of course, viewers' analysis. So a busy, busy day, not just for analysts and commentators and the diplomatic community, but also the stakeholders. And there's one of them in that stretch limousine, and you're going to see President Putin appear. The Prime Minister is going to then lead him into the Hyderabad House. Mr. Sajjanhar, this is the business end, isn't it? What happens really?
Yeah, this is the business end, but of course, what we've seen before that has been the setting. And in fact, when the leaders are meeting, there are also businessmen and diplomats who've been doing their own work. It's not that, it suddenly sort of, magically falls onto the table for them to sign when they are there after their parleys are over. So we had all these ministers. For instance, the defense minister came before Mr. Putin arrived. He had his meeting with the Raksha Mantri, and now there is also the foreign minister Sergei Lavrov also came in. We also have this provision of the 2+2, which is the defense minister and the foreign minister of both the countries interacting. That having been said, I think Rahul, you've been discussing as to whether all these photo ops and all this, the atmosphere that has been created, is this really going to lead to something substantial and substantive? I think the indications are very, very promising. Indications are very positive in my view, because Mr. Putin has traveled here with 7 ministers. That's a large number of ministers from a country to accompany the president. Number 2, there are more than 100 CEOs, as we understand, have accompanied Mr. Putin. Also, I don't remember that, whenever he's come earlier, for instance, I remember his last visit, which was in December 2021. He was on the Indian soil for barely 4 hours. So, at times the visits have been very short. This is an extended 27-hour visit. There is going to be also a meeting at Bharat Mandapam where all the business content is going to be discussed. So I am very hopeful that there is interest both in Russia. It wants to reduce its dependence on China. For India, it is very important because we want to reduce the trade deficit that we have with Russia. So I think it is going to be a win-win situation if the trade element, the trade component of the relationship also grows to be as significant and as major as our defense component is, as our nuclear energy component is, and as also our fossil fuel, oil, energy trade is on this side.
Okay, so let me just go straight back across to Akash. Akash, are we expected now to see major movement in other sectors besides defense? But first, give us a quick overview about the defense sector itself, India's expectations from it. Remember, this meeting is taking place in the backdrop of Operation Sindoor and the success of Russian equipment that India deployed.
Oh yes, S-400 was very much deployed and in fact shot down multiple aircraft, that was revealed later by the Indian Air Force chief. And right now, we are of course, awaiting the additional batteries announcement. But recently, DAC approved around 300 missiles. And we are expecting that this would somewhere be finding a mention in the sort of statement that we are expecting in some time from now, Rahul. Other than that, Su-57 is of course one big ticket agenda, that both the leaders are expected to discuss, and they must have discussed. Yesterday, in fact, Raksha Mantri met his Russian counterpart and, at Manekshaw Center, and in that particular meeting, we have been given to understand there are a number of things were discussed, and Su-57 was one of those things. Su-57 is a fighter aircraft, 5th generation fighter aircraft, and as far as India is concerned, so India is of course looking for a 5th generation fighter aircraft. Given the fact that they are very much working on MCA, we know that MCA is going to take some time. They need to fill the gap, and that's why they are looking for one alternative. Su-57, there are advantages and disadvantages, but talking about the advantages, they have the whole ecosystem for the repair and overhauling, and that's the reason why they are somewhere relying on in fact inclining towards the Russian choice. But again, it is not very confirmed if or not India is going for it. Then Pantsir is one system, Rahul, that was very much displayed during the Dubai Air Show. And we have been told, in fact, the defense sources are somewhere, indicating that there is a possibility that India might go for a mix of S-400 squadrons and some of the Pantsir units. Pantsir is, remember, a mobile unit that can, utilize both big and small missiles, and that can take care of the sort of drones that are coming towards you. During Operation Sindoor, we saw a number of aerial threats, were sent by Pakistan. All of these threats were neutralized by either the S-400 or the indigenous systems, like Akash missile and MRSAMs of Indian Air Force, like, Pechora guns, and in fact the other guns that are used by the Indian Army AD wing. But other than that, also we have a number of cooperations. SSN submarine is something that we are anticipating. Yesterday there were reports about a new agreement. Of course, we know that how there are existing agreements, and on in that particular agreement, Russia is going to deliver one SSN class submarine by 2028. So we are expecting that some sort of mention can be there. Other than defense, Rahul, we are expecting a number of MOUs, a number of agreements. 10 agreements, as I mentioned earlier, 10 items we have been given to understand are the important items that both the leaders will be announcing somewhere, fertilizers, and in fact, the trade that you rightly pointed out, there are some sort of MOUs that are very much anticipated. A number of CEOs are traveling with the Russian president. One expert who is possibly sitting in the studios mentioned that how ministers have been traveling, and the foreign minister, defense minister, and other ministers are traveling. We saw yesterday that how bilateral talks happened between the defense minister, and right now, in some time from now, when we are expecting this press statement,
okay, some comments coming through. Let's listen in. Let's boost the gnat. Okay, we're expecting some of those opening comments. Very important. Those will be the first words that we will hear from both these leaders as they meet. Let's listen in.
जब आपने कार्यभार संभाला और भारत की आपकी यात्रा पहली हुई, उसको आज 25 साल हो गए, और उस पहली यात्रा में ही स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की एक मजबूत नींव रखी गई थी.
Ваше превосходительство, дорогой друг, я очень рад этой возможности встретиться с вами и поприветствовать вас и вашу делегацию в нашей стране. Начиная с вчерашнего дня, представители вашей делегации провели очень много мероприятий, заседаний с своими коллегами с индийской стороны. И мы видим очень много результатов и соглашений по окончанию нашего саммита ежегодного. Поэтому я уверен, что наш саммит станет весьма успешным. И ваш нынешний визит, уважаемый господин президент, имеет по-настоящему историческое значение. Ровно 25 лет назад вы впервые посетили Индию в качестве президента Российской Федерации и заложили основы нашего стратегического партнерства.
मेरे लिए पर्सनली भी खुशी की बात है कि आपके साथ मेरे परिचय को और संबंधों को उसको भी 25 साल हो गए हैं.
Для меня лично тоже это важное событие, потому что мы знакомы с вами 25 лет.
एक्सेलेंसी, मैं मानता हूं कि ये जो 2001 में आपने जो भूमिका अदा की, एक विजनरी लीडर कैसे सोचता है, कहां से शुरू करता है और संबंधों को कहां तक पहुंचा सकता है, इसका एक उत्तम उदाहरण भारत रशिया के संबंध है.
Уважаемый господин президент, ваша роль, начиная с 2000 года, за последние 2,5 десятилетия, свидетельствует о вашем дальновидном и твердом руководстве и о том, как развивать двусторонние отношения. И это хороший пример для других отношений, как индийско-российские отношения развиваются.
एक्सेलेंसी, यूक्रेन के संकट के बाद हमारी लगातार चर्चा होती रही है. आपने भी समय समय पर एक सच्चे मित्र के रूप में हमें सभी चीजों से अवगत कराया है. मैं समझता हूं कि विश्वास बहुत बड़ी ताकत है और आपको मैंने अनेक बार इस विषय की चर्चा भी की है और विश्व समक्ष भी मैंने रखा है कि विश्व का कल्याण शांति के मार्ग पर ही है. हम सबको मिलकर के शांति के रास्ते तलाशने चाहिए और पिछले दिनों जो प्रयास चल रहे हैं, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि विश्व फिर से एक बार शांति की दिशा में लौटेगा.
Уважаемый господин президент, мы регулярно обмениваемся мнениями по поводу Украины. Вы, как истинный друг, рассказываете мне о том, что происходит в этом направлении. Это свидетельствует о глубоком доверии между нашими странами. Это и есть сила, настоящая сила наших отношений. Мы видим, мир переживает очень много перемен, но мы последовательно поддерживаем позиции установления мира, скорейшего установления мира, и поддерживаем все усилия, недавние в этом направлении. И мы должны все работать сообща для того, чтобы работать в этом направлении для установления мира. И я полностью уверен, что мир пойдет вновь на этом пути.
एक्सेलेंसी, पिछले दिनों विश्व समुदाय के सभी नेताओं से जब भी मेरी बात हुई है और उन्होंने जब विस्तार से मेरी चर्चा की, मैंने हमेशा कहा है कि भारत न्यूट्रल नहीं है. भारत का पक्ष है और वो पक्ष शांति का है. हम शांति के हर प्रयासों का समर्थन करते हैं और हम शांति के हर प्रयासों के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला करके खड़े हैं.
Ваше превосходительство, когда я встречаюсь с мировыми лидерами, я всегда им говорю, что Индия не нейтральная страна. У Индии нет нейтральной позиции. У нас своя позиция, и эта позиция в пользу мира. Это позиция мира. И мы поддерживаем все усилия, которые направлены на установление мира. И мы будем двигаться плечом к плечу со всеми державами, которые держатся этой пути.
पूरे विश्व ने कोविड से लेकर के अब तक कई संकटों से गुजरा है. हम आशा करते हैं कि बहुत ही जल्द विश्व को चिंताओं से मुक्ति मिलेगी और एक सही दिशा में प्रगति के राह पर विश्व समुदाय को एक नई आशा पैदा होगी. एक्सेलेंसी, मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि आज दिन भर हम अनेक विषयों पर चर्चा करने वाले हैं. भारत और रशिया के आर्थिक संबंधों का अधिक विस्तार हो, हम नई नई ऊंचाइयों को प्राप्त करें. ऐसे बहुत ही आशावादी आउटकम के साथ हम हमारी इस मीटिंग को आगे बढ़ाएंगे. यह पूरा विश्वास है.
Уважаемый господин президент, весь мир страдал от пандемии ковид, и были также разные другие кризисы, Поэтому мы надеемся, что мир вновь на пути прогресса, развития, и наша встреча будет вселить надежду в этот вопрос. Уважаемый господин президент, сегодня весь день мы будем разговаривать по разным темам. Пускай наша встреча придаст новый импульс нашему экономическому сотрудничеству. Мы возлагаем большие надежды на нашу сегодняшнюю встречу, и мы ожидаем хороших результатов по итогам нашей встречи.
माय फ्रेंड, मैं फिर से एक बार आपका और आपके डेलीगेशन हृदय से बहुत-बहुत स्वागत करता हूं.
Дорогой друг, еще раз хотел бы поприветствовать вас и вашу делегацию в Индии.
Спасибо.
Спасибо большое. Thank you very much. Уважаемый господин премьер-министр, дорогие друзья, прежде всего спасибо большое за приглашение.
Excellency, Prime Minister, dear friends, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me.
И за вчерашний очень добрый вечер.
And for the yesterday's evening too, it was very good.
Дружеский, в то же время с такой содержательной, очень полезной беседой.
We had a friendly and at the same time a very substantial talk.
У нас была возможность, и дали мне такую возможность подробно рассказать о том, что происходит на как раз украинском направлении.
I could share a great deal of details about the events taking place in Ukraine.
И что нами предпринимается совместно с некоторыми другими партнерами, в том числе с Соединенными Штатами, по вопросу возможного мирного урегулирования этого кризиса.
And the actions we are taking together with some partners, including the United States, on a possible peaceful settlement.
Спасибо вам за это внимание и спасибо за ваши усилия, направленные на разрешение этой ситуации.
Thank you for the attention and for your efforts aimed at finding a solution to this situation.
Что касается наших отношений, то они действительно носят очень глубокий исторический характер, как бы мы его не характеризовали, какими бы эпитетами его не украшали, важно другое, важно содержание. Содержание очень глубокое.
Our relations are deeply rooted into history, but it is not the words that matter, it is the substance of the matter which is very profound.
Мы этим очень дорожим, и мы видим, что вы, уважаемый господин премьер-министр, уделяете этому тоже очень большое личное внимание.
We really appreciate that, and the fact that you, Excellency Prime Minister, pay special personal attention to that.
За прошедшие годы нами проделана очень большая работа в развитии наших отношений.
Over the past years, we have done a great deal of work to develop our relationship.
И по мере развития наших стран, по мере развития экономик наших государств, возможности нашего сотрудничества расширяются.
As our countries and our economies move forward, we have more opportunities for cooperation.
У нас появляются новые направления.
We open additional areas for cooperation,
связанные с высокими технологиями,
including those related to high tech,
связанные с развитием и совместной работы в области авиации, космоса, высоких технологий в широком смысле слова, искусственного интеллекта.
As well as the cooperation in the sphere of aircraft, space exploration, high tech and artificial intelligence.
У нас очень доверительные отношения в сфере военно-технического взаимодействия.
We have very close and trusting cooperation in the military and technical area.
Мы намерены двигаться по всем этим направлениям.
And we are planning to move forward in all of these areas.
Это только лишний раз подчеркивает уровень, характер и доверительность наших связей.
This once again underscores the level and the trust of our relationship.
Наши команды очень хорошо поработали в преддверии этого визита.
Our teams have done a great work before this visit.
Подготовлен целый ряд документов солидных.
They have prepared a great number of documents for us.
У нас есть возможность на чем-то остановиться, что-то обсудить дополнительно.
We have an opportunity to talk in more detail about some of them.
И уверен, что мы сегодняшний рабочий день завершим с хорошим результатом.
I am sure that we will have a very fruitful working day.
Спасибо.
Thank you very much.
For the first time, now we know what actually transpired yesterday in that 3-hour, 40-minute meeting. And I'm going to get all our experts, Ms. Kukureva from Russia and Mr. Sajjanhar from New Delhi into this conversation. President Putin, Mr. Sajjanhar, making some important revelations, saying that they actually had gone into the nitty-gritties of the situation in Ukraine and, of course, the peace efforts. How do you see this very frank sort of revelation coming from President Putin, making clear that there were no elephants in the room that were not addressed, so to speak?
No, absolutely. I think what stands out in my view from both these very short interventions that have been made by the two leaders, that the Russia-Ukraine conflict came straight center as far as their pronouncements are concerned. When Prime Minister Modi was speaking, his first, he didn't speak about the bilateral relations. His first element was Ukraine. And similarly, it was for Mr. Putin. I think that is understandable because they know that the whole world is watching. And they know that the world will be seeing. Because, bilaterally, of course, these two countries can continue to do what they want to do. But what is important is whether there is going to be some push as far as this is concerned. So I think as far as Prime Minister Modi, he made his point of view very clear.
But a very nuanced point of view by the Prime Minister. Did not take any sort of a position that would have given America any bragging rights or suggest that America had any pressure. Very, very non-judgmental statement saying that it's wrong, and he obviously addressed this to the West and the Western capitals. Wrong to say that India doesn't take sides. It does. We're on the side of peace.
That's right. India is not neutral.
Yes.
I think that's the
the exact word.
Yeah, that's the point that he made. We are not neutral. And we support all efforts as far as peace is concerned. Globally, yes. And this is what President Putin also said. Of course, he did bring out that the Americans have been involved. He did point out to the American effort, and he said that we are also willing to get towards peace. And then both the sides mentioned about bilateral ties also. But I think the cherry on the pudding, if I can say, is what everyone was really looking for was Ukraine. That means both of them did discuss Ukraine when they met for 3 hours plus last evening. So that was an important element of their discussions.
Okay.
And of course, along with that, the bilateral issues.
Let me get the other side. Tatiana Kukareva, what do you make of this initial flurry of opening remarks focused on Ukraine but non-judgmental?
Right, Rahul. Well, actually not surprising, that both leaders spoke about Ukraine, and it just highlights how frank the conversation is between them. Vladimir Putin just pointing out that it was a very frank discussion. It was an in-depth discussion that also all of the details of the ongoing negotiations with the American side, which we keep forgetting, on the with on all of the big announcements and big tweets coming in from President Trump, we keep forgetting that this conversation is ongoing. There is a process that has been started. Nobody, at least nobody in Moscow, I believe, expected it to be fast. Nobody expected it to happen overnight. That's a huge crisis that we're dealing with. And that Prime Minister Modi has gotten all of the details from President Putin, but also, just checking in all of the boxes, the new areas of cooperation. We were all listening closely, obviously, that from high-tech aviation, so that means that there's going to be extensive discussions on those jets, but also AI, something that we hadn't discussed, I believe, on these panels, and that's something that India has a lot to offer, and Russia as well. So that's very interesting in terms of future cooperation between the two countries.
Yes, so commitment you're saying to broad basing this relationship coming through there. Very interestingly, and this is something that President Putin referred to, he thanked Prime Minister Modi for the efforts that Prime Minister Modi is making, perhaps behind the scenes, we don't know, in trying to narrow the divergence over Ukraine, Doctor. Significant.
Yeah, well, first of all, I think it was very well-crafted disclosure after the meeting. I think we pressed all the right buttons, including the button that would send Trump into convulsions looking at his images. But may I, with my layman knowledge, disagree a little when we say, or when Prime Minister Modi says that we've not been neutral. No, we have been neutral, because in this war you are either with Russia or you are against it. I have always been against Russia invading Ukraine for the simple reason that it is a country's inalienable right to forge methods or mechanisms to defend itself. Now, Russia has had three erstwhile Soviet Union states that are part of NATO alliance. You have Poland, eastern countries part of NATO alliance. Russia cannot attack them. The only reason Russia attacked Ukraine was it was not part of NATO. So it could have been part of NATO earlier. Now, obviously, if I am not neutral, I would be against Russia invading a foreign country when that foreign country, like other neighboring countries of Soviet Union, of Russia, have taken that same step. So India has been neutral. But as I said, who is not neutral and who is not hypocritical? You look at the Western Europe, who's like, waxing eloquent about siding with Ukraine against Russia. They've been buying more Russian energy and oil than we have been. They've even, saved themselves, exempted themselves from the secondary sanctions that are unfortunately going to hurt us, because now when Russian oil majors are put under sanctions, that hurts us.
Tatiana Kukureva, a quick one on what Dr. Ranganathan said, and I want to bring in Major Jolly.
Well, Rahul, I'll have to remind the doctor that the relationships with Ukraine has been a very special issue, and I wouldn't possibly compare it to the other neighboring countries that are part of NATO, for a very simple reason. And this is such a complex issue, obviously more complex for us because we have been living side by side with this country that has chosen to and let's not forget, back in 2014, when all of this ugliness was unfolding, when American officials just suddenly appeared out there on Maidan, giving out cookies like Victoria Nuland and let's not forget Hunter Biden to begin with. That's such a complex issue. It was never about just our neighbors being there and suddenly there is an attack. No, it's been building up for quite a while, and there was very obvious influence.
It's a sovereignty issue, deeply linked to Russian sovereignty also, I suppose, and therefore you had a cat and mouse game. In fact, Trump has laid the blame squarely on Biden's door and the West. But yes, very quickly.
No, I agree. It's much more nuanced, as the previous panelist rightly said. But let me give you an analogy. We have a border dispute, a territory dispute with Pakistan. Now, tomorrow Pakistan enters into an alliance, a NATO-like alliance, which it has with Saudi Arabia or something. Would we invade Pakistan?
But it has in the past tried to, of course, it had, of course, an alliance during the Cold War era, CENTO and so forth, in CETO. But the point was not that. The point here is that Russia thought that its own security interests were being impinged through a feint, and that was something that they objected to. Now, look, we can always sort of stand in moral judgment of someone's commitment to finally pulling the trigger, but a lot could be then said about the way India sort of reacted after Operation Sindoor. Let's just park that aside, because I think what India is trying to say is that, look, it's not our war. That is what we had originally said. It's not our war to fight or to lose. It has really been foisted upon the world. Now, you can pick your sides and you can say that it was because of Ukraine or it was because of Russia, but what are we on the side of? We're on the side of peace. We'd like both Russia and Ukraine and the West, etc., to narrow the differences and perhaps evolve some sort of an everlasting peace. I think that's what the larger message is. I just want to very quickly, I don't want to cut you off. I just very quickly want to bring in Ross Feingold from the American perspective on this. I think if you were to look at this conversation, Mr. Feingold, and these exchanges, substantive agreement there that peace is something worthy of aspiring to. I think both sides have recognized that. That should give heart to anyone who's invested in peace in Europe.
Yeah, that's certainly the case, but clearly there's different views on how to achieve that. The Europeans would prefer that Ukraine recovers its lost territory. An increasing number of people in the United States and obviously President Trump feel that's unrealistic, and it will only prolong the war. And that's why President Trump's peace plan basically would require Ukraine to acknowledge that some of its territory is occupied by Russia. But bringing this back to President Trump, we know his focus is on commerce and trade, and he's shown this willingness throughout his term in office this year, since he came back into the presidency, to be involved in conflict resolution. And I think that surprised a lot of people around the world. He does get criticism for that, but I think he also deserves some credit for that. So although a lot of the conversation about Putin's visit to India is about differences that it shows between India and the United States, again, I think President Trump really does want to restore an extremely close and positive relationship with India, and whatever remarks he might make today on his social media account, I don't think that changes the trajectory, which is that President Trump does seek a close relationship with India.
Right. I mean, look, I think those are non sequiturs there. And I agree with you. I want to bring back Tatiana Kukureva as well as Major Jolly. Major Jolly, first to you, because you haven't had an opportunity to express your point of view. Where do you come in after you heard the opening remarks?
Hi, thanks, Rahul. So, while I think the world as well as India wants to bring better peace, but these are very critical moments for India as a country as we place ourselves as one of the stakeholders in multipolar world. While we should always propagate peace, but it is time to, there's no harm in taking stand actually. You have a friend who's been with you for decades, your entire defense equipment comes, energy is coming from there. The kind of leverage that Russia gives to India in terms of transfer of tech, support, I mean, it's unmatched to anybody else in the world. So why not say, yes, while we want peace, but we do stand this side. And just to, a little quote on what Dr. Anand was saying about if Pakistan was a much weaker state and India was much bigger, and they carried out terrorist attack, we would have conquered them long back ago. It is just that the balance of power is not so that we can easily go and just take away the territory. So yes, I mean Russia-Ukraine is a very complicated state, and as Tatiana said, it's been going on for decades now.
Yeah.
So for us to try and offer a solution, it will be I don't know, reaching out way ahead of what our understanding is.
Yeah.
But I would still say that in favor of leveraging, in favor of being supporting of our decades-long friends, we should say that we stand with Russia.
Well, at least optically, Doctor. Yeah. No, go ahead.
As I said, I mean, I don't mind India's position at all. I mean, in fact, you could say in one sense it's walking on eggshells, but it's being supportive of its friend Russia. At the same time, it doesn't want to antagonize the rest of the West because we do a lot of trade with them.
Yes.
But the fact of the matter is Ukraine did not attack Russia. As the Major said, if Pakistan were to attack us, then we would certainly conquer them. That analogy doesn't hold. But at the same time, let me also say this. It is the prerogative of any country to find ways and mechanisms to defend itself. Now, of course, Ukraine may feel threatened with a much larger neighbor, as many other countries did. All it's done is it's taken its inalienable right to defend itself. And Russia also, as I said, I mean, I accept there's a nuanced position. I mean, there is territory of Ukraine that Russia thinks it is ours, just like, Pakistani territory that actually is ours. But the fact of the matter is we are not neutral out here. We could have gone one step further and explained the pros and cons of this battle. For example, we could have said, look, I think this part of what Russia has done is fine. This part of what Ukraine has done is fine. For simply saying that we want peace is, I'm afraid, neither here nor there, but then I'm not a diplomat.
Maybe that's why Prime Minister gave Mr. Putin the Bhagavad Gita. Maybe there's that to it too. But
yes.
Just a minute, I'll just take a very short break. I want to come back because I want to pick up from where we left off with Mr. Sajjanhar and Ms. Kukureva on whether there is also, of course, a little bit of pressure on Moscow or a realization that it also needs to diversify its own interests. So we'll come back to that question just after this short break. Stay with us, viewers.
It's a summit that will redefine geopolitics.
Two leaders, one visit, every moment counts.
Every deal, every word, every step decoded.
Your front row seat
to a headline-making trip from Moscow
to New Delhi. We've got it covered.
Diplomatic power unfolds this week.
Putin, Modi, power play.
Exclusive, exhaustive, extensive.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
I also want to go across to Akanksha Swaroop, who's there at the Bharat Mandapam. Later this afternoon, both the President and the Prime Minister will be convening the India-Russia CEOs Roundtable, the Business Forum. And as I outlined a moment ago, one of the things that they want to expand is on trade and cooperation, on expanding the breadth of the trade relationship. Right now, a lot of it is Russian gas and oil, and the trade deficit, like I outlined a moment ago, is the second highest that India has with any country after China. How do they plan to go about it?
Right. So very interestingly, we are at the Bharat Mandapam where the CEO roundtable will be happening. And yesterday was the India-Russia Business Forum. Interestingly, Zaka, the Commerce Minister, Mr. Piyush Goyal, was very quick in pointing out that the trade has been flourishing between India and Russia. Nonetheless, it remains skewed and that trade basket has to be diversified. So even though India happens to be one of the largest buyers of Russian defense, also was one of the largest buyers of Russian oil, and that of course has been going down. So it is now going to shift focus over to trade. What is that going to encompass? You're looking at pharmaceuticals, you're looking at fertilizers, agricultural products. Both the sides are looking towards working down, say, the tariff barriers. The Commerce Minister also highlighted that compliance, tariff, and there was a lot of red tapeism involved, which the Modi government has sort of worked towards to reduce, and that will also give a headway in sort of strengthening and deepening this partnership. All of the Russian delegation currently is comprising of, say, corporate honchos from these sectors, which I just enlisted, many of them also belonging to the energy sector, many of them belonging to big machinery sectors as well. The other aspect that we are looking towards is increasing labor mobility. Remember, Russia has lost out close to 1 million Russians on the front line alone, and there is a massive labor shortage. India is looking towards replenishing that shortage by providing Indian labor. At the same time, nuclear cooperation is going to be another major area of sort of concern and cooperation. But it would be interesting to see how we take this entire bilateral trade partnership forward. We've been talking to, say, FICCI also, members of FICCI. They've all been talking about how this particular forum is only going to help us take this forward.
Okay, we'll be back in touch with our reporters through the course of the morning. It's going to be a busy and heavy morning for our reporters as well. So I hope you've got your fuel for the day planned on, and you will get an announcement of this later in the afternoon. Is on small modular reactors. Russia's state-run nuclear corporation, Rosatom, has now announced that it has delivered the first consignment of nuclear fuel for the initial loading of Unit 3 at the Kudankulam nuclear power plant in Tamil Nadu. The fuel delivery marks a key milestone in the ongoing construction and commissioning of the plant's next reactor unit. There are 6 units that the Russian side was supposed to build. 2 of them are operational now. This is the nuclear fuel that's been now confirmed. For the 3rd unit, there are now units 4, 5 and 6 that need to be commissioned as well. So this is something that you will hear about when those intergovernmental agreements are signed later this afternoon. Here in our studios, Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey, security analyst, is there. We have Abhijit Iyer Mitra, senior fellow from the Institute for Peace and Conflict Studies, and Anand Raghunathan, professor and familiar face here on CNN News 18. Welcome, gentlemen. General Pandey, what is at stake, as you see it, as President Putin and Prime Minister Modi begin the 23rd Annual India-Russia Summit at a time when there seems to be this geopolitical rebalancing going on?
Yeah, I think firstly, a lot of people are putting focus on defense deal and trade facet, how to overcome, bridge the gap of trade gap and all, but I look at it in this whole shifting of geopolitics in not only in the region, but more importantly in the world stage. I think a multipolarity is now getting established by this visit of the 10th visit of Putin in last since the time he has been in the power. I think it's very, very important and significant. And I think for both, not only for Putin, a lot of people are saying it's important for Putin to showcase to his own population, his own people, and to the world that he is not isolated in this whole context, which is war which is happening with Ukraine, while Europeans and the Americans may be getting after him by sanctioning and all. But yet he has got places to visit. He's already been visiting in last couple of months. He's been out of his country and visited a number of states, and therefore I think it's very important for him domestically, but I think it's also very important for us. While we may not talk of it more often, that there is a leverage. We are an emerging power. If you look at this articles coming out by diplomats against the visit of Putin in our country and the discussion which is happening, why is he visiting our country, puts India back into the focus. So while number of people may feel that it is not so good, but I look at it that it's very important that India's relevance is being recognized in the world. And then my view is that this is a very great opportunity for Prime Minister Modi to come out slightly more higher when he may talk and make a mention about Ukraine-Russia war, away from the symbolism of sanctions and tariff and stuff like that, which has been tried to be imposed by the West on the rest of the world, actually, whosoever is taking energy correct from Russia. I think the moment he makes a statement on Ukraine-Russia war, because today we are the only country who can talk to both Ukrainians and Russians. And I think that is very important. And you listen to the statement.
India's largest airline, Indigo, is in a tailspin, viewers. Big disruptions by Indigo. Absolute apathy with regards to passenger and consumer interest. Indigo has cancelled all Delhi departures till midnight. Can you believe it? Yesterday, 550 flights of Indigo were cancelled, inconveniencing thousands and thousands of travellers. Today, also in Chennai, flights grounded till 6 p.m. And over the last 48 hours, more than 1,300 flights have been scrapped. In 48 hours, over 600 viewers. Turmoil has erased nearly 16,000 crores in market value, with the Indigo stock sliding 6%. And they only have themselves to blame. They were supposed to conform to new directives from the government that had been relaxed not once but twice for them. But they failed to do so. And since November, viewers, they've got into rostering problems because the new guidelines mandated more rest time for pilots, which meant that India's largest airline, if it was conscious of its commitment towards serving the customer, would have taken on board more pilots, but it did not do so, keeping profits and margins in mind. It refused to do so. So it has landed in this mess when it has hit a wall. And frankly, viewers, the Civil Aviation Ministry, the government at the center, has been blithely complicit. One has to say this because it hasn't stepped in at the right times. It gave too much rein to Indigo without accountability. Let's listen in to the woes of passengers who are the hardest hit today on the ground. Here are some ground reports of the chaos, and you can see it on your screens, viewers, from different airports.
As the crisis over Indigo flights being cancelled persists, in today's day there are more than 600 flights across the entire country which seem to be cancelled, of which 104 are from Mumbai. These are to and fro flights from Mumbai. Right here outside the T1 airport at Mumbai, you see long queues outside the Indigo ticketing center. This is because we see that there are several passengers, thousands of them, who've been stranded at the airport. In fact, as a part of the information that comes in, it has also been informed that the Indigo has informed that it would curtail flights from December 8 onwards to minimize flight disruption and delays, and cancellations would continue. Of course, a statement has been issued for passengers stating that they have to they should bear with some inconvenience, particularly when it comes to when it comes to this very crisis that Indigo is facing, because the disruption is expected to continue for the next couple of days. Amidst all of this, of course, DGC has issued instruction that when it comes to the flight tickets for other aircrafts, tickets should not be shot up. But the passengers we spoke to here have spoken about the fact that they are experiencing and have to purchase air tickets worth rupees 1 lakh to 34,000. 34,000 is the base, going up onwards up to 1 lakh rupees in a domestic flight as well. In fact, all of this comes in as Indigo is flying more than 2,200 flights across the entire country. And because of the changes in the roster system, changes over the schedule of the cabin crew as well as the pilots of the weekend and in all the roster system, is where several of this several staff is not available for Indigo, and which is where this very issue is being faced by Indigo, and this is leading to cascade effect on other airlines as well, because several other airlines are also getting cancelled on the lines, particularly on the lines because these Indigo aircrafts are parked in the parking bay. Tell us, you were travelling by Indigo. What was your flight number, and how long it's been delayed?
5217. It's been indefinitely delayed, and they've refunded the tickets, but no mail, no messages, nothing like that.
Okay.
So yeah.
So for how long have you been waiting here?
I've been waiting here for 2 hours, 3 hours, around 3 hours, yeah.
And where were you flying to?
Bangalore.
How do you see? How will you plan to travel now after this?
I think the train is the best idea because no flight in this country is dependable. So I think train is the way to go ahead.
Okay. And are there more people traveling with you who are facing these issues?
My friends, yeah. Yeah, more people, yeah.
Okay. And most of you all are facing this issue?
Yeah, many of us, like you can see.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you all get any communication about the delay or anything?
Nothing like that. No mail, no messages, nothing. I think that's what pissed people off.
Okay.
You can just send a mail, that's all.
So बताइए क्या दिक्कत आ रही है आपको?
मैडम मैंने टिकट बुक किया था, कल मेरे जाने का था, वो टिकट कैंसिल नहीं जा रही, फ्लाइट कैंसिल हो गया, फिर मैंने वाया टिकट दिया, वाया टिकट भी मैं जब आज उसको जाने के लिए आया तो बोलता वो भी कैंसिल हो गया.
Well, big breaking news coming in. Finally, the regulator, the airline regulator is waking up. DGCA is conducting field inspections on Indigo at major airports. Strict action is what the DGCA is having us believe is being taken. This means not only the airline's flight operations are under DGCA's tight watch, but passenger handling arrangements are also being watched by the DGCA. But watching won't do, viewers. Action needs to be taken. Special officers from the DGCA have been deployed to Indigo's operational control centers for this continuous oversight, but it's too late. Oversight is what is not required. Efficiency and restoration of services and perhaps even compensation is the need of the hour. Hopefully the DGCA will slap some penalties on Indigo because this is a crisis of its own making, viewers. Complete disregard for your interest, my interest, the interest of the passenger and the consumer taken for granted. Anvit there with more details. Anvit, what can you tell us? What is this DGCA inspection really going to achieve when flights are cancelled?
See, Rahul, DGCA has taken some strict actions, and we are being told that DGCA is conducting now field inspections at major airports where Indigo's operations
So what are these? What are these strict? If you don't mind my asking, what are these strict actions that DGCA has taken? Can you elucidate?
See, dedicated officers have been deployed in the operational centers of Indigo, and they are continuously monitoring as to how Indigo operates, not only flight operations, but also how their passenger handling and communication systems work. They have been told to communicate the cancellations and delays much before time. Only after this direction, the airline had also come out with a list, and now they are updating list on social media as to which airlines and which flights exactly are delayed or are cancelled. Previously, there was a lot of chaos among passengers. There was no communication from the airline. DGCA has stepped in to say also that all of Indigo's real-time operations are now under its watch, and they have also said that this means that not only airlines flight operations but also DGCA is keeping a tight watch on the passenger handling arrangements also. Other than this, we know that yesterday there was also a detailed ministry representation.
Let me just quickly bring in Yesha on this point. Yesha Kotak, live from Mumbai. What about stranded passengers? How are they being looked after by Indigo? Are they just getting cups of coffee and being told to wait around, or is there something more substantive coming from the airline?
Rahul, where I'll show you the visuals right here from outside the Mumbai airport's T1. This is a domestic terminal of the Mumbai airport. And like you see, as of now, when we spoke to several passengers here, some of them have been stranded inside. Of course, like you've said, that there's no provision that's being made really for the passengers right here. Right outside this Indigo's counter, where you see huge queue. Several of the passengers who we spoke to said that there was absolutely no communication that was being passed on to them. Apart from that, also some passengers who were already inside, the baggage was taken, but later they were informed that the flights are cancelled. So, in fact, there's a lot of chaos right here at this very airport. And
so you're basically saying, Yasha, that there has been actually no facilitation for the passenger, and that's really the problem, isn't it, viewers? It's not just the fact that you've been taken for granted, but you've been taken for granted twice over, because you have complete control over the sector. 70% you own the skies, basically. Where will the passenger go? That's fundamentally what it is. And I want to go straight across to Neetu, who sent us this ground report from outside, I think, Kochi airport, if I'm not mistaken, or Trivandrum. Let's go straight across to her.
We are outside the Thiruvananthapuram airport here. We can see that several passengers are here who are stuck and stranded here because the Indigo flights have been cancelled, or there has been several delays. At least 2 flights of arrivals and 2 of departure has been cancelled. This family has to go to Raipur, but their flights have been cancelled, and they are saying that there is no alternate arrangements also so far. क्या हुआ था, कब था आपका फ्लाइट?
अभी 1 बजे का था हमारा फ्लाइट, वो कैंसिल हो गया, उसका कोई मैसेज भी नहीं आया हमको। और अभी वो बोल रहे हैं कि सर अभी जस्ट हुआ है कैंसिल, मैसेज भेजने का भी हमारे पास टाइम नहीं है। और फिर बेंगलोर वाली फ़्लाइट भी कैंसिल हो गई, कल के लिए कुछ अल्टरनेट भी नहीं बता रहे हैं।
आप यहाँ पर स्टक है क्या? आप कोई ट्रिप के लिए आया था या?
ट्रिप के लिए आए थे, हमारा आज आखिरी डेट है ट्रिप का, और हमको आज रायपुर पहुँचना है, परसों से ऑफिस है हमारा।
Before 1 hour we got a cancellation mail that our flight got cancelled and we have to go to again back to Hyderabad. And when we went to the counter and asked them, they were not giving any response only. I did not face this kind of problem with other airlines, for example Air India, Air Vistara.
Actually, Sabrimala devotees who had come in from Hyderabad to have the darshan at Sabrimala temple, and then a family from Raipur who came for vacation to Kerala, they had to go back tomorrow and get back to school. The child has to get back to school and they have to go back to office, but they are stuck here with no idea as to what to do. How are they going to get back to their home? So this is the situation that we are witnessing in Thiruvananthapuram.
Must be seeing the mess of Indigo. What would you want to say about that? Is it a case of monopoly?
No, I think it's, you can't talk about monopoly because anybody, so you can start an airline tomorrow. Anyone can start an airline if they have the money. The problem is that they have been given time. The DGCA didn't suddenly spring this upon them overnight. They gave, I believe, 2 years warning to the airlines that this is going to be the new system that will be followed. Now, when you have 2 years' time to prepare and you don't prepare, whose fault is it?
Were you planning to go to Thiruvananthapuram on Air India?
I am going to Thiruvananthapuram on Air India.
3 दिनों से लगातार ये समस्या चल रही है। 500 से ज्यादा फ्लाइट्स कैंसिल हुई हैं या बहुत देर तक डिले हुई। हवाई यात्रा क्यों करता है कोई आम नागरिक? कम समय में पहुंचना चाहता है। अगर डिले हो गया तो उसका तो मतलब ही नहीं रहा। फिर मीटिंग फिक्स होती है उसकी डेस्टिनेशन, कुछ कार्य करना होता है, वो भी सफर करता है। तो मैंने आज ये मुद्दा उठाया, सदन में ये भी कहा कि सैटरडे संडे चूंकि नहीं होती है बैठ के सदन की, इसलिए ज्यादातर सांसद क्षेत्रों में जाते हैं, विकास की बातें करते हैं, काम करते हैं। शादी का सीजन चल रहा है, लोग शादियों में जाना चाहते हैं, पर इंडिगो की जिस तरीके से फ्लाइट निरस्त हो रही है उससे उनको सीधा प्रभाव पड़ रहा है। हाँ, पर एक चीज जरूर मैं कह दूं, ये गलत नीति मोदी सरकार की है जो मोनोपोली हर जगह ला रही है।
It is a matter of serious concern. Passengers are affected. Hundreds of flights have gotten cancelled. Even yesterday, the Minister of Civil Aviation has held detailed meetings with the Indigo leadership. we are very confident that there will be a resolution to this impasse. My request, not only as a user of airline services, but as a common citizen, is for the authorities as well as the senior leadership of Indigo to immediately address the concerns of the passengers and make sure that the passengers are taken care of and their interests does not suffer.
Thanks a lot for staying with us. I'm Shivani Gupta. We begin with a quick check of the headlines, and of course, we'll get you more on what's happening on ground and what is the opinion around the country over what has transpired with the Indigo fiasco. But first up, here are the headlines. After Bonhomme, Modi, Putin get down to business. Both leaders hold talks on trade, defense and energy. Prime Minister Modi discusses Ukraine with Putin, emphasizes India's stand for peace. Putin says working on a peaceful statement. India and Russia strengthen diplomatic ties, both nations to sign 10 intergovernmental agreements and 15 MOUs. Later today, Prime Minister Modi and President Putin to convene the Indo-Russia CEO Roundtable, top business leaders to explore trade, investment and strategic economic collaboration. Indigo cancels multiple flights nationwide while Delhi grounded till midnight. Chennai is no flying zone now for Indigo till 6 p.m. Aviation Ministry blames Indigo for the mess, criticizes airlines' handling of the situation. Aviation Minister statement likely today in Parliament. Indigo meltdown triggers a political fight. Opposition says fiasco highlights the cost of government's monopoly model. And DMK government moves Supreme Court against High Court order on Deepening Rao. BJP slams an anti-Hindu mindset. India's largest airline is in a severe disruption state. Indigo has cancelled all Delhi departures till midnight, grounded all Chennai flights till 6 p.m. this evening, and scrapped more than 1,300 flights now in 48 hours, over 600 alone today. The turmoil has erased nearly 16,000 crore in market value for the company, with the Indigo stock sliding 6%. Scenes from various airports across the country show passengers stranded for hours. Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu has pulled up the airline, warning it that destabilizing operations to stabilize operations immediately and keep fares in check. Indigo has apologized, remember, already, admitting that planning gaps in implementing the new FDTL rules have been one of the factors, and says that normal operations will only be fully restored by February 10. The issue has triggered political heat in Parliament as frustration continues to mount at airports nationwide. Rahul Gandhi has slammed the centre, saying the disruption is the result of centre's monopoly in aviation sector. Let's go across to my colleague Neetu Regukumar, who is joining us live from the Trivandrum airport. Neetu, what is the status of Indigo flights there?
See, at least 4 flights have been cancelled, 2 arrivals and 2 departures. So passengers have been stranded, and this is the third day they are feeling the heat. Even the other flights are being delayed for hours. We earlier when we spoke to some of the passengers, they have been saying this is also a season when Sabrimala pilgrimage happens. So from the southern parts of the country, especially from Hyderabad and Tamil Nadu, there are a lot of pilgrims coming into the state via this route. And also we saw a family from Raipur who was stuck in the here in Trivandrum because their return flight was cancelled, and even tomorrow they are not getting any assurance. They're being told that the return flights again tomorrow might be cancelled. So people are stranded here, passengers are stranded, and some of the Sabrimala devotees now decided to go back to Cochin via the Cochin route and then take a bus from there, another 22 hours by road. So this is what they are saying, the passengers that we spoke to. At least 4 cancellations and many other flights are delayed at the Trivandrum airport. Similar is the situation in the Cochin airport also.
Stay with me. Yesha, my colleague, is joining us live from the Mumbai airport. Of course, that is one of the more busier airports in the country. Yesha, what's the situation in Mumbai?
Absolutely. In fact, at Mumbai airport, we see there are several passengers who've been waiting for the last couple of days for their bags. Ma'am, tell us, what is the issue that you are facing? What is the problem?
I had a flight. We were going for a wedding from Mumbai Airport, International Airport. They postponed and postponed and postponed. Then they said, we'll give you an evening flight from T1. We said, okay, fine. So we left our bags and we went home. In the evening, we got to know it's cancelled. We came, bags are coming. Finally, we got fed up. We left out. I said, jab dena hoga, they will give us. Waited and waited and waited. Then they sent us a message, come and collect. So we said, thank God. Now we don't have to wait. We are still waiting. Look at the queue there. And they're telling us to stand in the queue to collect bags. We broke the queue. I went ahead and I shouted. Then they're saying, we have called them. And now it's more than 1 hour that they are calling them. So finally we decided to barge in. All of us have got together there and barge in. That's why I'm telling you, come and see that we are fighting with the security people now. Either take us inside or call the Indigo people outside. You can't have us troubling. See the senior citizen. Senior citizens are being troubled. I mean, nowhere in the world this happens that you trouble senior citizens. It's just
Where were you headed to?
Dehradun.
Okay. And when was your flight supposed to?
It was supposed to be on third night, fourth early morning.
Okay.
And today the wedding is done. We are not going for wedding. Nobody is talking of compensation. Take refund, take refund. What about compensation? We have spent money coming here. We spent money eating, sleeping at the airport. Coming, going, coming. Nobody talks of compensation. Even I saw debates on the thing, but they say Indigo must do that, Indigo must do that, this, that. What about compensation? Shouldn't we be compensated? My return is from Air India. They are not going to give us. Now DGCA is supposed to make sure all the airlines work in tandem and they refund us, or at least keep it open for us to use the return tickets from somewhere else. Where is DGCA? They are supposed to control this situation now.
Right.
My return fare is gone. This one also refund, no compensation.
Right.
They are sending us message, collect the bags. They are not sending us message about collect refund.
Right.
Is that allowed? Is that okay?
Clearly, we have several passengers who've been waiting here, like we heard ma'am saying. There are senior citizens who've been stranded right outside the airport. They've been complaining that there's no way any kind of facilitation is being done for them, and no communication whatsoever about the other flights that they are supposed to be taking. Ma'am, would you want to speak to us? What is the problem that you're facing?
Sorry?
What is the problem that you're facing, ma'am? You were saying your
I have left my baggage last night due to, flight delayed. So they told me we will send it home. I gave them the address and everything. And then finally I'm waiting because my daughter is getting married. She's an adopted daughter or whatever. She's my relative. I'm getting her married. So I said, let me go. And I'm the one, who's organized everything for her. Now she's calling me constantly, come. So when they give me my baggage, I will book another flight. How can I book without my baggage?
Where were you supposed
So
to
minor
ma'am?
problems that the passengers are facing, all kinds of issues. Even if you know that your flight is cancelled, it still causes a lot of trouble. It's not as simple as just knowing that, okay, your flight is not going to fly anymore. Afrin Hussain is joining us live from Bengaluru Airport, another one of the busier airports in India. Afrin, give us a sense of how many flights have been cancelled there.
Well, let me tell you that the ground situation here is really bad. Yesterday, when CNN News 18 was here at the Kempegowda International Airport in Bengaluru, we saw that there were, few passengers who were struggling and stranded here. But today, you can see the lines in front of the inquiry desk here at Indigo. You can see that there are hundreds of people waiting, trying to get to know if their flights are rescheduled, cancelled, what is the situation like, what are they supposed to do next. The lines are just growing longer, and I don't think that there is any resolution to what these passengers' concerns are. I have here with me a few passengers who are stuck here, stranded here. Let me talk to them. They'll give you a sense of what is happening here at the airport, what is going on inside. I have with me a person who's, stuck here for so long, and he's a New Zealand citizen. He's seen the situation inside, and he's going to explain to us what it is like here.
So yeah, basically regretfully it's been turning into such a nightmare for thousands of people in India because of one airline called Indigo. And trust me, I've seen some old people literally crying. They cannot speak their feelings. Some people have been stuck here for 3 days, and I did not get any notification that my flight is cancelled. So when I reached here, when I approached the check-in counter, they were surprised that my flight has been really cancelled. And I've met a lady who actually boarded a flight from Nagpur to here. She was supposed to go to Kochi, but her baggage is not with her anymore. She was supposed to attend the wedding. I met one guy who has been here for 3 days. He still does not know when he's going to reach to his destination. So government of India and any other private airlines, I really request you to really step up your game and make sure we don't rely on one, because there are thousands of emotions. Old people are suffering, small kids are crying, people do not know where to go, what to do. And at this time, when I approach the other airlines, they are charging me 50,000 bucks from Bangalore to Ahmedabad. And when I ask Indigo, what can you do about it? Because I need to reach at home. They could not do anything. And the poor lady is sitting there. There are 50 people shouting at her. All she could do is, sir, I'm sorry, but I will initiate a refund. That's the best response she could give us. And it's really a nightmare. Please make sure Indigo needs to step up the game, or other private airlines, they need to step up their game.
Yeah. So
Thank
now
you.
questions are indeed rising as to what happens to those people who want to book other flights, because I think this is where the DGCA can indeed step in. They already have given a directive to other airlines that, fares should be controlled, even to Indigo, but of course most of Indigo's operations are grounded. So other airlines do need to step into this situation and ensure that passengers can find a reasonable fare on their operations if they are to book their flights onwards. I want to go across to Meenakshi Kanagat, who's a passenger. She's at the airport for her flight, which was supposed to be from Mumbai to Jaisalmer. Suhail Seth, columnist, and Anand Ranganathan, author, are also joining us. But Meenakshi ji, I'm coming to you first. What is your situation? You're at the Mumbai airport?
Yes, I'm at the Mumbai airport.
Can you tell me what's happening? Yes, with you?
It's pretty bad here also. There is no direction here. We don't know where we are going. Any flight is not flights are not coming in only, so we are stuck here. My flight was to leave at 8:30 in the morning. It's 3. Now it is scheduled at 3:30, but there is no gate mentioned, so we have no clue.
Ma'am, yours is an Indigo flight or some other airline?
Indigo
flight. Okay. So it hasn't been completely cancelled so far. It has a scheduled departure later in the afternoon.
No information, no intimation, nothing. There is no help desk here. Nobody is there to guide you.
Okay, so you're planning to wait there to figure out what happens. You said something about a 3:30 time now.
So we don't have any other choice, because even if we want to go home, even taking the suitcases from them, it's going to be another ordeal, to just sit here and wait. Nothing else we can do.
So I just want to understand from you, since morning, your flight was in the morning, you've received no communication from the airline till you are here at the airport and figuring out for yourself?
Nothing at all. Nothing. We're just sitting patiently. One thing about Mumbaikars, they are really very, very patient people, and they are testing our patience now, seriously. Nobody is doing any dharna here. I don't see any angry faces here. But still, there is no hope here.
Okay. Meenakshi ji, if you can stay with us, let me also take some opening comments from some of our guests joining us. Devesh Agarwal is an aviation expert also with us. But Suhail Seth, I'm coming to you first. Is it, whose fault is this? Is it the airline fault, or is this somehow government's fault because of quote-unquote monopoly, the charge that is coming against the government right now?
It's actually Donald J. Trump's fault. Blame it on everyone else but the people who are actually responsible. It is obviously Indigo's fault. I mean, how can you even imagine that at a time like this, an airline should behave so bloody irresponsibly and transfer the blame to everyone else but themselves? It is ridiculous. I have sat on the Global Advisory Board of British Airways. This is not the way an airline works. It is an absolute disgrace. I can't even tell you, Shivani, that you shut the bloody airline down, because we'll be again in trouble. Let me tell you what Meenakshi said. Let me give you my personal example. Okay? My daughter, 6 years old, and my mother-in-law were to travel this morning from Goa to Bombay. First, 9 a.m., flight postponed. Second delay, third delay, fourth delay, now cancelled. My point is, why do these rascals not be honest with the truth? Why can they not tell people what the actual situation is? People understand. A, B, you tell me, Shivani, The airline claims to have huge profitability. They claim to have very smart people, but obviously these smart people are duffers if they can't manage this. Let me tell you, and Meenakshi, don't talk about this Mumbai patience. It is the worst thing to have. If you are impatient, you will bring people to account. If you are patient, they will walk all over you. In India, kindness is treated as weakness. Now, let me tell you what is going to happen. All flights from Delhi on Indigo have been cancelled today.
Yes, till midnight.
As we speak, Shivani, there are 1,100. So there are 1,100 Indigo flights cancelled. Forget what's happening about my child or anyone else. Medical emergency. I couldn't be bothered if that lady is missing her adopted daughter's wedding. To hell with that. There are medical emergencies.
Yes.
There are people who are spending a fortune. And let me tell you, there is no bloody accountability. I'm sorry for using this word bloody, but this is what they have. They have blood on their hands. And no one is taking them to account.
Okay.
The media, at least you guys are running programs. Where is the accountability? The DGCA has told these people, okay, we will relax your rules of FTL till February. Where is the penalty? If I were the civil aviation minister, I'd have penalized Indigo 3,000 crores. From that, I would have given Meenakshi and all her ilk compensation. Do you know something, Shivani? Normally, airlines, suppose I'm on a British Airways thing, and you've got the aviation expert there. Suppose I'm on a British Airways flight. It is British Airways' responsibility to rebook me on another carrier. These chaps don't even try for another carrier. Obviously, carriers will be full. I can understand that. But there is no customer centricity. There is no care for the customer. It's almost as if we don't give a damn whether you die or whether you fly.
Okay, one second.
What kind of rubbish is this?
No, Suhail, you talked about the penalty, and I think that's an important point. Whether that comes immediately right now or whether the DGCA and the ministry work with Indigo to first sort out this situation, I think we can, we can debate that, because the penalty is not really anybody's priority right now. The priority is to get the airline up and running at least to some 70-80% of its operation, so that this pain can be eased right now. I've got another passenger with me. Alex George is at the Chennai airport. Yes, Alex, what's the situation with you?
Ma'am, the situation has been same since the last 3 days. So I've been trying to go to Delhi from Chennai, and since the last 2 days, my flight has been booked, and they are cancelling the flight at the last moment when we are about to check in.
So you're in a way stranded where you can't fly with Indigo, but you also can't take the call of cancelling that flight and booking something else.
Yeah, they are just rescheduling the flight to the next day. And today what happened is that today the same thing happened. So I just booked a flight with Air India. And like you can't even tell, the prices are so high. Like I booked a ticket for around 30K just to fly from Chennai to Delhi.
How much money have you lost, Alex, in all of this?
I haven't amount, but like it's around 50K or something like that.
Yeah. Anand wanted to come in. Yes, go ahead.
Shivani, look, this is an absolute catastrophe that has happened, that has unfolded right in front of us. Accountability has to be fixed. But more than that, there are 3 points I'd like to make. This is, giving credence to that often cliched phrase, fly-by-night operators. I mean, the CEO, where is he? Peter Elbers. First of all, he has to have resigned days ago. He is missing in action. Now, the fact of the matter is that this is because of a High Court order that was given more than 6 months ago.
Why are they not prepared about
it? The different phases kicked in, and it's not just that Indigo were caught unawares. First of all, Rahul Gandhi is yet again wrong. It's not a monopoly. It's not even a duopoly. Monopoly was when, his dynasty acolytes were running the country. You had only Indian Airlines or Air India. Right now, Indigo has 60% share. 30% is Air India. Akasa Air is 5%. And the rest is 5%. You don't call that monopoly. You don't even call that duopoly. But the fact of the matter is, because you have a government regulator that cannot itself fix accountability on its own, we saw what happened during the air crash. Of course, they might be in cahoots with Indigo. Now, Indigo every year makes a revenue of 80,000 crores. It makes a profit of 8,000 crores. It has 5,000 pilots. The cost to the company of those pilots is 2,500 crores. Now, with the new policy being kicked in by FDTL, it would have required 65 more pilots, that's all.
No, this is
It still
very
hasn't
good.
managed it.
Exactly, but I'm getting a very big breaking update exactly on what could be the underlying factor, although the responsibility of the airline is to be pinpointed. The DGCA has now withdrawn the rule that barred airlines from substituting weekly rest with leave. The move comes amidst this major operational disruption and airline requests for flexibility. Airlines can now use leave in place of weekly rest to stabilize crew rosters. The DGCA says withdrawal is effective immediately. So, of course, there is a firefighting operation going on. Devesh is the aviation expert here. Devesh, how do you read this? This is a massive rollback of sorts by the government?
Hi, Shivani. Thanks for having me. Basically, the airlines didn't want FDTL. This is a great way to get it withdrawn. Okay, Anand and Sohail, they said it very correctly. Sorry, am I visible? I don't know if I'm audible.
Yeah, you're audible. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. So, basically, the airlines didn't want it. Indigo has just been the tip of the spear. All the airlines did not want it. The other airlines were prepared. Indigo has used its market muscle, so to speak, and put it. Every season, if you are aware, we have this concept of a winter schedule and a summer schedule. These schedules are supposed to be shared with the ministry and approval is taken. This is done by the DGCA. For the last 5 years, there's another airline I will not name whose schedule was approved based on them having X number of aircraft when everybody in the industry knew that they had only half the fleet. Yet their schedule was approved. So constantly you would see that airlines flights being cancelled. In fact, they even took out a comedian, took out an ad.
But no, Devesh, I'm going to come back to you. Just hold on your thought. I just want to go across to my colleague Payal Mehta, who's joining us on this massive rollback of sorts that has been taken by the aviation watchdog. Payal, tell us more.
And what we are given to understand that the DGCA has currently put that order into abeyance. It's not been withdrawn, it's not been cancelled, it's been put into abeyance to give Indigo some time because, Indigo has been the culprit at this end, not having done the recruitment drive that they should have done over the last few months. In contrast to which, Air India had already run their recruitment drives and Air India had surplus pilots already available. Anyways, to mitigate the situation, this release is going to be of great importance as far as the passenger concern, passenger release is really concerned, and that is something which is being done. And we are also given to understand the Civil Aviation Minister, Mr. Rammohan Naidu, has already briefed the Union Home Minister about the developments as well. After which the DGCA has announced that this has to be done with immediate effect. Because lakhs and lakhs of passengers, Shivani, were impacted over the last few days, and many flights to cancel. In fact, Indigo has not even informed people whether the flights were being cancelled or not. There was no
absolutely. Payal, stay with me. We have the copy of this order that has now been issued. This is order issued on 4th. But let me just go across to the title. The subject says withdrawal of instructions regarding published weekly rest. So the letter at least certainly seems to suggest that this is a withdrawal of what has been issued in the past, whereas reference is invited to the above mentioned letter. No leave shall be substituted for weekly rest. In view of the ongoing operational disruptions and representations received from various airlines regarding the need to ensure continuity and stability of operation, it has been considered necessary to review the said provision. Now, therefore, the instruction contained in the reference paragraph that no leave shall be substituted for weekly rest is hereby withdrawn with immediate effect. This issues with the approval of the competent authority. So, the letter certainly suggesting that this rule has been withdrawn. This is coming under severe pressure, but this is also retrospective. This should have been thought about or discussed earlier. If this was going to be such a massive issue, it should not be taking place like this. Yes, there can be a review, but it should be happening in a better way, not 3 days after this chaos has ensued. My colleague Anvit is joining us. So Anvit, just explain why this was necessary now, and also what is this particular issue of no leave shall be substituted for weekly off. Why has this created such chaos?
See, Shivani, when FDTL came in, DGCA had relaxed rest period for the pilots, and they had said increased it from 36 hours to 48 hours. Now, in this period, the weekly offs were not to be counted, and in fact, previously DGCA had given this instruction that weekly offs must not be counted as the rest that is given, so that the leaves that the pilots take shall not be counted as weekly offs. But now, owing to the shortage of the crew and owing to the chaos that has been there for the last 3 days, DGCA has withdrawn this, the ministry has withdrawn this instruction of theirs, and they have said that now, for now, the exemption has been given, but it has been withdrawn. So also later on, when they want to implement it, there will have to be another order that will clearly chart out whether weekly offs can be mixed with leaves. If the leaves are taken, can that be counted as weekly offs or not? Because the resting period was increased drastically from 36 hours a week to 48 hours. Also, we are learning that the night landings that had been restricted from 6 to 8, we are learning that probably there will also be shortly an exemption of in that also the airline, the Indigo for now will be given an exemption. We are learning, however, the order is still awaited, but we are learning that an exemption on the night landing also. Previously it was 6, Indigo had been asking for to keep it 6, but the DGCA's new norms had said only 2 landings, night landings can be allowed. We are learning that a development can also happen on that phase, and that also exemption may be given to back to the 6 landings. So these changes are being made, but see, if we look at the picture entirely, too late to take these decisions. When the order came, there was ample time. These orders had initially come on January 2024. The FDTL had come in, and since then the airlines had 2 years of time. Eventually, the pilots body also went to the court, against DGCA, saying that why were airlines being given more time, but then DGCA came on board and said that no, we are implementing in just 2 months, and July 1 starting, and then from November 1 in phases this will be implemented. So then the order was stayed, but see, the chaos that it has caused and the re-rostering scheduling problems that Indigo has gone through, it has left passengers in utter chaos and across airports, and thousands of passengers in the last 3 days have been stranded. Many of them could not make it to very important meetings and very important gatherings as well.
To be honest, yes, some are life and death situations, but everybody's particular situation is going to be important to them. And many lakhs of passengers have suffered. Before I bring in Devesh, yes, Anand, you've been wanting to come in.
No, I mean, this is just unbelievable. What more proof, Shivani, do you need that we are a banana republic? Just 5 minutes ago, I demanded the resignation of the CEO of Indigo for dereliction of duty. Now, may I please demand the resignation of the civil aviation's minister? Is this a joke out here? This is a High Court order. The pilot unions went to the High Court demanding the weekly leave. The High Court granted it. It was an order that was... On what basis has the DGCA gone and said that this is in abeyance right now? It is, in fact, you know why I'm asking for the resignation? Because right now they are playing with the safety of passengers. If you do not give the pilots adequate rest, which is what the High Court wanted, aren't you playing with the safety of the passengers?
But the airlines weren't able to execute it.
Well, then they have to pay 2 or 3 times the compensation. How were they not? Is this the problem only with Indigo? I gave you the data.
Could there have been a longer period during which this order could have been executed, a longer phase?
It was already decided by the High Court. The instructions were given. July was the first phase. Second phase kicked in on 1st November. Now for 30 days, there was no issue at all. It's a question of 65 extra pilots that Indigo, with a profit of 8,000 crore, revenue of 80,000 crore, can't manage.
No, I'm not justifying the Indigo situation, but I'm also trying to understand, if airlines in India were prepared for something like this, or should we do it in a way that they are more prepared, and we can ensure that they are prepared for it before it is executed. So Devesh, I want to understand from you, first of all, the parallel to something like this, these rules that the DGCA on the back of a court order tried to implement, and why was this not possible for Indigo? What is the problem here?
It's very simple. Senior management. If you look at the photograph released by the ministry yesterday, none of the C-suite has attended the meeting. I agree with Anand. Where is the CEO sitting? Where is Mr. Elbert? Where is Mr. Rahul Bhatia? This is a crisis of unimaginable proportions, and the topmost management of the airline is missing.
No, explain this rule to me. Explain this rule for the benefit of our viewers. What is this rule exactly? Why did it come into being? What are global parallels to a rule like this?
Ma'am, there are there is a prescribed fatigue management system which is practiced in most of the West, Europe, etc. India for many years used to, how do I use the word, literally treat pilots as slave labor. Even today, pilots are required to give a 6-month notice period before leaving an airline. Okay, so the airlines have been, the only word I can use is colluding. I agree with Anand. Our DGCA is an ineffective body. Our current Director General was the former coal secretary. Come on, there's no technical people there. They
Let's
need
not
to have.
pussyfoot. Sack
Yeah,
the goddamn DGCA head.
yeah, but
Take
Suhail,
his
just to
bloody
let you
head
know,
and
no,
put it on a
listen, no,
scalpel.
Suhail, you had said something about British Airways. In 2021, British Airways left me stranded at the airport. I was a business class Emerald Elite passenger and they just told me buzz off. No compensation, no nothing. I was stranded in Chicago.
Well, I wish I could apologize for them, but I'm not going to because
No,
I don't know
as I
about your
said, I
personal
exercised,
incident, but let me tell you
I
one thing.
exercised.
No, 1 minute. We are
No, please,
discussing something of
no, listen.
gravitas here. 1 minute.
Please let me
The problem
complete my
is
point.
the
No, even
DGCA
let me
is
One by. Sohail, I'm coming to you next. Let him finish his point. Yes, Devesh.
So my point is that there is a
I want to
prescribed
respond to
flight
that.
duty
We are
time limit
discussing a
because
serious
pilots
national
require to
matter.
have, a lot of situational awareness to fly the aircraft
Okay,
safely.
okay, fair
It
enough.
is the choice of Indigo senior management not to hire because other airlines have prepared for it, and today they
Exactly.
are
So
not
that's
facing a
that's
problem.
really the bottom line
That
here.
is the
That this
issue.
airline
Yes, ma'am.
completely. Yes, Sohail.
Into the
Yes.
Mahabharat. 1 minute. Let's not be like Bernard Shaw where the preface is longer than the play. There are only 4 issues here. Number 1, who is going to be held responsible for this mess? And if that person is identified, which is very clear, that person should be sacked, removed, and put to trial. Number 2, there must be a fiscal penalty. Look, all these jokers only understand money. When you pinch their wallets, they understand the seriousness. Number 3, every passenger must be compensated immediately because the compensation cannot be only linked to Meenakshi's one-way travel. Suppose she's traveling on another carrier. That carrier won't care whether Indigo cancels the flight or not. What are you going to do about it?
Yes.
Number 4, the Peter Ibers and all these jokers must be held to account, including Rahul Bhatia. You want to make shitloads of money. You want homes everywhere in the world. And you run your airline into the ground even after intimation from the High Court. What kind of a joke is this?
Okay.
And who is
okay.
responsible?
Hold on, Sohail. I have another passenger with me. Meenakshi is also with us. Meenakshi must have heard the breaking news that we are giving, and I'll take her thoughts on that. But Manuraj Gupta is a passenger stranded at the Mumbai airport. Manuraj, describe to us your situation. What all happened?
So I had a flight from Mumbai to Bhopal today afternoon, around 3 p.m. and it was cancelled today morning without any proper clear communication. So I was just informed that the flight has been cancelled and there was no clear mention of which PNR or which flight exactly. And I was just intimated that I would get a refund. So first of all, there has been a lot of inconsistent communication from and miscommunication from Indigo regarding the flight status, and we have not been able to know like which. So I had a flight tomorrow as well to Delhi, and there has been no communication that which flight was cancelled, whether it's the one that was cancelled for today or tomorrow. And I think there has been no alternate provided as well, so people are left stranded at the airport and have been facing a lot of trouble.
So, Manuraj, can I understand from you, why did you decide to come to the airport?
So I wanted, there was no clarity regarding the flight status. So I was living close to the airport, and so I decided to check the flight status and probably also find an alternate flight from the desk here. So that is the reason I came here, because online there was a lot of the fares have gone really high, 4 to 5 times the usual, and so it's not possible to book online.
I understand. So, these are the my right situations in which the passengers are finding themselves. Everybody's situation is tricky at some level. But Meenakshi, can I get your response on the fact that the order which possibly caused all of this chaos, not taking away from the airline's own responsibility, has now been withdrawn? Knee-jerk reaction?
But what about the safety of the passengers? What the gentleman just said. About that.
Kargil war and of course the IC-814 hijacking and also of course we had we had sanctions from the west side at that time after Pokhran 2 nuclear test. Similarly, this time around we have extra tariff from the United States time. So there are similarity in that 2000 visit of Putin and when he's visiting in 2025.
Okay, in fact it was in 2000 that the first India-Russia annual summit got instituted. Putin is now here in India for the 23rd edition of the India-Russia Annual Summit. I also want to go across to Akanksha Swaroop, who's there at the Bharat Mandapam. Later this afternoon, both the President and the Prime Minister will be convening the India-Russia CEOs Roundtable, the Business Forum. And as I outlined a moment ago, one of the things that they want to expand is on trade and cooperation, on expanding the breadth of the trade relationship. Right now, a lot of it is Russian gas and oil, and the trade deficit, like I outlined a moment ago, is the second highest that India has with any country after China. How do they plan to go about it?
Right. So very interestingly, we are at the Bharat Mandapam where the CEO roundtable will be happening. And yesterday was the India-Russia Business Forum. Interestingly, Zaka, the Commerce Minister, Mr. Piyush Goyal, was very quick in pointing out that the trade has been flourishing between India and Russia. Nonetheless, it remains skewed and that trade basket has to be diversified. So even though India happens to be one of the largest buyers of Russian defense, also was one of the largest buyers of Russian oil, and that of course has been going down. So it is now going to shift focus over to trade. What is that going to encompass? You're looking at pharmaceuticals, you're looking at fertilizers, agricultural products. Both the sides are looking towards working down, say, the tariff barriers. The Commerce Minister also highlighted that compliance, tariff, and there was a lot of red tapeism involved, which the Modi government has sort of worked towards to reduce, and that will also give a headway in sort of strengthening and deepening this partnership. All of the Russian delegation currently is comprising of, say, corporate honchos from these sectors, which I just enlisted, many of them also belonging to the energy sector, many of them belonging to big machinery sectors as well. The other aspect that we are looking towards is increasing labor mobility. Remember, Russia has lost out close to 1 million Russians on the front line alone, and there is a massive labor shortage. India is looking towards replenishing that shortage by providing Indian labor. At the same time, nuclear cooperation is going to be another major area of sort of concern and cooperation. But it would be interesting to see how we take this entire bilateral trade partnership forward. We've been talking to, say, FICCI also, members of FICCI. They've all been talking about how this particular forum is only going to help us take this forward.
Okay, we'll be back in touch with our reporters through the course of the morning. It's going to be a busy and heavy morning for our reporters as well, so I hope you've got your fuel for the day. We're getting a piece of breaking news, and this is an important one. One of the areas that they want to expand on, and you will get an announcement of this later in the afternoon, is on small modular reactors. Russia's state-run nuclear corporation, Rosatom, has now announced that it has delivered the first consignment of nuclear fuel for the initial loading of Unit 3 at the Kudankulam nuclear power plant in Tamil Nadu. The fuel delivery marks a key milestone in the ongoing construction and commissioning of the plant's next reactor unit. There are 6 units that the Russian side was supposed to build. 2 of them are operational now. This is the nuclear fuel that's been now confirmed. For the 3rd unit, there are now units 4, 5 and 6 that need to be commissioned as well. So this is something that you will hear about when those intergovernmental agreements are signed later this afternoon. Here in our studios, Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey, security analyst, is there. We have Abhijit Iyer Mitra, senior fellow from the Institute for Peace and Conflict Studies, and Anand Raghunathan, professor and familiar face here on CNN News 18. Welcome, gentlemen. General Pandey, what is at stake as you see it, as President Putin and Prime Minister Modi begin the 23rd annual India-Russia summit at a time when there seems to be this geopolitical rebalancing going on?
Yeah, I think firstly, a lot of people are putting focus on defense deal and trade facet, how to overcome, bridge the gap of trade gap and all, but I look at it in this whole shifting of geopolitics in not only in the region, but more importantly in the world stage. I think a multipolarity is now getting established by this visit of the 10th visit of Putin in since the time he has been in the power. I think it's very, very important and significant. And I think for both, not only for Putin. A lot of people are saying it's important for Putin to showcase to his own population, his own people, and to the world that he is not isolated in this whole context, which is war which is happening with Ukraine, while Europeans and the Americans may be getting after him by sanctioning and all. But yet he has got places to visit. He's already been visiting in last couple of months. He's been out of his country and visited a number of states, and therefore I think it's very important for him domestically, but I think it's also very important for us. While we may not talk of it more often, that there is a leverage. We are an emerging power. If you look at this articles coming out by diplomats against the visit of Putin in our country and the discussion which is happening, why is he visiting our country, puts India back into the focus. So while number of people may feel that it is not so good, but I look at it that it's very important that India's relevance is being recognized in the world. And then my view is that this is a very great opportunity for Prime Minister Modi to come out slightly more higher when he may talk and make a mention about